What?
You just opened a chat today?
Yeah.
There it goes. It was slow starting.
It's fucking pissing, dude. Like,
it said waiting.
oh,
No, it wasn't waiting. You put the announcement. The announcement came through the fucking box. That's what I'm waiting. Fucking bullshit.
fucking pissing rain. Like, what the fuck, dude? I got shit to do outside.
We had it all day yesterday, bro. Or the day before, or something like that. Oh, yeah. Get a little bit on there, ain't you?
What the fuck, man? What is...
Yipper wet all day. Supposed to be dry here, but it ain't gonna get warm. So it's gonna be at 50.
Mr. Bill, what's up, buddy? Morning to you.
Well,
Hi. Hi. Good morning.
I think we all slept in, Bill.
I wasn't getting up at 6 o'clock in the fucking morning on a Saturday, that's for damn sure.
Oh, I heard my alarm go off. I'm like, no.
Well, I shut mine off. I was like, nope, I'm not having that. I woke up at 5. I'm like, oh, fuck. No, we're not getting up. Going back to sleep. Yeah, I knew I was awake too long laying in bed though when the fucking alarm or the watch started giving me fucking energy fucking alerts and whatnot for my fucking sleep scores. I'm like, oh, I'm awake now, huh?
Oh.
Fucking orders are going crazy on you there, Bill.
Big fucking...
I said your oranges are going crazy on you. People trying to talk philosophy on politics. I can't stand that shit. Morning, Carl.
What's up, Carl?
Hi. Hi. Good morning.
Mm-mm.
Yeah. It's this crazy Canadian guy I know by the name of Toyman. Yeah. You know what I'm talking about, Bill? I can't stand it when he. Yeah. Internet. He's an idiot in an internet romance. I can't stand. Those two are just like, I don't know. I don't even know why I still got them fucking, like, got fishy fucking tag. But yeah, those two drive me crazy. Oh my God. So fake. Run.
Run.
Run, toy man. Toy man and fishy.
I gotta see who you're talking about. Are they on YouTube?
Yeah, I'll send you a link, dude.
Is it that dude you took a picture of? He wears the mask? Oh.
No. Okay, it's over in the chat. Okay. Just skip forward about a minute and a half or something like that. That'll be fine enough.
The problem is, you have truck drivers that come from other parts of the world. Just because they have a CDL over here, you automatically give them a CDL for Canada and America, who don't understand the rules of the road. Because in India, they have no rules of the road. I've already talked to probably about 15, 20 drivers who are from India. We have no rules in the road. It's what happens when you get in an accident. Oh, we trade now, whatever. So they come here, or they go to America. And they go into the States, they don't understand why there's rules in the road. Do not do a U-turn with a tractor trailer in a busy highway.
Well, you don't even have to be from India for some people to make.
No, but I'm just stating. I'm not saying about anybody.
They see down in like Minnesota or something like that. And they've been dating online for over 2 years now.
What?
Yeah, dude. She went up there and stayed 30 days in Canada on a visa and whatnot. Fucking hung out with him. He came back down to the fucking States and stayed with her for like a week or something. She ain't even got a house of her own. She got like, they're living with her sister or this. Here you go.
Oh my God.
Wow, yeah, dude. She was with the guy that was, I don't know, abusive or this or that, bad relationship or whatever. So while she's with the guy, she breaks up with him and is going to get in separation and whatnot and starts hanging out with this toy man online all the time.
Huh?
Silly shit, dude. Whatever.
What the fuck? Okay then.
Yeah, that's a drama. Yeah. Oh,
What the fuck, bro?
you know, she doesn't get motivated to turn the laser on. A couple hour ride. You think it?
Ah.
Good. Cool. old fucking, I fixed shit, Dan. He got him a laser now, Bill. He's buying all these fucking, winning all these auctions and shit at some site or whatever, and reselling the shit. Tennis shoes, fucking knives, all kinds of shit. So he bought a laser so he can engrave the fucking sheaths on the knives. He's trying to get me to get onto that thing. He said, you fucking get in there and you get into an auction type thing and you win shit for free all the time and whatnot. I don't know. Making some why nots to the app that he's using. Yeah, I don't know. He says he just sits there and waits and like auctions and this and that, and he gets them super cheap and free and all kinds of weird shit. I don't know. He was blowing up my Facebook about it the other day. Oh, he got a Dodge UV type laser. Hard time, portable laser, engraving machine. This is pretty snazzy. Oh, he got that. It's okay. So you bought a Dodge laser engraver. It's a little portable one. I just pulled up the Amazon to see what kind it is, you know, and see what it's about.
Yeah.
The first thing I see how it frequently returned. At the top of the page, frequently returned. Work area 3.15 by 3.15 inches. Says it's a 3,000 milliwatt. 3-watt diode or fucking UV.
Oh.
We're talking. Okay. These base provides on engraving a rough and slip over. It's a 3,000 milliwatt laser head module. 3,000 milliwatt laser head module, huh? engrave on paper, craft paper, wood, ceramics, leather, plastic, bamboos, painted material, metal, etc. Four types of working modes can be chosen: black and white, grayscale, and online and sketch. Self-developed mobile app. Wi-Fi connectability. Dang. For $150 fucking UV laser. Overall input power is 24 watts. It doesn't give you the official laser power. It's 3,000 watts. Okay. Have a good one, bro. Yeah, I need to reset. No little stone going flying now.
Super. Uh,
Morning bowl loaded up. Topped off with a little bit of that magical powder. The key powder, that is. Not that white powder. You think that's it. I don't sell Molly no more. Where'd Carl go? Forgot to ask him where the drone show was Thursday. The laser show, I mean.
He said, fuck you.
Yeah, he dropped in and then left us, man. He must be out working on the bus already. According to his YouTube channel, he never did screen. 8 days ago was the last time he screened. He's been off for the whole week. His grandkids must be killing him.
So I did a lot of testing on the 20 watt. And the final result is I just emailed them this. General. Paste. I just emailed them that. Fucking get her done. Get her done. Put your goddamn chopsticks down and send the fucking laser out.
In about 30 minutes, you get an email back repeating what they told you yesterday about they're on vacation until.
Yeah, I know.
It's going to be an auto-generated response.
Mm-hmm. What you working on, buddy? Nothing.
It might be hot and stuff.
Wow.
Don't get a tumbler going before too long, man. Like Bubba said, don't burn it all up in one day.
Eh. Mm-mm. Oh, I should let the fucking animals out.
Guess I'm gonna refill and say good morning to Mama. She's at the meeting.
Fuck. Mm. A little nipply out there. Mm. Fuck. Oh, shit. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Huh. Oh my God. Wow. Hey.
On your day off.
Yeah, this has got to be an emergency.
But I just want to tell you Mapleton's is all set. I won't be here Monday morning, so just so you know Mapleton's fans already.
All right.
I left your cousin a voicemail because it's his, but I also did rear brakes on it too.
Okay.
They were all locked up in the saddles. They were low. The rotors looked like shit. It's never had brakes done on it for 28,000 miles.
So
Oil change was current on it. I just did it all. So
brakes, lights,
brakes and a wheel bearing.
and wheel bearing. Okay.
Oh, wait, I'm not expecting to remember this over the weekend.
No.
No.
I'm trying to get fucking yard work done, like cut up trees and shit. Yeah. This fucking rain.
Oh, this fucking rain. That's all you could. I got home yesterday, hammered down in my yard, dude. I didn't even weed whack or anything. I just wanted to get the meat done.
You fucking walk in the yard and you sink. It's mud.
You sick? It's fucking mud. It's shitty.
Fucking bullshit.
Have a good weekend, buddy.
Yeah, I'm gonna try. All right, bud. Thanks.
All right.
Bye.
Thanks, bud. Bye.
Brakes and a wheel bearing.
Brakes are good. Brakes are good.
Brakes haven't been done in 20,000 miles.
He said almost 30,000.
Oh, 30?
He said,
I didn't hear.
he said 28,000 miles.
And the way they fucking drive them vans, holy fuck. Surprised they lasted this long. Oh. Uh-oh. Okay, so one, two, three, two. Thought I got two of them. Or did I just get one? Yes. Eh. Oh, it kicked me off this one. Oh. For when I go to camp. Does it get sound? What? It's just a little piece of shit. No, the fucking Alienware, I'm not gonna fuck with that. It's too fucking heavy and bulky, dude. I'll probably turn that into a server. Throw it on the network. Okay. Reconnect this one. Okay.
Yeah, I got a Samsung S7 tablet. 12-inch fucking screen.
What else? Discord.
You
Okay.
got the keyboard on it and shit.
Yeah.
This is what I use when I'm out at the shows and shit, so I can get on.
Yeah, that's all you need, dude. I should make this. Yeah.
I can run just like a regular tablet. So I can put the keyboard on, so it's up to the keyboard.
That's like this one. Where are?
Kickstand on the back of it.
It's almost like this one. Almost identical. See? Mine's got the fucking contractor case.
Yeah. Yeah, this isn't a contractor case. This is just that's the case I bought for it. The keyboard and case together.
Yep.
Holds the stylus pen on the back.
Same thing. Almost.
Yeah, you don't need that.
No, and it's good because I could take this to shows now and look up the price. I could put a price list together instead of going, what the fuck? I don't know. So maybe
Maybe I can walk away from that stand. We've already got price lists.
that's what I gotta install on this is that Libra Office.
Some kind of storefront. But you can put it in the storefront. It's easy to control things.
And Libra Office download. That's what I use. Oh my god, I got so much fucking open on this. My book. New folder. Personal. Laptop. What can I call this? Sort of laptop. Okay. Now, can I access it? My book. How come it didn't connect? This connection has not been restored. That's what kind of fucking battery is that? A quadruple A? Have you ever seen them?
See what?
A quadruple A battery?
40? No, I don't think I have. I got triple A's. I didn't know that. You know?
It goes in your pen.
Oh, mine doesn't have, my pen doesn't have that. Mine's got rechargeable. That's that pen rechargeable. It's just one piece.
Here's a triple A next to it.
There's no battery changing on this one.
What the fuck, bro?
This is how mine charges.
What the fuck?
Two count is $5 on Amazon. $5 for 2 batteries on Amazon. Energizer brand is $5.99 at Kroger. Lots of electronic batteries is what they call them. 4 there. 4-pack for $14.18 at Walmart.
The fuck? One more set. Alright. Finish. Huh? Oh. Motherfucker. Mm. Ah, bro. What the fuck? Um. Ah. Hit start. Search credentials. Open it. Start. Oh my god. Damn it. Oh, God. Oh my god. I don't understand.
DHS Secretary Christy Noem telling Fox this ID will help ensure election integrity. Mike, back to you.
City Guideline, New York City slot.
Thank you.
With more on what's behind the Real ID effort, political science professor and national identification cards expert Magdalena Krajewska joins me now.
All right.
Good morning.
So Wednesday's coming up in a hurry. How's this process in terms of transition to Real ID going?
Well, we're going to find out on Wednesday, but this law has been in the making for 20 years now. It was passed in 2005 after the 9/11 attacks. The 9/11 Commission found that a number of the terrorist hijackers had obtained driver's licenses, some of them fraudulently, that enabled them to travel around the country and facilitate the attacks. And so the Commission recommended that there be more security in the process of issuing driver's licenses, and in particular that there will be federal standards imposed on how states issue licenses. So Congress passed the law in 2005. It was initially supposed to be implemented in 2008, and then many delays later, we now have this current deadline. So we are going to see on Wednesday how it's going to go.
It's funny, I covered the Bush White House and I forgot all about this. But yeah, in the aftermath of 9/11, this was one of the recommendations. 20 years later, here we are. Motor vehicle departments are challenged on a good day. Are people just going to have to be patient if they need to go get a new driver's license in the coming days?
People absolutely have to be patient, and I would have two recommendations. One is check, because you might already have a real ID. Many people do not realize that if they have that little star in the upper right-hand corner in the driver's license, they already have a real ID. The second thing is, please remember that you can use alternative documents. A passport card, a military ID, a green card. There are many other documents you can use, so you can bring those to the airport if you're traveling. But yes, patience for sure. And arriving at the airport with plenty of time.
Professor Magdalena Krajewska, it's going to be an interesting week ahead. Great to have your analysis. Thank you very much for your time.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Coming up, shocking revelations from the wife of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, how the Democrats who visited him are responding now. Plus, jobs jumping in the month of April, beating expectations. We'll get the latest read on the economy when Fox News Live continues straight ahead. Stay with us. You shouldn't have to look at everything. It's our country. Without using complicated, what the fish all is on the right there. 1-800-CALLERS.com. Ouch! That blinding glare hurts your eyes. Introducing Vision wraparound glasses. High-tech sunglasses that fit right over your prescription glasses. Now available at Walmart. Don't have to send quick free delivery. Regular sunglasses look dangerous and be rays coming through the top. But Vision features brown water. Those sunglasses just make everything darker. Vision enhances colors. It's not even light. Offering the convenience inspection. Call 833-FILTER today or visit bfilter.com. We're told in Genesis chapter 1:26, that God has made man in his image and by his likeness has made him. Genesis is a book of fundamental importance for the Jewish and Christian faiths, and a literary masterpiece that has profoundly shaped Western civilization. Now, the most exclusive online course from Hillsdale College, you can deepen your understanding of how this ancient work is essential to you today. Sign up for the Genesis story, absolutely free, at learnfromhillsdale.org. Dr. Justin Jackson, a distinguished Hillsdale College professor, will guide you through this fascinating free online course that unfolds the biblical stories of Adam, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and Joseph. What do you say? It explores some of life's most important questions, gain a greater appreciation for the Bible and its meaning and virtue, its redemption, and discover how the struggles people faced thousands of years ago are deeply relevant to us still today. Take this 6-lesson course whenever it's most convenient for you, at your pace, or in your schedule. Signing up is easy and free when you go to learnfromhillsdale.org today. So the fun thing with the serpent is, how does a serpent talk? Well, it not only outlines the serpent's punishment to crawl on its belly when that's what it does. Join the hundreds of thousands of Americans who are enriching their lives through this exclusive online course from Hillsdale College and gain access to this premium content today. What I hope you get from studying Genesis in this course is a deeper appreciation of the biblical insights with regards to the human person, psychology, a predilection towards rivalry, but also reconciliation. Sign up for the Genesis story, free of charge, at learnfromhillsdale.org today. Do we have a chat about people?
I can turn a dirt patch into a lush lawn. I can do anything. See, that's the goal.
Yeah. It is great. Yeah. It's lawn fixing time. Scott's here for the grass. There's a big battle brewing over President Trump's big, beautiful bill. President Trump unveiling his 2026 budget blueprint increases spending for things like the border and defense, but it's what he wants to cut that's really ruffling some feathers on Capitol Hill. Welcome back to the Live on my command board in New York. We begin with Matt Finn in West Palm Beach, the very latest of what's shaping up to be a big budget battle. Hello, Matt. Hi, Mike. Well, here in beautiful southern Florida, the president hosted an RNC fundraiser last night at Mar-a-Lago. One local report said $50,000 of plate, and that some of that money is expected to go to Florida Republican Congressman Byron Donald's campaign for governor here. Now, the president kept a low profile yesterday. He's also expected to do so today. Nothing on his public schedule. He released his proposed 2026 budget this week. His 100 days was boosted by an unexpectedly high job report. He is
Okay.
In a new interview, the president said he's not worried about recession.
Are you comfortable with the country potentially dipping into a recession for a period of time if you are able to achieve your long-term goals?
Well, you said some people on Wall Street said, well, I can tell you something else. Some people on Wall Street said that we're going to have the greatest economy in history. Why don't you talk about them? Because some people on Wall Street said this is about what I'm saying. President Trump's proposed $1.7 trillion budget promises more than $160 billion in cuts to national defense federal spending. It increases funding at our border, coupled with cuts to foreign aid. But the president is taking criticism from Senate Republicans like Mitch McConnell and Susan Collins who say the president is not increasing spending at the Pentagon enough to modernize our country's defense and fulfill his peace through strength policy. Now, yesterday was scheduled to be Mike Waltz's last day as National Security Advisor to the president. Secretary of State Marco Rubio expected to temporarily hold that position for up to 6 months. And Stephen Miller, the Deputy Chief of Staff, is reportedly also being considered for that role. The president might be doing some golfing today. We will keep you updated from Palm Beach. Bye. West Palm Beach. Matt, thanks a lot. Meanwhile, we're getting new information about the Maryland man deported to El Salvador. The Tennessee Highway Patrol releasing body cam footage of its 2022 encounter with Gilmar Abrego Garcia. This is when troopers suspected the 29-year-old illegal immigrant, an alleged MS-13 gang member, of being involved in human trafficking. Plus, audio obtained from USA Today from a 2020 court hearing in Maryland shows Garcia's wife, Jennifer, pleading with the judge for temporary protection from her husband.
I came to fill out a protective order. I think it was in December. But I didn't show up to the court. He grabbed me from my hair and then he slapped me. I have pictures of the evidence, like all the bruises. Because even on Wednesday, he hit me like around like 3 in the morning. He would just wake up and like hit me. And then last Saturday for my daughter's birthday party, before I went to my daughter's birthday party, he slapped me 3 times. And then last week I did call the police. My sister called the police because he hit me in front of my sister.
Jennifer released this statement to USA Today about the audio clip. She said in part, quote, "Neither of us were in a good place at that time. My husband was traumatized from the time he spent in ICE detention, and we were in the throes of COVID. Like many couples, we were caring for our children with barely enough to get by. All of those factors contributed to the actions which caused me to seek the protective order." Let's bring in former acting ICE director and former federal prosecutor Jonathan Fahey to dig into all this. Jonathan, welcome. Thank you. So what's your reaction to that audio that we just heard and then her explanation of it?
It's pretty chilling, and watching this sort of Maryland man narrative unfold in a very unfavorable way for him is also pretty interesting. But even her statement walking it back, she certainly didn't deny that it happened. It was just like, we are in a bad place, and sort of excusing the behavior and also oddly blaming it on ICE at the time, too. So everything about this is really unfolding in a way that one thing that I think everyone should agree on, this person should never be a Maryland man again. He should be deported, and if somehow he's brought back, they should reopen the case and deport him again, because this is, he's a threat to the community and to public safety.
I want to play a clip for you from Maryland Senator Chris Van Hollen, who, of course, went to go visit Abrego Garcia. Let's play it and get your reaction.
I have repeatedly said that we're not vouching for Gilmar Abrego Garcia. We are vouching for his constitutional rights, because if you trample over his constitutional rights, you threaten them for everything and everybody who resides in America.
Jonathan, do you think some on the left regret their support for the so-called Maryland man?
Yes, I do, and I think Senator Van Hollen's statement is not what he was saying initially. He was talking about this person being a constituent, bringing him home. He didn't want to ask about his MS-13 membership when he was down there in El Salvador. So now they're really trying to change the narrative as if they're just standing up for due process. But ultimately, we know what they were saying before, that this was a family man, he was Maryland man, and he deserved to come back to Maryland. And so the narrative is changing, trying to fit the circumstances as they unfold badly. But ultimately, anyone gets like that he's not going to return to Maryland one way or another, either to stay in El Salvador or come back and be re-deported.
Jonathan, another big story we're watching this weekend. Federal judges blocking the Trump administration from using the Alien Enemies Act to deport Venezuelans. President Trump responding to the Truth Social this morning. Can it be so that judges are not allowing USA to deport criminals, including murderers, out of our country and back to where they came from? If so, if this is so, our country as we know it is finished. Americans will have to get used to a very different crime-filled life. This is not what our founders had in mind. Where does this go from here?
Well, this is very interesting because, as you remember, the Supreme Court about a month ago sort of tacitly endorsed the using of the Alien Enemies Act by making rulings on procedures that must be followed. So the implication is they think it's appropriate. So ultimately, the Trump administration will appeal this judge's ruling. It will be to the Fifth Circuit, and maybe it'll fight against the Supreme Court because it has nationwide impact. But I think one of the problems with the judge's ruling, again, he's stepping into the shoes of the executive branch to make the decisions involving foreign policy, what an alien enemy is, and things like that are exclusively the province of the executive branch. So ultimately, the Trump administration will win here. And Donald Trump, what he's doing, and it totally makes sense, is trying to remove dangerous people efficiently, which is in fact not just a political issue, but it's his job. And just because Mayorkas and Biden were derelict in their duty, abdicated the responsibility, doesn't mean he should follow suit. And he has this responsibility, he's carrying it out.
Meanwhile, the Wisconsin Supreme Court suspended Judge Hannah Dugan earlier this week. She was arrested last Friday for allegedly obstructing federal authorities from detaining an undocumented immigrant in her courtroom by letting him out the back door. So what happens next?
Right now, she's been charged by criminal complaint. The next step will be an indictment. And I think what could get worse for her, she can also be indicted with other charges or another charge of alien harboring, because what she was doing was shielding somebody she knew was an illegal alien from being detected or arrested by ICE. If it's worse for her, it would make sense for her to be trying to work something out. But sort of the big picture is here, the only reason we're having these issues in the courthouses is because of these sanctuary cities unwilling to follow ICE detainers. If this person had been detained in the jail and they were willing to follow the detainer after his case, none of this would have happened. So a lot of if the sanctuary cities will change their policies, we won't have future incidences. But this judge put her political agenda ahead of her role as a judge, and also put the safety of her citizens at risk, because this person was on trial for assault charges, and she was more than willing to put him out in the community rather than have him go to ICE custody and be deported.
Jonathan Fahey, grateful for your time.
Oh my God.
Thank you.
Coming up, jobs are up, GDP is down, and tariffs are still on the table. What it all means for the economy. And later, on your mark, get set, go. We're taking you live to the Kentucky Derby ahead of today's big race.
There are many ways to look at it. At Old Dominion Freight Line, we deliver them this way. This one uses technology and goes the extra mile to do things the right way. We deliver promises on time, every time.
Consumer Cellular ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction. Hi, I'm going to ask you guys that gets way better coverage than I do. Feels like when they have beat only coverage and plans for $20. Okay, price too. Get your second month free when you switch to Consumer Cellular.
How's your day been going?
Like shit.
Hey.
Hey.
What's y'all doing?
I'm doing good.
Going nuts. Going nuts.
Sorry.
Trying to set up a laptop so when I go to see camp, I got something. And it's going to be a laptop I can bring to the shows.
Ooh, that's cool.
So I can look up
Ooh,
prices and all that.
ooh, that is so awesome. Yeah.
Where did Mike go? Eating.
Maybe like, yeah, probably, or maybe to the bathroom or something.
How are you doing, Rochelle?
I'm doing okay. How are you doing, sweetie?
Doing good. Came out here because I got bored to death. So, Rochelle, what did you eat today?
What did I eat?
Yeah.
A banana.
Uh-huh.
What did y'all have?
Uh-huh. Prove it.
I had rice.
Ooh, that sounds good. I had rice for dinner last night. I did, DJ, I swear, I promise. With God as my witness, I had a banana. That's part of my new diet. It's completely loud and it doesn't upset the stomach at all.
I can't eat bananas. I don't like bananas.
Really? Oh, I'm sorry, sweetie.
That's okay.
Well, what fruits do you like?
I like strawberries.
watermelon, kiwi, all the sweet ones.
Yeah, I love all of them too. And cantaloupe. I mean, big time cantaloupe.
Definitely
We have
cantaloupe.
many styles,
I
colors,
have one in the fridge. I already ate one.
all the experts that many
Nice.
Western New Yorkers have been trusting for
Yeah.
over 50 years today. At 649-3600.
I wasn't eating because I didn't know what I could eat. It's like everything was a potential enemy. And until I actually found out what safe foods were, I couldn't eat because I couldn't digest most of the stuff I was eating.
That had to suck.
Yeah, it did. But now that I know, I have all that stuff around here. So, voila.
That's good.
Yeah. What you doing?
Huh?
When Dad eats, once he's done eating, he passes right out. Don't know how he does it.
That's a typical guy for you right there. Although I get tired sometimes after eating too. I don't know. It's like, I forgot what it's called. Like, I think it's like all the blood goes to your stomach to like digest
Yeah.
or something. I'm putting together some 4K wallpapers for the art channel.
Ooh.
Yeah, on the server.
How's that working out?
And it's good. I'm just putting everything into categories first so that I can post them easily and they'll be somewhat organized.
Nice.
Yeah. I have Spider-Man, Iron Man, Batman, space things, of course, dragons.
Gotta have the dragons.
Yep. Which includes some Game of Thrones ones too of the dragon. They're so freaking epic. Oh my god. So I sniped these off of all the many different channels on X.com, which used to be Twitter.
Yeah.
And you can just search up in the search bar on the X app. You can search download in 4K. And a ton of channels come up, and these things are endless. So, yeah, they're not. I'm like, I'm going to get some for the art server.
Nice.
I scoured that whole thing for hours just looking for a dragon images, and I got some cute ones, like how to train your dragon. So cute. Mm-hmm. Cute. Oh my god.
Uh-huh.
I just got finished with a, oh, she's muted.
President Trump is leaning on the Fed to cut interest rates. Is that a good idea? And what do they do? Yeah, the Fed's that's the downside of a good judgment. If you have to choose things, then it makes the strong number makes it pretty unlikely the Fed's going to lower rates anytime soon. With the most solid job number and concerns and tariffs going to drive prices up, I think at this point, if we see any action from the Fed, the it'll be later in the year, probably only one cut. Originally the marketing forecast for forecast, I think we're looking at possibly 9 or the most one this year. How critical is it for the president's team to start to announce some trade deals, even in principle, just to give some certainty to the markets and businesses? Yeah, it's very important. I mean, that's the one thing that the economy is suffering from right now is uncertainty. You can probably see a lot of roadwork, see the question marks taken away, and paved the way for companies to start buying more, doing CapEx and all that. All that is, it's likely that one thing with all these trade deals they did this sort of agreement to buy more from the U.S. and otherwise close trade deficits. But we have seen it in the market, the whole world wants to access. But I mean, if part of the trade deals involve, a nation that attempts to get certain countries which is not to trade with China or secure talks with China, that could be something that really increase uncertainty. So yeah, it's pretty important that the details come out. We will follow it all. Peter Earl, thank you very, very much for your time and your analysis today. Great to have you. Thanks, man. Coming up, Elon Musk unveiling plans for the future of Doge. Will the cost-cutting agency stick around as he steps aside? And later, new developments in the murder of the United Healthcare CEO. Why the suspect, Luigi Mangione, is now demanding his New York State case be dismissed. Waking up in the hospital from all that stuff, there's got to be some kind of purpose for me here. I mean, to get over myself and start helping others. I was very fortunate, just the tone of the power team in and gave me this life-changing gift. That was part of where when I met Frank and was part of that event.
Mike's back.
Said, don't worry about the board. The tone of the power team in and gave me and my family home. I'm regained quite a bit of information.
Nope, don't believe her.
How are you doing, Mike?
Hey.
Good, I just got done eating an omelet.
Oh, you were right. You were right, Juliet. You win.
Oh, you need a pick?
I said bathroom. She said eating. She knows you so well.
I couldn't eat it when I was doing.
Oh.
Juliet cheated.
How are you doing today, though? Are you feeling better?
Yeah.
You're not going to go on the motorcycle ride, are you?
Oh,
Okay, good. I figured my hope.
40 degrees out there right now and cloudy. There's no way in hell I'm going on a motorcycle.
I doubt she would let you anyway, since she knows.
No, if I wanted to go, she'd let me or whatever, but no.
Aw.
I told her, no, I'm not going to try to push my elbow on a long ride or anything else. I haven't really
Thank God. Yeah.
or anything, so I'm not going to try to get straightened out there half hour
No.
away or something.
I'm sorry. I know that really sucks.
Jesus, but
No, don't say that. I can't stand it. That's horrible,
I'm
man.
used to not being able to ride. But that's good shoulder surgery, don't miss shoulder alone.
Oh my God. You should hear my husband like talk about all his injuries, like starting in, I guess like maybe high school or whatever. And he's got one pinky that it got flattened, and he calls it his paddle. He broke everything, and I'm like, my God, bro, that's messed up.
Taking all that time to get over you. The shoulder was, the rotator cuff was the last surgery. There was 3 out of 4 tendons in my rotator cuff was torn.
Oh my goodness.
Some of them I had to reattach to the bone. So yeah, I just overused myself. That's all.
Yeah, I hate like weather that's like that, because it's like it makes you ache, everywhere that you go.
I just hate just telling my body that. Along with everything else I did before that.
Yeah.
Moved it for a couple of years.
Oh no.
I did all kinds of shit.
Oh my Hard ass labor.
Yeah, exactly. We keep myself up.
Your personal information exposed.
Switch to the DuckDuckGo browser. The built-in search engine like Google, but it never collects your searches.
Even when I was in retail, I was doing the hard shit because I was lawn and garden seasonal layout manager. So all the layouts, all the racks and shelves and all that, it changed through the season. So you have to pare them down. And, yeah. I was always doing hard shit, even in the retail.
Oh my god. That's crazy.
Come on.
That's so much work.
Lawn and garden, lifting all them bags of soil all the time, all day long. And it was hard. So we were taught.
Yep.
Back in our day, we were taught to work hard.
Yes. My parents drilled that in me, but then when I actually wanted a job, they're like, "But we're not okay with you being a waitress."
I started working in 7th grade.
Oh my god.
Yeah, 7th grade I started working. In 7th grade, me and my brother would get on our bicycles and we would go run newspaper routes and we'd take tree press. At 7 o'clock in the morning, we'd be on our way to school. Yeah, you know, we go run our newspaper route, get home real quick, change, go to school. Yep.
So awesome.
Bicycle. Sunday morning, mom and dad would help with the car because dad had newspaper routes as well. He ran newspapers like crazy. Awesome in high school, though.
And that's because the majority of people who can vote in this small area are
Yeah.
its employees. Now, Musk began mentioning this idea in 2020.
My dad owned so many newspapers in his time. Holy shit. He did Detroit Free Press, and then he went to Midland Daily News, and Midland Daily News was afternoon routes. He was doing Buyer's Guide on top of that.
Oh my goodness.
So that was like, you know, running country routes where you just drop them in every mailbox kind of thing. You know, we run lots of papers. Bundled routes from one town to another, whatever, where we fill up like all the newspaper boxes and whatnot, you know. And you actually put a quarter in and get the newspaper out. That kind of thing. Yeah, we could fill those boxes and stuff like that.
Surveys would be in Cameron County, and
Yeah.
local GOP chairwoman says a lot of residents are
We used to run 2 and 3 station wagons in the morning and whatnot.
folks that have been here for
All the papers. Sunday morning, we put out probably about 3,000 papers on Sunday morning.
Oh my god. You could possibly pull that off.
The whole family. The bottom dad and boy.
That is impressive. Damn.
Yeah. We had 6 of us. We run the newspapers out, and we'd start at like 2 o'clock in the morning on Sunday, and be done usually in time to get done for church, and the papers were supposed to be out by about 7:30 in the morning.
Oh my goodness.
So we get done with that, take a quick power nap, and off to church.
That's amazing. I don't know how y'all kept going.
We look forward to it now till we got back from church on Sunday morning.
Mm-hmm.
Sunday morning we get home, grab a bite to eat, and expect power nap for 2 hours and so. Come back to church, I tell you something. Yep. And we got both services on Sunday. Morning and evening. Everything good, bro.
There's a lot of work required to restart the race report. So what we expect from the village in the future here is Fox News.
Back to the secret there, please.
And listen, I'm just organizing 4K wallpapers that I'm gonna put in the art channel.
What's been his impact? I think the greatest impact is really shining a light on the tremendous amount of misspent money in Washington, D.C. It's not going to hurt the miss. I mean, all of the vitriol directed against him. Like,
So the U.S. is rebuilding a vital base in the Pacific. You know that? And the coast of hundreds of millions, cost of hundreds of millions of dollars.
are measured in the hundreds of billions of dollars a year. It is absolutely
They're doing what now?
They're rebuilding the base. in the Pacific.
Oh.
There's a secret air base in an island down by Japan that we used back in World War II to invade Japan. And they're rebuilding it so that we can protect from China.
Oh, God.
Yeah, they're rebuilding the whole base. And we've got U.S. Navy and all kinds of people down there clearing the old scripts and everything else, revitalizing and revamping. And, yeah.
Wow.
Their base. New base coming from the military.
Do you think that there will ever come a time when we don't have to, as humans, have to worry, and future humans, about wars?
No. No.
Really?
You can't consider the U.S. is in fucking battle right now on 7 different fronts pretty much right now. You know what I mean?
Well,
Not at war, but in battle.
yeah,
You know what I mean?
involved.
Involved in 7 different war fronts, basically.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's crazy.
Too much. That's just us. I mean, you know, there's stuff going on. That's just the big stuff. That's not counting the little shit that's going on all over. There's always going to be defiant and
Yeah.
nature of the beast.
As I mentioned, $2
Well,
billion annual deficits, that's the beginning. This is a really good proposal to put out what's called non-defense discretionary spending. They still need to take on the big entitlement programs like Medicaid. But you have in here a serious Trump effort to begin the process of bringing our spending somewhat in line with government revenues. And what's disappointing over the last 24 hours or so is the pushback, not from the Democrats that you would expect that are reliably going to demand more spending, but from the Republicans. Appropriators in the Senate, like Susan Collins, the chair of the Appropriations Committee, Mitch McConnell. This effort really is a fairly modest step. And it's going to be hard to make progress and to take a few steps back from the ledge of fiscal disaster. And you have Republicans immediately attacking what is a pretty reasonable proposal here. A lot of it is cutting out the waste that has been highlighted by DOGE. Let's limit benefits for able-bodied people. Obviously, we've seen all the sort of insane foreign aid budget. I don't know why anyone is still defending that stuff, but that's really going to be the test for Trump's legacy, Elon's legacy, is whether Republicans in the Congress are willing to make some reasonable...
Yeah, so it's the island of Trinidad. It's where the first atom bomb was launched. That's where they assembled the first atom bomb.
God.
And put it onto the plane to go to Yep.
Oh my God.
I think it preserves all the pavement and the buildings and structures and stuff like that.
Yeah.
All the pavement they're trying to preserve that's there so that they can rejuvenate this into an air base basically for the U.S.
Wow.
First time in 80 years anybody's been there as far as to do any type of work for like military this or that. And they're going to rejuvenate it.
Why though? Is it because of radiation?
No, it's just because it was just a secret base that we launched basically for that particular battle or whatever. Now we're going to go back and rejuvenate it so that we have it as a protection basically against China and that's what it is.
Didn't Trump say that we're taking Greenland too? Yeah, he did it like it was just a regular Tuesday, like, no, we're...
You can take Iceland too, right?
It was so random. I mean...
Fuck it, we might as well take the Netherlands too.
They're gonna take Canada too. I mean, it's gonna be the 51st state, right?
Both my legs were amputated due to
That'll be cool. Then we can visit Bill.
Yeah.
I'm trying to not put up memes for Canada. That's okay. That's okay. I can hold myself back.
Yeah, there's economic windfall right now. I don't know. Whoa, wait.
I don't really know. I just go on Twitter and I like to see people from the U.S. dogging people from Canada and vice versa. It's hilarious.
But I don't go on Twitter though. It's just a bunch of bullcrap.
Yeah, you're right. You definitely got that straight. Nothing but bullcrap.
That's what's wrong with our society. There's too many people on there.
My friends and I are running larks on there all the time. Like, you can't tell if they're serious or not. Like, it's seriousness, real life mixed with just absolute BS.
Watch that video I posted over there in general. Yeah. Nobody can think exactly about that talk.
Yeah, I know.
Twitter and Snapchat.
Yeah, but it's also to like counter all the misinformation that gets put out there. It's kind of like
It's got to be filtered.
it's like it's stupid. It's completely ridiculous.
Information gets out there. Yeah.
It's so dumb.
Do they have life insurance?
Well, I have like
We have
a small handful of followers, so and my tweets get very little views, so I think I'm good.
And his wife Anne, a $500,000 policy for only $21.
Plus, my channel is called Signal to Self, so
The insurance your family needs
At a price you can afford. Select quote. We shop. You save.
it's weirdness. You don't want don't go check it out. Whatever you do.
I forgot. Into I can't wait.
How long do you use I barely use Facebook.
Ooh, yeah.
The only reason I got Facebook going again is because of the Facebook Messenger to talk to people that known for years and years.
Yeah.
Mostly through the internet or whatever, but keep up with family a little bit, but I don't get on there a whole lot.
Like Walt's moving over to the United Nations Ambassador post-pending Senate approval, President Trump nominated him for the position after ousting him as National Security Advisor. Secretary of State Marco Rubio filling the NSA role in the interim.
Here's a prime example of
Discussed the fallout from her deputy
social media problems with an absolute monster who the unspeakable to its own sister.
Victoria, welcome.
What?
Yeah.
Street.
Predator poachers in Southeast Texas.
Get you to react.
That's one of those channels I love. Predator poachers.
Trump has fired a lot of people.
Ooh, I got some friends in those communities, and let me tell you what they do in the background. They go after them big time. Like, they're terrifying.
Well, this guy usually, by the end of his video, has an arrest of somebody.
Yep. I used to watch those all the time too. You know, and it's nice to see the justice.
U.S.-Mexico border with Arizona sheriff. Wonders his life now. Posted 35 minutes ago. Right. Peter Santinello.
Wow.
Peter Santinello, he's a good blogger. He does a lot of stuff.
which is chaired by the president. So very important role for Mike Waltz. I think he'll do very, very well. And the key thing, though, Mike, is to get somebody the president is feeling personally comfortable into this role because it is that kind of very, very close relationship.
I'll be back in a little bit, you guys.
Alrighty.
Alright.
Okay, bye. I'll see you soon. Though.
I think it has been frequently in this process. We're not getting a lot of cooperation from the Democrats, even though the president has a mandate, should be able to pick his cabinet, and clearly Waltz is eminently qualified for this position. So, you know, I would expect some sort of media fireworks in the confirmation hearing, but I expect when the chips are down, the Republicans will have the votes to get it through.
Do you have a feel for who the next national security advisor may be, since Secretary of State Rubio is wearing a bunch of hats at the moment? He'd probably like a successor at some point.
Yes, he's also the archivist, among other things, as well as being both National Security Advisor and Secretary of State, which is something we haven't seen since Henry Kissinger. So it is a big deal. I think he might want to get some sleep. So I think all the names I'm hearing are terrific. I'm hearing Stephen Miller, a colleague from the first term, also Rick Grinnell, another colleague. These are both individuals who have a lot of experience in national security with the president. They would be.
Ever feel like creation should just flow? With Wix, that's exactly what it does.
A lot of this is new to you. It's good to see you again, Juliet.
I remember this 2.5 years ago. Hartel is there, dropping, just waiting for the school bus to pick him up. That's a Biden law.
That's fine.
Interesting. How's it been?
I worked with the United States Border Patrol for 23 years.
What's the inbound from U.S. to Mexico?
Guns, ammo, money. Yeah, looks like they're filling the gap.
140 countries crossing. You're getting the world here.
This was one of our smuggling routes that we had a lot of problems with.
Did you feel like you just had no control of the border?
The cartels were running the show.
What is that technology up there on that pole?
Each team was $500,000 a day, taxpayer funding.
A lot of the stories that aren't told are the ones of the school systems or the hospital systems having to deal with this problem.
True life update on what's going on our border down here in a piece of paradise. Javette, welcome back.
Round two.
Round number 2.
I was looking at the video we posted. It was just over 2 years, like 2 years and 2 months ago.
A lot of changes that have happened here lately. Let's put on my seatbelt. We won't want to break the law. The main thing is, I don't have people dying in the desert right now.
Nobody's signed up there.
We haven't had any calls for people that were abandoned and left in the desert, or people that we've got to go out and recover because they died on that trip across the desert. So to me, that's a win-win.
And as a refresher from last video, 140 countries crossing. You're getting the world here. U.S. sector is known for that. Getting Russians, getting Middle Easterners, we're getting Indians. We saw the Indians last time.
Yeah, we have the desert. Hospitals, the family advocacy centers, the mission, they were all impacted with all of that. So now their focus is turned back to the community, the folks that need it here locally. And the food. 90% of the leafy greens for the whole of the United States comes from Yuma during the winter. Lettuce, celery, you name it. Those individuals were going into those fields and defecating, and the trash was being left there. As a farmer, because of food safety, it's now contaminated. They just have to plow it under. That was the only thing that got the farmer administration to come down and actually do something to protect the farmers and the food, because it's all about food safety.
Okay, so that's what it came down to. So this white-looking wall, that's a Biden wall.
That's Biden.
Interesting.
That's what a lot of people don't understand is, like, yeah, he put up fencing too. Unfortunately, what I couldn't figure out is we already had the fencing laying there, but instead of utilizing what was already purchased and laying on the ground, they come up with this different design.
Because I've seen them saw through these, right? Well, we saw that last time.
Yeah, but each one of those is filled with concrete. They can cut the metal, but they still have to chip out the concrete, which slows them down. This would be a little bit different. We just cut through it with the saw. The other side is the Colorado River, and then across the road, where our houses are, that's Mexico.
So a couple years ago, these parts of the fence were open, the brown parts were up, and then you had these big open sections. And for those that want to see, the sheriff and I did one of my favorite videos all time, Sheriff. It was with you. It was awesome. I'll make sure I put that link below this video, but it was chaotic. It was wild. We actually had the sheriff, I think it was up here, where you chased someone back into the river,
Yeah, and Border Patrol apprehended another one that was over here in the farm field.
Right, right.
Yeah.
So it's first impression, bit of a different vibe this time.
Different vibe. Fact is, we see a lot more Border Patrol agents compared to last time when we were out here too.
We've got passion, we've got determination. And if we set our sights on something, you better believe it's happening. We always felt like our content was all about entertainment and fun, but there's also this, sort of.
What are you doing? Living the dream, huh? Yeah, there's Peter.
How you doing, sir?
He's a good guy.
Sir, how are things these days out here?
Better able to be in the field. Oh yeah. Yeah, you really didn't need Congress to act after all, did they? I could say that. I get it.
That's why I'm with the sheriff, not you.
Yeah.
No disrespect. These guys say everything.
Oh yeah.
You too.
Still say.
I know I've mentioned this in past videos, but the beauty of American law enforcement with the sheriff's departments is you guys can speak openly. And you were the spokespeople for this whole situation during the last 4 years.
Yeah.
You can't get in with those guys.
No.
You can't get in with any DHS guys. There's no police department you can talk to. So there was for some they said a gag order on some departments, right?
Yeah, basically, it was a gag order. I mean, they're told basically that if you did any inquiries from the media, that you need to get it approved first, ascertain what the questions are, and then they will give you what your response should be.
Right.
So see, all this fencing was still sitting here when the other administration built that new section. I don't know how much that cost, but to have all this stuff just sitting there at that time, it would have made more sense to me to use what you already spent taxpayer money on.
Yeah. And what gets misrepresented at times with border content is, oh, it's an anti-immigrant look at things. The average American, I'm all over this country, most Americans are all for legal immigration.
Absolutely.
I'm saying 90+% are all down with legal immigration. It was the chaotic, illegal immigration that flooded cities, that made it a huge problem here, that made it so women couldn't go give birth at the local hospital. All the trickle down, and then the money involved, obviously, in topics like agriculture, where it's like, this does not make sense. This is chaos.
This was not even humanitarian what was happening. I mean, we were out here trying to make sure people didn't die, and they weren't victimized along the way, and that was the messaging that we was trying to get out. It was like, no, don't make that trap here because, your kids are going to be violated. You possibly could get violated. You're going to be robbed. The criminal element is waiting to prey on them folks.
We're going to go up to that area where the cartel was putting people under the bridge. But before we get there, what's that situation? Obviously, you're not on the Mexican side, but they're moving less product, as in people. So are they getting hit financially pretty hard?
They're getting hit financially, and they're trying to do, like Cochise County, where they were recruiting juveniles on social media to come down, pick up groups of individuals. They pay them a certain amount of money. I think it was minimum of $500 per person to pick them up to take them into the large cities. Well, we're starting to see a little bit of that here. But fortunately, with Border Patrol now being out in the field, they're able to catch them before we end up with all the pursuits and stuff like Cochise County was having. So Border Patrol Yuma Sector just had that experience here recently with a juvenile that went down by the border, was picking up a group, and they ended up arresting that juvenile. Most of the time, the U.S. attorney wouldn't charge the juvenile for doing that type of activity. But now that the policy has changed, it doesn't matter whether you're an adult or a juvenile. If you get caught smuggling people or narcotics, you're going to get charged. And we're still getting the smuggling of individuals to the remote desert, and that's kind of what we equated to the gotaways last time that you and I were out there. Was Border Patrol was so tied up with dealing with the juvenile that they couldn't go out and try to track down the individuals being smuggled through the remote part of our desert. And that's where, unfortunately, the people are dying. So, all the Border Patrol out there, they're actually intercepting those smugglers and apprehending them and prosecuting them as well.
Okay, yeah. And so it is a bit complicated for people that aren't down here dealing with this every day.
Right.
But you had the give-ups. They would come across the border and be processed by Customs Border Protection and absorbed into the interior of the country.
Correct.
And so buses, planes, a lot went to New York, Chicago, California,
Wisconsin,
those places.
Yeah.
So what was happening, guys, is the migrants were coming over and actually giving themselves up, wanting to be caught
Right.
because they were it. They all claimed asylum. Nobody knows for sure, but all the research I've done, all the people I know that know this topic very well said 1 in 10 were legitimate asylum claims.
And we've heard that from not only the previous administration, but this one.
Okay.
So that number is confirmed. 1 in 10 was legitimate.
Right. So most were economic migrants saying, I live in Honduras, I'm making $6,000 a year. I can live in America and make $38,000 a year. Why am I not going to do this? If I just walk over the border, they take me in. So it was an incentive to come here. And then the gotaways are the ones that know they will be sent back because they have a criminal record, right? Or they're from Mexico. There was an other than Mexico policy. Mexicans couldn't just come over and absorb into the country. They were sent back. So
They were repatriated.
repatriated, yeah. There's sort of two groups, the gotaways and the give-ups. And now the give-ups, that door's been closed. The cartel can't set them up at a gap in the wall up here and send them over and we're going to take them in. They're getting repatriated immediately, right? Okay. It's complicated, and so it gets pulled apart. Whatever side someone's on, the information gets cherry picked, and then you make your case. And the story we're not getting today is the migrant story. Like we're not meeting up with a migrant, and there's a perspective on that story too.
Well, you know, all the ones that I talked to, whenever we would run into them, the majority of the folks that were coming here, when you talk to them, they weren't fleeing violence. They wanted a better way of life and to be able to make money to help their families out back home. And that is not a legitimate asylum claim.
Yeah.
And that's what they wanted, was to come here. They knew it was an open door because once one person comes across, if they're able to do that, and they see there's no consequence, and then you're given a plane ticket to go to wherever you want to go in the U.S., that word travels fast. Now, if you were from Mexico and you were caught, you'd be sent back right away. That's why we were picking up a lot of the passports and the identification cards last time, is because those individuals had already left the country of violence, and Mexico was allowing them to live and work in Mexico. So if that individual, no matter what country they were from, actually possessed that identification when they were a give-up here, they would have been sent back into Mexico as well, because they've already fled that country of violence and they were allowed to live and work in Mexico. So that's why they were given a different name, different date of birth when they were a give-up, so that they couldn't be tracked down and be sent back. So a lot of it was financial. There are some down here that we did see, you know, that had legitimate concerns. And those are the ones that needed to go to the port of entry to do that paperwork right then and there.
So we're actually meeting up here, a guy that was in Customs Border Protection but retired.
Yeah, Hector's going to meet us right here. Now we have the cover here, the dumpsters.
That's right.
That's all gone now, because there is no more really that much activity. So yeah, all this has changed. The foot traffic for give-ups was right here.
Right? So they're just coming over from Mexico through native lands. And so the natives, they won't allow a wall to be built. Is that what's going on?
So when you look at tribes, you have to understand that with tribal land, it's sacred land to our tribal nations in Arizona, and I'm sure throughout the whole of the United States and everywhere. Cotepaw is a river tribe, so having access to that easily is part of that tribal nation's history. So the federal government, the Border Patrol, obviously works with the tribe to try to stop some of this activity because it impacts their lands too.
Yeah.
The amount of litter and garbage that was being dumped along the river is not good for the tribe nor the wildlife in this area.
Yeah, it's cleaned up a lot here.
It has, and a lot of it had to do with, I would say, pressure, because we had exposed what was going on here to media outlets. A lot of the nonprofits actually came down here and cleaned up all the trash. But you also had all the litter down here and all the pharmaceuticals that were being dumped down here along the riverway. Well, this is where a lot of wildlife is. So you don't need pharmaceuticals from all over the world, right, being dumped on the ground.
Yeah, and look at this compared to last time. Last time there were all those IDs in the dirt. There was the money, the euros.
Oh, yeah. Money was blowing towards us. And I mentioned the fact that, I had not seen any money from Russia. We had two people, one from back east and one from California, sent me Russian rubles. So thank you for sending me some Russian rubles to add to that.
You have a money collection.
Yeah.
So how does this make you feel as someone that lives here? You've been a sheriff for a long time here. What are your feelings right now?
Well, it's nice to see that law enforcement can get back to doing what they need to do to improve the quality of life of the people we serve, and not have to try to battle this problem as well along the border, which that's not part of our responsibility, immigration. That's federal government's responsibility. They said it, the judges have said it. The judges don't even allow us to even enforce anything. All the way up to the United States Supreme Court says anything to do with immigration, federal government's responsibility, not local law enforcement, you're not allowed to do it. But we have to curb the criminal side of it. So the rapes, the robberies, the homicides, the assaults, not only on the individuals that were coming here, but on Border Patrol agents, we would end up taking those cases, the deaths in the desert, those investigations, working with other countries to kind of get the victim back to that family that's back in whatever country that was where they were from. My county is 5,500 square miles. I've got 95 deputies to patrol that.
Right.
So when you add on this added amount of work onto whatever, if you're already full caseload, that strains your law enforcement.
When the new administration came in, did it just change in one day, or how was that?
Because so you got to look at the messaging, and that's something that we talked about before. Is the messaging vitally important? So everybody, cartels, everybody throughout the world was hearing what Trump was saying was going to happen if he got elected. Once he got elected, and they said he was going to secure the border, and there were going to be consequences, it stopped.
Right. It's as simple as someone gets across and they talk to their cousin down in Honduras. And they're like, here are those steps. You get ABC, you get over. It's super easy. It's great here. I got a job day one, getting some free stuff too. Healthcare is awesome. And then why wouldn't you? The incentive is there. Keep coming. Is it super frustrating for you that it was really that easy? Like you guys had to endure some chaos for 4
Very
years.
frustrating, because it's hard for us in law enforcement that we know what works and what doesn't work. When I get asked all the time about what's the harm, well, how many do you let across? And what's the threshold that this country can afford? I mean, you look at it, the numbers were, they had spent in 1 year roughly $246 billion on welfare and assistance to all the immigrants that they let across in 1 year. Now, when you put it on a local perspective for Yuma, so Border Patrol had to put up tents to be able to house them. Okay. Those tents had to contain not only a place for them to sleep, but also had to have a laundry facility. It also had to have a cafeteria so that they cooked the food for everybody. And they also had to have storage to be able to outfit them with clothing. So Border Patrol was spending tax dollars buying anything from baby food and diapers on up to clothing for adults for them to wear. Now, when they looked at the contract price, just here in Yuma, we were one of 7 locations along the border that Border Patrol had to have these tent facilities, right? Those tents, each tent was $500,000 a day taxpayer funded for that tent.
Wait, how is it $10.5 million a day?
Because it's through a contractor. And that contractor has to provide the employees to be able to maintain that tent and the facilities within it, as well as all the other intricacies.
How many people under a tent?
Yeah. And you'd have to ask Hector on that. You know, when you think about it, when they were apprehending almost 1,500 individuals a day, that tent had to hold all those people and the kids. Now, on unaccompanied kids, that's even worse because then you have to have them out of sight and sound and housed separately from the adults, right? So $500,000 a day per tent. They had, I believe, 5 tents here in Unisector. So, and because the electrical grid at Border Patrol could not handle the power that was needed to run those, they had to run that facility on generators, which was over $100,000 a week in diesel fuel. So, so when you look at all these numbers, we don't spend that kind of money for our veterans. And why not? 3 years.
Well, you didn't get the memo. We're flush with money. We're doing so well with our budget that we have excess funds to spend on anything.
I don't know. We do line item budgets every year. I'm not seeing any of that. And for your listeners out there, because I know they're probably wondering why a sheriff is driving a Raptor.
Yeah, I saw a lot in the comments about that.
Yeah, so to give you the history behind this, when all this was started, that truck was donated to the sheriff's office for a program, and he also donated to Cochise County Sheriff's Office.
Okay.
Because DHS back then, this was under the prior administration before Biden, so that was donated back in 2017. And DHS was actually bringing folks down to the border to tour it to see what the actuality was. These were people from back east, either sheriffs, elected officials. So that truck was donated to be able to do what we called borders in your backyard. And it was to educate other sheriffs and other electeds on what the reality of the border was so they could actually see it in person. And then take that back to their communities throughout the interior of the United States. So the sheriff's office didn't buy that; it was donated.
Okay, that's good to clarify.
Well,
because people are like the $90,000 trucks. You guys are flush with money.
Yeah. Well, actually, the first generation Raptors, when they came out, we actually purchased some on a grant because my guys are out in the desert all the time.
Yeah.
And a regular four-wheel drive gets tore up, where these don't.
Yeah, we
were state contract. That Raptor, the first generation was only $34,000 on their state contract.
Oh, okay.
We can't touch that now. So you don't see any brand new Raptors at my agency because they're just out of boundary for us. But as you can tell, that one's got 112,000 miles on it, and it's been out doing the borders in your backyard.
Sheriff, scale to 1 to 10, how much you love your Raptor?
That's a 10. So,
and that thing is,
we don't frivolously spend money, and you can tell it's got desert pinstriping all over it.
That thing's the boss still out in these washboards. You know, we just flew over them like they were nothing.
Well, here's my deal. It's like when I have to send my troops out there and it's 120 degrees ambient temperature and the ground is like 140 degrees, I want my guys to be able to get out there and also get them. And I want something that's going to be reliable for my personnel to go out there and do that job that they need to do. So there is no amount of money that you can put on the safety of people that are going out there and serving that area, you know?
This video is sponsored by Ground News. If you're watching my content, then you realize the world is a very complicated place. You're here to learn with an open mind. Unfortunately, in 2025, all media has a bias, every journal has an angle. One way to parse through this...
Okay, that video got boring.
President Trump's proposed
I didn't say it would be fucking exciting video. There's just a lot of information and stuff that's going on, and you get a real look at what's really happening right now. After 100 days of Donald Trump, you know what I mean?
Some Senate Republicans like Mitch McConnell and Susan Collins who say the president is not increasing spending at the Pentagon
some of those figures that they were just talking about as far as the tent shelters to help house some of the migrants trying to come across and whatnot were costing us so much fucking money. $100,000, I think he said like $100,000 a week in diesel fuel.
Stephen Miller, also reportedly in the
To
running.
run generators so that they had power at these points, in these tent sites. Plus $500,000 per tent. Yeah, that's crazy.
Well, some prominent supporters of Kilmar Abrego Garcia are now distancing themselves from him.
It's expendable money, Biden. Go ahead, use it. We don't care.
Yeah.
For a judge for a protection order. Christina Coleman joins us now with more. Hi, Christina.
Hi, Mike. USA Today obtained audio of Kilmar Abrego Garcia's wife begging a judge for temporary protection against her husband during a court hearing in 2020 over domestic abuse allegations.
He grabbed me from my hair and then he slapped me. And then the neighbor, like, he didn't know what to do. He didn't know what to react.
Police never charged Abrego Garcia with domestic violence, and his wife is now trying to defend his alleged behavior. She said, quote, "Neither of us were in a good place at that time. My husband was traumatized from the time he spent in ICE detention, and we were in the throes of COVID." Also, Tennessee state law enforcement released video of Abrego Garcia from a 2022 traffic stop. Here is video of the exchange between Abrego Garcia and officers.
We've got a bunch of people here, don't you? Swap from shit, yes. We're about to work. Gotcha. You know what you got here, right? He's hauling these people for money. There's 8 people. Yeah. So he's getting paid all the time. Probably the murderer, I would say. They don't have any luggage in there, right? And if you get them out, they're going to have toothpaste and they're going to have toothbrushes in their pockets, I guarantee you.
Kilmar Abrego Garcia has no criminal convictions, and police allowed him to drive off with a warning about an expired driver's license. Many Democrats say he did not receive due process before he was deported to El Salvador by the Trump administration. They say he should be returned to the U.S., but Trump administration officials say otherwise. Two very vast differences in opinion. Take a listen.
I have repeatedly said that we're not vouching for Kilmar Abrego Garcia. We are vouching for his constitutional rights.
The mainstream media, these congressmen, these senators, the Democrat Party wrapping their arms around a known human smuggler, a wife beater, a violent criminal that was finally held accountable for his actions. The fact that they went to the mat for this guy just shows exactly who they are. The Supreme Court has ordered the Trump administration to facilitate Abrego Garcia's return, but the justices did not specify exactly when that should take place. Rich?
Christina Coleman, thanks very much. For more, let's bring in former federal prosecutor and former Trump attorney, Jim Tresky. Jim, thanks for joining us. Sure, good to see you. You heard Senator Van Hollen there. He's been at the forefront of this. He's making the argument, we're not vouching for Abrego Garcia, the guy. We're vouching for his due process rights. But do you think with all of these allegations have come out, that effort is now losing?
I think it is really on both tracks. I mean, the political track, it's been devastating to sit there and, wrap your arms around this guy and then hear recordings where his wife talks about multiple assaults, including waking up at 3 a.m. and just slapping her for no reason. I mean, he's no angel. That seems to be pretty clear from that recording. The Tennessee story seems to be more of a human smuggling, and I question who exactly those people are he brought. And maybe they're just workers coming into the U.S. through Texas. They could also be people in MS-13 for all we know. So there's a lot of bad facts starting to trickle out. But procedurally, the worst thing here is for the Van Hollens of the world is that he was ordered removed and was given a withholding of that. Once you're designated part of a foreign terrorist organization, your due process is done. That permission slip is revoked. And so I don't think there's really any hearing that's really left for this guy since he was ordered deported, found to be a gang member. The only error here remains the one sending him to the one place he couldn't go because of his gang membership, El Salvador. And so now when the Supreme Court says you got to facilitate his return, should the White House at the very least make a phone call? I mean, the administration is demanding things of countries all over the world. They can phone call to El Salvador, and clearly clearly there's some sort of contractual or some sort of relationship with El Salvador for them to volunteer to take some of the deportees. But, you know, I think the use of the word facilitate by the Supreme Court was actually trying to temper, to ratchet back where the district court was in Maryland. The district court was saying, I want them back this weekend. That has slid into kind of an equipoise. And we have the Supreme Court saying, well, they should make an effort to facilitate. I would argue if you're President Trump's lawyers, hey, we already made a run. We talked to him right there on national TV, and he said he can't do it. And then, of course, the great mystery to me is what happens if he says, okay, I'm going to, President of El Salvador, Bukele says, I'm going to send him to Guatemala. What do you think now? I think that actually moots the legal issues that are in Maryland and perhaps answers the whole question without getting to a Supreme Court ruling.
You look at that traffic stop, and we don't know anything about the people in that car. We know about him just through other news reports and court documents, but we don't know who was with them. We didn't know what they were doing, but there were some suspicions. Do you think that the Tennessee Highway Patrol acted appropriately here, or do troopers see this kind of...
It might be a little bit of both. It might be numb to it from seeing it all the time. These are highway patrol officers. You know, they're not there to be gang investigators. But I thought it was kind of amazing that they were so focused on the fact there's 8 guys in this car, but they didn't spend any time identifying, at least what I saw in the recording, didn't identify who those people are, find out if they're legal or illegal. Again, they might be hamstrung with all sorts of policies within their department, but there was kind of a lack of curiosity and more curiosity about how many people could be stacked in a car than what they were doing.
Now, turning to this ruling now in the Southern District of Texas, the Trump administration, a Trump-appointed judge has basically said you can't use the Alien Enemies Act to deport a number of Venezuelans from that area. What are the consequences of that?
Right. Well, you know, the Alien Enemies Act, the part that he focused on was essentially this idea of an invasion. We're obviously not at war with the nation of Venezuela. He looked at all the instances where a president has used this act. It's War of 1812, World War I, World War II, or post-World War II, and said, you know, that requires military action or military response. I'm not seeing that here. It was a respectful, well-written 36-page opinion. He teed it up for the Fifth Circuit to handle it on appeal. But it's really not the end of the world because it just says this is an avenue I'm not comfortable with, according to this judge, for the following reasons. And it still allows for typical immigration removal proceedings. So I don't think anybody should be worried that this means suddenly coming to your neighborhood is Tren de Aragua because they're going to be cut-free. It's just that mechanism of fast-tracking has been slowed down a little bit under the regular immigration.
And notable that he just put this for this isn't a nation.
That's, I mean, more than a silver lining. We've been seeing these judges that just make pronouncements. They have a conflict in front of them, parties in front of them. They say this applies to the entire United States, and that's what really has drawn the ire of the White House. Like, who are you to suddenly be president? I think that's a great fight to be in. I think it's a great fight for the Supreme Court to resolve someday. And this judge, quite respectfully and quite legitimately, said, hey, I'm affecting the people in front of me. Southern District of Texas only. I'm not trying to propose a nationwide injunction. So that's a break from the trend we've been seeing.
Jim Chusky, thanks for joining us.
Sure, good to see you.
All right, chaos in town hall hosted by Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. She's interrupted by a pro-Palestinian protester. Comes after Vice President J.D. Vance whipped notion that she could be on the presidential ticket in 2028. Madeline Rivera has more for us on this. Hi, Madeline.
Hey, Rich. Calls for Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez to run for higher office have been growing ever since Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer sided with Republicans to avoid a government shutdown back in March.
Mike's got a package.
Team says she had just had her strongest quarter ever. $1 billion. In the first 3 months of the year alone, she's seen large crowds as she campaigned with Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders on their Fight Oligarchy tour. Yesterday, though, during a town hall in Queens, New York, she was challenged by a protester who's not happy with her response to the war at Gaza.
Slippery elm bark. I dare you. I triple dog dare you. Right on the tip of your tongue. Triple dog dare. I can't hear you, you fucker.
It's like oil.
I triple dog dare you. Just go.
Trump is the leader of the Democratic Party. Because they're just against everything that he does.
House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, meantime, is commending Democrats for continuing to hold town halls despite facing anger from voters, accusing Republicans of running away. Rich.
Danny Rivera live for us here today. Thank you. Coming up inside the shakeup, President Trump's national security team and what it means for the White House. Coming up.
Here's to getting better with age.
Here's to feeding these two every Thursday. Help fuel today with Boost High Protein. Complete nutrition you need and the flavor you love. So
Suggested use. Safe bottle before use. Adults and children 4 years and older consume 1 milliliter, approximately 44 drops per day.
Jamie's on.
Put drops in water or any other drink.
Hi,
that
Jamie.
So you never have to worry about costly damage from clogged gutters again. Call us today and schedule your free inspection. Schedule your free inspection. Call 833-LEAF-FILTER today or visit leaffilter.com.
The cockroach, resilient creatures, true miracles of evolution. Where there is one, Aunt Father.
All scavenging for food. The cockroach will...
Now that's happening.
Or the Home Defense Max Indoor Insect Barrier. One application kills and prevents bugs for 365 days.
Not in my house, Dad.
Nature's wild. Your home doesn't have to be.
It's the ultimate all day.
It's gonna be interesting. Mama said she'll pass some tea with me.
Annoyed by ugly paint chips on your car but afraid to use touch-up paint? Dr. Color Chip creates permanent professional repairs, blending in to match your car's paint. Simply apply the paint, level, and blend. Dr. Color Chip custom mixes the original factory color, guaranteeing an exact color match. Go to drcolorchip.com, use our search tool to find your year, make and model, choose your car's color code, and select your kit. It's that easy. Order today at drcolorchip.com, use discount code FOX10 and get 10% off.
Tonight, judicial tyranny in America? John Yoo has critical insight. Plus, Robert Greenway on the escalating U.S.-Iran tensions on Bike, Liberty, and the Bit.
Where should we go for our next trip?
Vacation has officially started. I'm gonna kill him.
Limited time only. Shop now. Pay more. Buying it for free tariff pricing. Save up to $1,000 on sectionals like the modular one. Our warehouses are packed with inventory with delivery in 3 days or less. Hurry in. Offer and pay home.
And the Max, together for 16 nights out of month. What did you do? A sleep. They're no more. You will find them. This is our tradition. This is our This is the world's favorite Italian liqueur.
Pakistan has filed a ballistic missile as the scheme of India escalates. Military leaders say it's conducted to ensure operational readiness. India camouflage continues to claim Pakistan, deadly attack on tourists in Kashmir. Last month, Pakistan died.
And you just been making cars all day?
Russia launched another major drone attack on eastern Ukraine tonight. Nearly 50 people were wounded. Kharkiv mayor said drones struck at least 12 spots across the city. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is urging stronger support and, quote, real decisions from Ukraine's allies. The attack comes days after the U.S. and Ukraine signed a rare earth mineral. The Secretary of State Marco Rubio was taking over the duties of the National Security Advisor as Walt presents this move now of Secretary Rubio taking over both roles, the White House suggests it could be about 6 months now. How does that change the dynamic of the National Security Council and U.S. foreign policy?
Well, I guess at some level it makes it easier because you have fewer people to coordinate with, and you have the Secretary of State sort of in that key role at the White House advising the president. But I'm a little bit worried that too many national security duties are being invested in one person. So surely, I know that Rubio is very capable, but at some point I hope they're going to build out a strong team so we can manage and support all the big diplomatic initiatives that President Trump has on goal.
Yeah, Nathan, should they move to name a new national security advisor as quickly as possible? And the White House is spinning this in a way. It's saying that Mike Waltz is given a promotion going to the UN, but that doesn't seem like the case, does it?
Well, he gets a fancy new title, Ambassador to the United Nations, so that's something. Look, this is a very unusual situation to have the Secretary of State dual-hatted as National Security Advisor. We haven't seen it since Henry Kissinger several generations ago. So Marco Rubio is in a very elite club now, and as Mike said, he's entirely up to the task. But the jobs are different. The job of Secretary of State is different from the job of National Security Advisor. If you're the National Security Advisor, your job is to be a neutral, honest broker and present different viewpoints from all the different cabinet level principals to the president. Can you really do that job if you're one of those principals? It would be nice to see this resolved as quickly as possible. And as Mike says, like let's staff out the team and get some grade A talent around the president so he has the full range of views he needs to make good decisions.
Ambassador is a pretty cool title. Michael, you look at the continued attacks from Russia on Ukrainian civilians. In this effort to negotiate an end to this war, how serious do you think Russia is about ending this war? I mean, is there any way that they're going to stop efforts to having a Ukraine next door that is free and open and fair?
Well, the attacks that you mentioned overnight speaks to what his intentions are, Putin's intentions are. I think this is what's driving President Trump crazy. And while you've seen Trump through the months express some exasperation with Vladimir Putin, he definitely has been exasperated, in particular over the last 10 days, certainly at the Pope's funeral, all the way through this week. The president's trying to invest prestige and our national interest into better relations with Russia, but Russia keeps throwing on a bunch of preconditions.
I'm hungry.
To even get to a ceasefire,
Nice to meet you.
Which to me was always a prelude to a larger peace negotiations. After all, it's Ukraine.
Still raining?
We're ready to go into a 30-day peace agreement or at least ceasefire.
Fucking bullshit, bro.
Yeah, and Nathan,
So
you
much
look at
yard
what's
work
happening,
today.
and the administration is saying within the next week or so, we're going to know if this is an honest effort or we're going to walk away. After there is a walk away, if that does happen, how does the administration need to respond, and how do you think they'll respond?
Well, they need to put pressure on the party that's responsible for a breakdown in talks. And it's clear that that's Vladimir Putin. Ukraine has been ready for peace for months, for years, in fact. And how has Putin responded? Missiles. More massacres of Ukrainian civilians. And so I think the White House has been very patient with Russia, trying to entice them to the negotiating table, but it isn't working. Right? Russia is responding to diplomatic outreach by the United States with more violence and more bloodshed, and that's got to stop. And I think this minerals deal that we just signed is an important step, and it comes at a really important time because it sends a clear signal to Russia: we're invested in Ukraine's future. We have a vested interest in Ukraine remaining sovereign and independent, and we're not going to simply abandon this country and let Russia have its way. That, I think, gives us leverage to really drive Russia to the negotiating table because they're the holdouts right now.
We thought in the next few weeks we were going to have another round of negotiations with Iran, turning to more negotiations here, but Secretary of State Marco Rubio laid out some conditions, looked an awful lot like the conditions in the first Trump administration, and now you hear from the Iranians, there's some technical issues, I don't know when we're going to meet again. Is this effort on Iran's nuclear program, are these negotiations just, will they peter out, or are they sincere?
I don't think the Iranians are being very sincere. What they want to be able to do is enrich uranium on their own soil, and that's precisely what we don't want them to do because they'll be able to dash their way towards a bomb. In other words, a lot of fissile material. Where we are now, and you started to see the president get back to it this week, is we've got to let some time go by while we're in maximum pressure against Iran. They already have poor economic conditions. I think the regime is brittle, but let's turn up the juice on the Iranians, make them pay by way of their economy, condition them perhaps to come back to the negotiating table so that we can get a better deal than the one Obama got. What is perilous for President Trump is if he negotiates something that seems similar to what Obama got a few years ago.
Okay, Michael Allen, Nathan Sales, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for that.
Another royal family bombshell in London as Prince Harry makes a push to reconcile with his family after losing a court battle Friday over his publicly funded security. Stephanie Bennett is live outside Buckingham Palace with more. Stephanie?
Rich, it's an issue that has driven a wedge between him and his father, King Charles III, of course. Now, he did speak to the BBC last night, Prince Harry, saying in part, it feels like an old-fashioned establishment stitch-up. Now, he also said that he wants to reconnect with his father and highlighting his father's poor health.
I would love reconciliation with my family. There's no point in continuing to fight anymore. As if life is precious. I don't know how much longer my father has. He won't speak to me because of the security stuff. But it would be nice to reconcile.
Now, Harry has only met with his 76-year-old father once since the cancer diagnosis. Yesterday, the Court of Appeal in London rejected Harry's attempt to have his publicly funded security restored, saying a government committee was justified in deciding that security arrangements should be decided on a case-by-case basis whenever Harry visits the UK, which is the same process for the country's other high-profile visitors, of course. Buckingham Palace, they did release a statement as well, saying in part, all of these issues have been examined repeatedly and meticulously by the courts, with the same conclusion reached on each occasion. Well, the Duke of Sussex's protection was downgraded back in February 2020 when he stepped down as a full-time member of the royal family and moved to the U.S. with his wife, Meghan. Harry also wrote a tell-all memoir back in 23 titled Spare, with private and embarrassing details about the House of Windsor, and he claims that he and his family are endangered when visiting the UK because of hostility aimed at them on social media, through relentless media hounding, along with claims of international threats.
I can't see a world in which I'd be bringing my wife and children back to the UK at this point. And the things that they're going to miss is, well, everything. I love my country. I always have done.
And also in that interview, Prince Harry said that he wants Sir Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister, to step in along with the Home Secretary Yvette Cooper to order a review of all of this. Rich?
Stephanie Bennett live for us in London at Buckingham Palace. Stephanie, thank you. The key vote today will determine if Elon Musk's SpaceX site becomes its own city in Texas. That's next.
You want to feel great about your skin? Get ready to go from this to this. Craper Race has been delivering life-changing results to women like you and me for a decade. Craper Race by the Body Firm is a revolutionary system designed to target the visible signs of crepey skin on your body. This isn't just skincare, it's your new secret weapon.
With over a decade of proven results, Craper Race has been trusted by over 2 million customers. Craper Race, formulated with our proprietary True Firm complex, helps restore elasticity to thin, crepey skin and revitalizes skin's natural collagen so your skin looks and feels like it did when it was younger.
I recommend Craper Race to my patients because I've seen it work. This is a system that actually delivers the results that it promises. That's why it's the #1 selling anti-aging body treatment system for dry, crepey skin.
I've been using it for over a decade because it makes me feel confident and it helps skin on my body look ageless and beautiful.
Craper Race is already an incredible deal at only $49.95. But to celebrate our 10-year anniversary, we'll also send you 2 free gifts. First, it's the Body Firm Skin Revitalizing Tool, the perfect trifecta of heat, vibration, and light therapy to promote more radiant, vibrant, and healthy-looking skin.
It's free. That's right, free when you order today.
Next, it's the award-winning neck repair treatment, packed with encapsulated retinol that's clinically shown to visibly lift, firm, and help improve the look of sagging skin on your neck.
Get all this, a $247 value for only $49.95, plus free shipping.
And every order comes with our 60-day money-back guarantee.
That youthful, healthy-looking, gorgeous skin that you think you've lost, it's waiting for you. Crepe Erase is how you get it back.
This incredible offer is not available anywhere else. So call or go to thebodyburn.com right now.
Whether you're in your 40s or 50s, or your 60s or beyond, Crepe Erase works. No animal should live this way. But as long as they do, and as long as they continue to suffer, then we have to keep asking for your support.
Over half the race time.
Help today. Help rescue an animal from despair and relieve their suffering. Visit this website, call the toll-free number, or scan the code on your screen. Donate just $19 a month. That's only 63 cents a day to rescue an animal like Toby, who's suffering in silence. Just scan the code you see here on your screen, or you can visit our website, or call this number. Sign up in the next 5 minutes and we'll send you this welcome kit with this ASPCA t-shirt. Animals like Toby have suffered for far too long. But today is the day you can change everything and give an animal the happy ending they deserve. Go online, call, or scan right now to help rescue an animal
Oh my
like Toby
god.
today.
Keep Texas today decides whether the land where Elon Musk's SpaceX headquarters will incorporate into its own city. Madison Scarpino is live with more. Hi, Madison.
Hi, Rich. Musk first brought this idea up in 2021, but for years, the rural Texas area has been his business home for rocket launches. Now, the city, which will be called Starbase, would be the first of its kind, and it's looking like Musk will succeed since the majority of people voting on this are his employees. Starbase would only be about 1.5 square miles near Brownsville, Texas, at the southern tip of the state, but this does not come without controversy. One of the main concerns is over access to the popular Boca Chica Beach. Any SpaceX rocket launch, engine test, or even just moving equipment around requires closing a local highway that gives access to the beach. And critics say the creation of Starbase would be giving Musk too much control over the site that brings in tens of thousands of people each year.
Change is really scary when you're talking about something as big as SpaceX. It seems a lot of folks have come to me with the concern that it seems like SpaceX is taking over.
Another big concern are the environmental ramifications. According to the FAA, SpaceX is aiming to do 25 rocket launches a year from Starbase. That's about one launch every 2 weeks. And regardless of today's results, people will gather at Boca Chica Beach this evening to protest Starbase and to demand public access to the beach. Rich.
Madison Scarpino live for us. Madison, thank you.
You traveled to India. Is that the first deal that's coming through? I don't know if it'll be the first deal. I think it'll be among the first deals for sure. Pretty soon. The president, look, we've got negotiations with Japan, with Korea. We've got negotiations going on with some folks in Europe, and obviously we've got a good negotiation going on in India. What the president has said is we just want to rebalance trade.
Vice President J.D. Vance says India could be among the first trade deals made as the White House is facing pressure to finally get them done. More on trade in the recent stock market over the last couple of weeks at least. Let's bring in economist and former chief economic policy advisor for John McCain and American Action Forum President Doug Polsika. Doug, thanks for joining us.
My pleasure, Rich.
So you heard from the vice president there that it could be India, it could be South Korea, it could be Japan. They want to accomplish 70 trade deals in 90 days. We only got 65 days left, or 66 days left. we have no trade deal. This is a pretty tall task.
It's an enormous task, and it's a crucial task because we saw the reaction on Liberation Day, which is just a dramatic turmoil in financial markets across the globe. Since then, people I think have been assuming that the deals will get struck, those tariffs will go away, and things will be all right. I don't think that's right. And but the more they can get done, the better. Hope is if they get in India, Japan, that's a template.
Tools.
And it becomes easier to get the other countries to sign.
But even if they do get these deals,
Macro,
the idea that tariffs are entirely
organized.
That's not happening. There is this narrative that the president claimed he did a U-turn. Suppose he gets rid of the so-called reciprocal tariffs that really are the meat of these deals. He's still got 10% across the board. He's got tariffs on China, Canada, Mexico, steel, aluminum, autos, and more to come. Pharmaceuticals, chips, lumber, copper. That's a lot of tariffs.
Speaking of autos, here's what Stephen Miller had to say about perhaps Americans paying more for their cars.
But in the meantime, while manufacturing ramps up, American consumers may pay more. Do you agree?
Not on cars they won't, because again, there's now a massive economic incentive for automobile producers to expand production in the United States, and whatever they make here, there will be no tariff. So what do you think? That's going to happen?
That's not going to happen. Certainly not on the timetables that they're looking at. GM announced it's going to cost them $4 to $5 billion in tariffs. They're not going to just quietly eat $4 to $5 billion. That's going to show up as higher car prices. Other automakers in the same position. One of our biggest exporters is actually BMW, assembled in South Carolina, subject to all of those tariffs. They're going to get hammered by this. So this is a dramatic upheaval in the auto market. People are focused on just the U.S.-Canada border, U.S.-Mexico border. It's across the industry.
The argument from the White House is that when you put higher tariffs on, not only are you gaining revenue, but then on top of that, too, you're bringing manufacturing back to the United States. And while there might be short-term gain, when there's the next inauguration day in 2029, we'll have deregulation, we'll have more energy, cheaper energy, and on top of that, we'll have more manufacturing in the United States, and we'll fix those structural issues. Is that wrong?
It's hard to believe that it's going to work. Those tariffs in 2001 on the steel industry, we didn't see a big boom. We did that again in 2018. We didn't see a big boom in steel production.
What are you doing now?
We're doing that again in 2021.
Without asking.
It's going to work. We've seen this movie before. Tariffs can be used as a strategic tool in trade negotiations. Trade negotiations are a great way to acquire secure supply, things like that. But they're not going to get people to come back and build a pharmaceutical manufacturing plant, which takes 10 years. They're going to look at this and say, okay, he's in office for 4 years most. Let's just hold off, see what the lay of the land is in a couple of years, and build where it's best for us.
How about the threat of sensitive manufacturing that we have in China? Is there a different way to go about making sure that maybe some of that comes back, or at least goes to friendlier countries?
Oh, yeah, it makes perfect sense to have a defense industrial base. That's a necessity. You can do that with contracts. You can write a contract that says, we need these on these terms.
PPE, pandemic.
It's money. And, a tariff is not the only tool we have for getting things delivered in the United States in a secure fashion. And so, expand the portfolio a little bit. Let the private sector worry about its supply chains. Worry about the ones that matter for the people. That's the government show.
You may have noticed they're back this week. Congress is back. They're negotiating the big, beautiful bill. We in this country have debt levels that we've not seen since we were trying to win the Second World War. What are the risks of putting more money on the deficit? How involved does Congress need to be in deficit reduction?
Well, one of the scary aftermaths of Liberation Day was not just the gyrations of financial markets. It was the rise in long-term interest rates and the declining the dollar. That was investors fleeing the United States, no longer a safe haven. If they get worried about treasuries not being safe, we'll see the same thing, and we'll have a lot of economic distress. So it's time to take care of business. It's not just that we have a lot of it, we have a lot of it. The trajectory is even worse. We're going to accumulate more. There's no appetite to fix it. It's a big problem.
And you got to touch entitlements for that, right?
You have to touch everything. You can't put everything off, take everything off the table and say, what we're going to do, we're going to cut non-defense annual spending and then give it to defense. That's not going to solve the problem.
Doug Holtz-Egan, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is ordering a sweeping Army overhaul. He's calling for some commands to be merged. He's dumping outdated vehicles. Now it's all aimed at countering China. It's coming up.
Hi, I'm William Devane. It's not too hard to imagine the pressure each administration has felt in the Oval Office, protecting our country, our economy, and our values from instability around the world. Those harmful forces still exist today, threatening to eat away at our personal assets, and that's why I buy gold. I buy my gold from Rosalind Capital because it helps me stabilize and control the value of the assets that I worked so hard for. Rosalind's customer service is the gold standard. There are no gimmicks, no nonsense, no hassle. We as Americans need to safeguard our wealth because no one else will. And that's why I buy gold at Rosalind Capital. So ask yourself, are you safe? Give them a call.
Call Rosalind Capital now to get your free gold kit,
Ah,
and your free IRA transfer kit. Call 800-630-8900. 800-630-8900. 800-630-8900.
Run for the Roses is back. Get DK Horses your tickets at all the Kentucky Derby action. Just find the races at Churchill Downs. Pick your favorite horses and tap into daily promos. Plus, win an eligible bet on the Derby, and you'll take home a share of $1 million.
Guys, the new puzzle game Royal Kingdom just launched. I figured we're all going to be playing it a lot, so I'm here to answer any questions. Yes, bedtime, Jimmy. Is there a good way to relax and have fun? Sure is. Showtime, Jimmy? Are there ads? No. Can you believe they make games with no ads? Flight, Jimmy. Do I need Wi-Fi? Nope. Which means you can play anywhere. Just like so excited to download this game. Same. And you can download it now. Amazing. Use my emotional support cowboy. Idiot! Royal Kingdom. Download it today. I wish my TV provider let me choose what I pay for.
Slang lets you do that.
I wish my TV provider let me pause my subscription when I want.
Sling lets you do that, fuck boy.
And I wish my TV provider gave me hundreds of free channels when I pause.
Sling lets you do that too. Choose and customize your channel lineup or pause and watch for free. Sling lets you do that.
Like a relentless weed, moderate to severe ulcerative colitis symptoms can keep coming back. Break away to what's possible with Tremfya, with rapid relief at 4 weeks. Many people experienced remission at 1 and even 2 years. Some saw 100% visible healing of their intestinal lining. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and TB. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Tremfya is now approved for Crohn's disease. Ask your doctor about Tremfya.
Boost memory and clarity with Force Factor Ultimate Bactine. Clinically studied magnesium L-threonate, the most powerful form of magnesium for brain, also helps improve sleep and reduce stress. Rush to Walmart and find Force Factor Ultimate Bactine today.
What if your furniture could change as fast as your life does? Meet the Transformer Table Collection, the most modular furniture ever designed. A table that extends from 2 to 12 feet. Transform your dining area into 2 sleek, functional desks in seconds. Explore our dining collections, built to last and designed to evolve with your lifestyle. Don't buy an ordinary table, buy the Transformer Table. Only at transformertable.com.
It's time to feed the dogs real food in the right amount. A healthy weight can help dogs live a longer, happier life. The Farmer's Dog makes weight management easy with fresh food pre-portioned for your dog's needs. It's an idea whose time has come.
Some of our biggest recruiting months are ahead of us here through this summer. I think we're more than 90% right now. Actually, the good, problem is, we may have to look at how many of these folks that we can accept. So it's a great problem.
Under President Trump and Secretary of Defense Hegseth's leadership, we hit our 12-month retention goal 6 months into the year because that's how strong their leadership has been so far.
Our recruiting numbers are strong so far, 2025. This is Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is ordering a comprehensive transformation of the Army. It's aimed at countering China and accelerating the Pentagon's new Golden Dome strategy. For more, let's bring in the author of The New Rules of War, former U.S. Army officer Sean McVeigh. Sean, thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
So this idea that the Secretary is implementing when it comes to the Army, they're trying to get lighter, they're trying to get faster, they're trying to implement more drones, fewer helicopters. Good decision?
I think it's a necessary decision. This is a come too late decision. The Department of Defense has been growing and growing, so now our DoD budget is larger than the next 9 biggest countries' militaries in the world combined: China, Russia. And we have a lot of legacy systems, really, that were designed for the Soviet Union, still in our arsenal. I think the Army is finally trying to peel them away. And they're taking the lessons learned from Ukraine, that cheap, adaptive technology like off-the-shelf drones can defeat super expensive, exquisite technology, whether they be Apache helicopters or tanks.
I mean, it's incredible. You look at the emergence of drone warfare, the U.S. really putting it on the field in the global war on terror, and now the Ukrainians doing some really fascinating innovation with it, right?
That's right. I mean,
oh my
Ukrainians have shown us that with some cleverness and courage and cunning, you can take something from, off the Amazon, use an Xbox controller or an iPad and make your own sort of swarm that can suicide destroy a very, very expensive helicopter, airplane, tank. And also, I would like to say that, game designers know how to roll in this. You'd be surprised.
The Call of Duty.
Yeah, exactly. And so I think the Army is recognizing this and trying to not necessarily get game designers, although that would be pretty cool. But the point is that they're trying to update to a 21st century Army.
Now, the Secretary is pushing this. There's a procurement system, right, in the Defense Department. Turning that battleship is not quick.
It's multiple battleships fused together. The federal acquisition regulation in general is like multiple phone books for those who remember phone books thick. I don't know what it would take besides the Harry Potter wand to fix that. But I think that Secretary of Defense Hegseth and others in the Trump administration are trying to address this problem. We spend way too much time, and we get products that at the end that we don't need or we don't want, such as the M10 Booker tank. So I used to be a paratrooper, and this thing was designed years ago to be thrown out of an airplane and parachute down to the ground to use in modern battle. And what they finally got, the Army finally got, was something that was too heavy to do that, and it was too light to compete with the M1 tank. And oh, by the way, are tanks even relevant in modern warfare?
The administration is talking about Iron Dome, that's the system that protects Israel, and then implementing the Golden Dome here to protect the United States. Is that the U.S. is a heck of a lot bigger than Israel?
Yeah.
Is it feasible?
I don't think so, but here's what I'll tell you. So some of your viewers will remember Reagan's Star Wars program, the SDI program. It's going to be like that. Modeled on Israel's Golden Dome, as you said, but Israel's the size of New Jersey. And it had the U.S. Navy at its back during the Iran launches, who were shooting down a lot of those missiles on the Mediterranean. Try that with North America. And can we cover all of North America? Will it be gapless? Will there be big seams? And I just think this is going to be a multi-decade, multi-trillion-dollar project. And based on the defense industry's past performance, looking at things like the F-35 fighter jet, which cost $2 trillion. I don't know.
Army recruitment is up. Yeah. The Army is touting that. What do you think has worked, and what do you think will work? What made you raise your hand and say, I want to do this, I want to serve my country?
Well, I raised my hand during the Cold War. So it's very plausible or palpable threat of the Soviet Union, even at the very end. I think the difference is this, is that younger folks don't want to join a losing army. And the post 9/11 wars, for whatever reason we can debate, were not winning moments for the United States of America.
And I think an additional look to that, though, is
Viewership
that while we're
down.
seeing a surge.
Uh-oh.
Business card going again, damn it.
I would give credit to President Trump and Secretary of Defense Hegseth for removing woke from the Army. I think a lot of stalwart
You know what,
places
DJ?
we get
You should have made the letters bigger on your side. You can barely read it.
they were turned off.
Maybe I'll do that.
The woke, and those sort of streams of recruits dried up, and I think now that's
Maybe I'll do that.
Well, it's often called the most exciting 2 minutes in sports. The 151st run of the Kentucky Derby is later today. Take it live. Churchill Downs coming up.
This is a new beginning.
Where common sense.
Oh, come on, shit. Here.
Patients who have sensitive teeth but also want whiter teeth, they have to make a choice, one versus the other. Sensodyne Clinical White provides 2 shades whiter teeth as well as providing 24/7 sensitivity protection. Patients are going to love to see Sensodyne on the shelf.
Let's choose Sleep Number Smart Bed. I need help with their snore. Sleep Number. Thank you. And now get early access to Memorial Day deals. Save 30% on our most popular smart bed. Shop a Sleep Number store near you.
Theravital Advanced has been such a game changer for me. Theravital Advanced reduces wrinkles and promotes weight loss. My skin looks healthier. I literally shed a few pounds in the first couple of weeks. Learn more at trytheravital.com.
It won't be hard to find someone to fix this. But before I started Angie's List, different story. A lot has changed for us at Angie since then, but the issues facing homeowners are the same. And the solution too. Skilled local pros. Get started at Angie.com.
If anything happens to me, I don't want my family to stress over money. I searched the best online life insurance. And Ethos came. It took maybe 10 minutes. I got covered 100% online. Ethos made it fast and easy to protect your family.
Check your price at ethos.com.
You shouldn't have to wonder how to make Mother's Day meaningful. That's our passion. With our amazing mom bouquet and colorful gifts, all designed to make her day. 1-800-Flowers.com. Think beautifully.
There's nothing worse than losing your dog before their time.
That's why I created Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, designed to help dogs with everything from digestive issues to itching, even moving things.
Nature's Blend works because it's freeze-dried. So instead of destroying the nutrients with high heat, they all get right into your dog's body.
Like just sent me a picture, but we're in the day. Exhausted, too tired to give a shit.
For a limited time, get up to 54% off Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, plus a free gift with our special TV offer. Call or go to drmartypets.com/TV.
On the next Fox News Sunday.
Maybe the biggest thing we'll work with them is we call it the one big beautiful bill.
What's included and what will it take to reach the Oval Office? Shannon breaks it down on Fox News Sunday.
The Farmer's Dog is fresh food made with whole meat and veggies. It's not dry food. It's not wet food. It's just real food. It's an idea whose time has come.
It's not having access to 1 million industrial-grade products that's so amazing. It's the feeling of knowing you'll find the one you need. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Which automaker employs the most hourly workers in the country? Ford. Which automaker assembles the most vehicles in the country? Ford. That's not a coincidence. It's a commitment. And now, at this unprecedented moment in automotive history, who benefits from Ford's commitment to America for over 120 years? You. Employee pricing. You pay what we pay.
LightBurn is the allergy relief with 0% brain interference, so you can use it even when you're driving. It's a no-brainer.
It's like riding a great racehorse, right? You put the blinders on, you guide them into the corners, and you let them rock. It's a the media never sees. These are courageous people. When they bring our country back, we're going to be proud of it again. It's unbelievable how energetic people are. Are they begging you to do this? I don't think so.
Trump was centimeters away from not being with us.
God wants him alive.
It's a dangerous job being president.
Hats, horses, and a whole lot of hollering. The 151st Kentucky Derby in Churchill Downs today. Fox Business Network Lydia Coons standing by with a preview of this first leg of the Triple Crown. Hey, Lydia.
Hey there, Rich. So glad to be with you today. And boy, are we excited for the 151st Run for the Roses that takes place later this evening. You can probably see behind me, we got some rain in the forecast. That's not stopping all of the spectators in the stands that have so far filled up Churchill Downs because they don't want to miss a moment of the action that is unfolding today. We've had a couple of horses scratch from the race already, so we're expecting to have 19 thoroughbreds in the Derby tonight. Let's talk about some of them because there's some really important ones with great stories to tell. We got to talk about a horse named Journalism for obvious reasons, being in the news business, but also because this horse is the favorite to win with 3-1 odds. He's trained by a gentleman named Michael McCarthy. There's also a horse named Citizen Bull and also American Promise that you're going to hear a lot about.
Might as well get that star ready while you got that going now, then.
Trainer,
It's been a little while.
after a 3-year suspension when his horse Medina Spirit failed a drug test after winning the Derby in 2021. American Promise, that other horse that I mentioned, he's trained by venerated trainer D. Wayne Lucas. I had a chance to meet Mr. Lucas and talk with him. He's incredible. 89 years young. Tells me he wakes up every morning at 3:30 to keep going and stay in the sport. I asked him what keeps him motivated to stay in the sport, and here's what he had to say to me. Listen here.
Well, the competition. I like the competition. I like the big arena. I enjoy this more than the weekly races and so forth. I like taking these guys on. Going after it.
I love that. That inspires me to hear him saying that. He likes to take it on and go after it. He's going after his 5th Derby win tonight. Really nice to see him clinch it, but we'll see. There's some really great stories here, really great competition. Post time tonight is 6:57, and we're excited to be along for the ride and follow it. So we'll be here.
Lydia, no way. That guy is 89 years old. My goodness. Just on the weather, Lydia, I mean, of course that changes the conditions, but do you think that'll put a damper on the crowd?
We are expecting roughly 150,000 spectators to fill Churchill. That's traditionally the number that comes out. It is a massive number. We haven't really seen those numbers quite yet. I mean, the rain probably has something to do with it. But as we get closer to post time, we are expecting thousands and thousands of more to come. I asked some of the experts here floating around Churchill Downs, how does Churchill Downs and any kind of weather-related event impact horse racing? Generally,
How y'all doing? It's Popo again.
completely canceled. We might see a delay here or there, but we do expect the Derby to happen today, and we're going to be here to watch it.
But we've got much more ahead, including Republican Congressman Claudia Kenny on the proposed tax cuts, an inside look from Rome and preparations for the next People Conclave. That's Fox.
Compare agents on realtor.com and start back for the best price on a home with Polaris. The Millville area is rich with best value. Try it now only at realtor.com, the #1 site real estate professionals trust.
How exciting is it that you're losing weight on GLP-1s like Ozempic, Zepbound, and Mounjaro, but you may be dealing with uncomfortable digestive side effects like bloating, irregularity, and gas that can slow down your progress? Well, you don't have to feel bad anymore. Introducing GN1, the nutritional support supplement you've been waiting for. Physician formulated with clinically proven probiotics, GN1 supports regularity and optimizes gut motility, helping your food move.
How y'all doing? It's Popo again.
Feel great every day as you walk your weight loss journey and watch the videos, making it the ultimate weight loss success. GN1 is you'll not only feel your best, but you'll also look radiant. GN1 enriched with collagen and elastin to help support your skin's elasticity and hydration.
There we go.
To maintain your skin's firmness, helping you feel
There we go.
in your own skin. It's an empowering story to tell when you look and feel amazing with GN1 by your side. And here's the best part. While weight loss medications can be expensive, GN1 offers an affordable and effective solution to tackle your digestive discomfort. You deserve this. GN1. Stabilize your gut, enhance your weight loss journey, support your skin, and save money while you're at it.
Call or go online now to take advantage of our special first bottle price of $39.99. It comes with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Plus, the second bottle is free. Or you can ship your entire order free. That's right, free shipping. Here's how to order. To order, call 800-355-0299 or go to mygn1.com. Drop 800-355-0299 or go to mygn1.com now.
With big companies, she's learned so much about managing her diabetes that she's able to do cross-country this year. I think she can do anything. Oh no.
This is a story about the one. The untrained eye may not see the one as extraordinary, but her goals aren't easy. She fixes, she manages, she perfects. She is extraordinary. Because, for the one, maintaining this space transports her to this space. The industrial grade product you need plus $1 million more. Call Quick Ranger. Ranger, the ones who get it done.
This year's DK List shortens for all customer reaction. Just find the races that get you done. Get your face to work and take advantage of daily promos. Plus, you're an eligible better derby and you'll take home a share of $1 million. Then you can watch Run for the Road right on DK List. Giddy up with America's #1 downloaded book right now. President Trump is escalating his fight with Harvard University. The president says his administration will take away its academic status after Harvard filed lawsuit against his administration. Harvard's president responded that it would be destructive and illegal. Welcome to Talk News Live. I'm Rich Edson. We'll have much more on that story just ahead. But first, Wednesday is the deadline for fresh travelers need to show their real ID compliant driver's license or a passport. They want to fly domestic. State lawmakers are hearing from their constituents, and some are pushing for a delay. Speak out and live in New York this year. Hi, CB.
Hey, Rich, days after the Wednesday deadline for the real ID, and the reality of the new travel requirement appears to be settling in for both people and state leaders who are now scrambling to prepare. So over in the Garden State, where DMVs have been overwhelmed with demand, the New Jersey Motor Vehicle Commission has now launched Real ID Tuesday, which will make an additional 5,200 appointments available every other Tuesday going forward. And in May, state leaders there sent a letter to DHS and TSA asking for a phased-in approach to enforcing the Real ID. There was talk coming after May's Secretary of State that estimates show fewer than 50% of travelers there had a compliant ID while making their way through that state's largest airport. So what is the Real ID? Well, it's the state-issued driver's license with a big star in the top right corner. This means it has enhanced security protections in line with the Real ID Act passed by Congress in 2005 after 9/11. Those who can't get theirs by Wednesday will have to carry another accepted form of ID to board a domestic flight, like a military ID or U.S. passport. The deadline has been repeatedly pushed back, most recently due to the pandemic. A closely client professor says when the law was originally passed, now 2 decades ago, lawmakers were given some disturbing insight into the 9/11 event.
They were able to have multiple driver's licenses. We're looking at least 30 driver's licenses or identification documents between the 19 hijackers. Having multiple licenses from multiple states allowed them to conduct some of their activities prior to the attacks undetected.
So DHS has had to respond to pushback about the Real ID in recent weeks. This morning, DHS Secretary Kristi Noem telling Fox
relatively low public profile, but Mar-a-Lago has been busy. On Thursday, there was a jam-packed fundraiser for Republican Congressman Byron Donald's campaign for governor here. Then last night, the president hosted a springtime R&D fundraiser at Mar-a-Lago. The president doesn't have much on his public schedule today. We'll keep you updated on his whereabouts. Mr. Trump released his proposed 2026 budget this week, promising the golden age, but he keeps being pressed about the future of his controversial tariffs.
Unless you are changing from a standard or real ID.
In the history of our country.
Are you comfortable with the country potentially dipping into a recession for a period of time if you are able to achieve your long-term goals?
Well, you know, you say some people on Wall Street say, well, I tell you something else. Some people on Wall Street say that we're going to have the greatest economy in history. Why don't you talk about that? Because some people on Wall Street say this is the greatest economy.
President Trump's proposed $1.7 trillion budget promises more than $100 billion in cuts to non-defense federal spending. It increases spending at our border, coupled with cuts to foreign aid. But the president is taking criticism from some Senate Republicans like Mitch McConnell and Susan Collins, who say the president is not increasing spending at the Pentagon enough to advance our country's defense and fulfill his peace through trade policy. But yesterday, this doesn't leave my state, the National Security Advisor to the president. Secretary of State Marco Rubio expected to temporarily hold that position for up to 6 months. And White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller is also reportedly in the running for that spot. Great.
That's been live for us down in West Palm Beach, Florida. Thank you. For more on all of this, let's bring in New York GOP Congresswoman and member of the House Ways and Means Committee, Claudia. Congresswoman, thanks for joining us this afternoon. Big week at the House Ways and Means Committee. Do you think you guys are going to get it done and have a vote on this procedure? Are you going to get it through?
Of course, we have to get reconciliation done. That's that process where the House comes up with a budget, it goes to the Senate, and we have a very limited window that we can work with because of the Senate rules, which means we can pass it by a simple majority as long as we comply with certain parliamentary procedures. And so that's what we're trying to create in the House Ways and Means Committee to send to the Senate, prioritizing obviously what the president is looking at. Number one, trying to eliminate this cultural Marxism that we're seeing throughout our country, refocusing our money on our defense, actual defense of our nation, which is the primary role of government, and also to cut down and try to find ways to eliminate this massive invasion of our border and through our country that has been created under President Biden, and to bring us back and having security again at our border, across the world, and also by doing that by actually cutting costs, unleashing American energy, taking our focus away from the Green New Deal, and bringing it back to energy dominance, which is those are all part of the formula that we're trying to do in a very quick time frame with all the president's agenda.
We had a lot of budget things moving to the White House to send its budget plan, they called skinny budget, up to the House and Senate yesterday. This, and you heard Matt Finn mention it, there's some objections on the Senate side from some Republicans.
To go on the timeline.
Fucking man.
2 hours, 20 minutes on this. It's a little smaller round one.
Yeah.
But it's almost a full ramp all the way around.
Nice.
It looks good. It did. The veteran mom and the veteran dad come over yesterday. Besides the one I did for my mom. So I did another thing once, and then one right when they fixed the other thing. This one's just the veteran flag with the soldiers into it or whatever.
Yeah.
That's what I'm wrapping on. This one. White on, but
to make sure that we're prioritizing our national defense while making it at the same time efficient. So
generic military, that way it doesn't matter what branch, you know what I mean? I'm trying to do it. It'll fit in here. I'll build up on it too. Let's start doing like Army, Navy.
Yep.
ones first.
Well, first of all, I come from New York State, which is one of the highest tax states. They just proposed a $255 billion budget, $15 billion more than last year. They've never gone back and been fiscally responsible in New York. That being said, it's really difficult for New York taxpayers, particularly the middle and lower income taxpayers. That's what we're focused on. We're not focused on the millionaires and the billionaires who already...
Yeah, you got to make sure they see it in case they come to your YouTube channel. So make sure that sign's readable.
Yeah.
Come on, Lord. This is not you.
Right now, it's capped at 10. We're looking at a reasonable number somewhere between that 10, 20, maybe tripling that. We haven't come up with a number, but the president is an advocate of SALT. It's on his special sheet of his priorities, whether it's no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, giving relief to seniors, and also finding some relief to the middle-class families in New York and California, Illinois, where we have these high burdens on our taxpayers. And we need to continue to make sure, by the way, with taxes, lowering taxes so that we can allow small businesses. Most of the businesses in my community are small business owners. They use the pass-through. Many of the provisions that we're going to be doing in reconciliation and through this tax revenue bill are focused on our small business owners, many of them family-owned, many of them pass-throughs, that are actually growing our economy. They're adding the jobs, and that's where the focus is for the Ways and Means Committee, and we want to make sure we protect our middle class, and that's the focus on this. The number hasn't actually been hammered out yet, but there is a way that we can do this and fit it in reconciliation and make sure we maximize growth and continue with the president's agenda.
You look at all these things, and they cost money. Tax on tip, tax on certain benefits, raising the SALT cap, all that stuff means less revenue into the federal treasury. You want to plus up defense spending. How in the world do you do all that without blowing a massive hole in the deficit?
Well, here's part of the problem. We're stuck with the Congressional Budget Office, the Joint Tax Committee, and they only use static scoring. One thing they did not do in the original Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, and they're not going to do this time, is so much of what we did in the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act should have had a dynamic score, meaning the growth that came into the Treasury. We have record Treasury numbers right now. More money is going into the federal Treasury because of President Trump's Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017, which expires at the end of this year, than in the history of the United States. We are getting maximum revenues because of tax cuts. We have to stop the spending and do more efficient government. So if we had dynamic scoring, you could see a lot more growth, but we're unfortunately under the confines of the CBO and the Senate rules. We are stuck with this static scoring. So when you say, there's a lot of money going in and out, think of the growth. Almost $1 trillion in money held by American companies overseas because of Obama policies was brought back and added to our federal treasury because of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. We are trying to do that same thing by bringing our tax dollars down and bringing growth, unleashing American energy, and that's where you're going to see this magic formula come together. And that's why I think President Trump is right. He spoke to us last night. I was at the RNC event. We are going to see growth, and we're going to see a great economy when these provisions are passed.
We are at historic levels of national debt compared to the size of our economy. So, Congressman Claudia Tenney, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Some prominent supporters of Kilmar Abrego Garcia now distancing themselves from him. Audio has surfaced from the 2020 hearing where Abrego Garcia's wife asked the judge to protect her from him. Christina Coleman is live. Hi, Christina.
Hi, Rich. USA Today obtained audio of Kilmar Abrego Garcia's wife begging a judge for temporary protection against her husband during a court hearing in 2020 over domestic abuse allegations.
He grabbed me from my hair and then he slapped me, and then the neighbor, he didn't know what to do, he didn't know what to react.
Police never charged Abrego Garcia with domestic violence, and his wife is now trying to defend his alleged behavior. She said, quote, "Neither of us were in a good place at that time. My husband was traumatized from the time he spent in ICE detention, and we were in the throes of COVID." Also, Tennessee State law enforcement released video of Abrego Garcia from a 2022 traffic stop. Here is video of the exchange between Abrego Garcia and the officers.
Hello, sir. How are you? All right. You got a bunch of people here, don't you? Squat for shit. Yes. Go back to work. Gotcha. Get what you got here, bro. He's all And if you get them out, they're going to have toothpaste, and they're going to have toothbrush pockets, I guarantee you.
Police allowed Omar Abrego Garcia to drive off with a warning about an expired driver's license, and he has no criminal convictions. Many Democrats say Abrego Garcia did not receive due process before he was deported to El Salvador by the Trump administration. They say he should be returned to the U.S., but Trump administration officials say otherwise. Two very vast differences in opinion. Take a listen.
I have repeatedly said that we're not vouching for Omar Abrego Garcia. We are vouching for his constitutional rights.
The mainstream media, these congressmen, these senators, the Democrat Party wrapping their arms around a known human smuggler, a wife beater, a violent criminal that was finally held accountable for his actions. The fact that they went to the mat for this guy just shows exactly who they are. The Supreme Court has ordered the Trump administration to facilitate Abrego Garcia's return, but the justices did not specify exactly when that should take place. Rich?
Christina Coleman live for us today. Thank you. So we're going on this. Let's bring in Ohio Democratic Congressman Greg Flynn. Congressman, thanks for joining us this afternoon. Very much appreciate it. Do you think that Democrats, given some of the stories and allegations that come out about Abrego Garcia, are starting to back away from talking about this issue and pushing the cause?
Well, no, I think the point is that everyone deserves due process, that most Americans, you see this in polling, disapprove of no process removal because they know that if somebody can be removed from the United States without any process, that they could be subject to such removal. So that's all. Follow the law. If the court orders you to do something, you do that, whether you're the president or anyone else. And get serious about border security, pass a bipartisan border security bill, and get serious about immigration reform. Most Americans don't like lawlessness, the chaos around them. So I think they made a mistake at the White House, and instead of fixing it, they continue to play this game, which you see in the polls. Most Americans hate it. Everyone does due process, and if they've committed a crime, they get removed.
Do you think the conversations within the Democratic Party have changed around issues on immigration? Not just with this particular case, but immigration largely, just given how poorly the party performed in the 2024 midterms on that issue?
Yeah, I think there are more and more Democrats like me who are really serious about border security, really serious about immigration reform. The party was for a long, long time. Bill Clinton to Barack Obama. This has been one of those things that Democrats have been leading on.
What do you think happened?
I don't know. I don't know. I think there was lots of things that were, that took center stage, the pandemic, other things, the economy. But, the fact is you're seeing more and more folks like me who have been saying for a long, long time, like, we got to get serious about border security and we got to get serious about immigration reform. That's one of my frustrations is the Abrego Garcia thing is bad in the sense that he can't ignore a court order and you got to have due process. But my bigger issue is that he is not working with the United States Congress on a durable solution to border or immigration reform. That's my frustration, and there are Republicans who feel that way too, which is, this is not what people signed up for. They signed up for a structured process, and real border security.
And Republicans are going back and forth on whether to cap Medicaid payments to states. Do you think this is going to be a primary argument for Democrats heading into next year's midterms?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, look, I think they're going to have a hard time with reconciliation with this budget. It's a terrible budget, and that it has these tax cuts for Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and Mark Zuckerberg, the super, super wealthy, at the expense of millions of people. They're going to lose their health care, or their health care costs are going to go up. And I don't think they have the votes because there's a group of Republicans who say no new deficit spending. There's a group of Republicans who say don't cut health care. The bipartisan majority that would pass a budget bill would pass one that said everyone gets their tax cuts, everyone, except for the super wealthy. Those are going to expire, and we're not going to add any money to the deficit. We're not going to cut your health.
When it comes to entitlement and making sure you tackle the debt, most budget experts agree you got to do something with entitlements. So they're just not going to be there for future generations. Both parties now seem to whistle right past that. Are there any serious conversations in Congress anymore about addressing the national debt?
It's the national debt for sure. This is a big deal for me. I mean, I think we have to put ourselves on a trajectory to a balanced budget. We did this in the 90s, and so there is a framework. The framework is you got to hold down spending in certain areas. These earned benefits, Social Security, healthcare, those are different. It's next to, but there are other things. Mission defense. So I want to have a strong national defense. You have to fix the tax system. You have to make sure that, like the rest of us, the people at the top are paying all their taxes. I hear from my Republican colleagues all the time, look at all this wealth, look at all this wealth. Yes, but those folks aren't paying taxes like the rest of us. It's very frustrating and unfair to have the super wealthy hoard more and more of our money because the tax system is so broken. Fix the tax system, balance your budget.
All right, Congressman Greg Lance, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Coming up, we'll take you live to Rome as preparations are underway. Papal conclave next week, taking a look at how the official outfits for Cardinal fade. Coming up.
Better with age.
Cheers to Pete Lee Stew every Thursday.
Help fuel today with Boost-High Protein. The clean nutrition you need. And the flavor you love. So here's to that. Now available Boost Max.
If you're living with dry AMD, maybe at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA, GA can be unpredictable, progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to slow it down. Ask your doctor about eye survey. Eye survey is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression, which may help preserve vision longer. So shift course and get going. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay.
I wish my TV provider let me choose what I pay for.
I ain't got to do that.
I like the sound of that. I wish my TV provider let me pause my subscription when I want it. I wish my TV provider let me have hundreds of free channels.
I ain't got to do that too, fellow pirate.
Choose and customize your channel load. What costs? As long as you do that.
It's the ultimate all-day live party on NBC and streaming on Peacock. The Kentucky Derby. The Kentucky Derby live on NBC and streaming on Peacock.
Laura goes one-on-one with Elon Musk. From his work with Doge to Tesla's future.
I'm so curious what you have for.
It's a must-see interview tonight on My View.
In 30 seconds, this rideshare driver slams on the brakes so he doesn't know to get on a bike. We get rear-ended. I'm injured, but I'm going to need a lot of help. I'm calling the Barnes firm.
The farmer's dog is fresh food made with whole meat and veggies. It's not dry food. It's not wet food. It's just real food. It's an idea whose time has come.
Which automaker employs the most hourly workers in the country? Ford. Which automaker assembles the most vehicles in the country? Ford. That's not a coincidence. It's a commitment. And now, At this unprecedented moment in automotive history, who benefits from Ford's commitment to America for over 120 years? You. Employee pricing. You pay what we pay.
Oh, fuck.
Harry is trying to reconcile with his family after losing a court fight Friday over his publicly funded security. Prince Harry says the issue led his father, Charles III, to stop talking to him. Harry says he was devastated to lose the case, and there was friction. Family, his father, who is undergoing cancer. Soon begins Vatican City. Fox News was given a tour of a small fabric store in Rome that has created the Pope's official white attire for hundreds of years. Chief religion correspondent Lauren Green is live in Rome with more. Hi, Lauren.
Hey, Rick, well, you know, after the white smoke, then a new Pope will greet thousands in St. Peter's Square there, and he'll be wearing that iconic white cassock made by a little family-owned shop called Gammarelli's. For 6 generations, Gammarelli's, the little shop in the shadow of the Pantheon in Rome, has dressed for popes.
The Pope was established in 1798. That's paid as for clergy, but we don't have records for the first years. We know for sure that we have addressed all the popes since Pius XI, so beginning of the 20th century.
The tiny shop's walls are decorated with the signed photos of the popes they've outfitted. John the 23rd first came as a newly ordained priest, then as bishop, cardinal, and on the order to the Pope office.
I think we may have at least 3 or 4 each year. Okay, what's that?
3 or 4 each year?
Yeah.
Why so many?
Because why it's supposed very, very
Gammarelli's won't be making investments for the Pope this conclave because Vatican says they already have outfits in 3 different sizes. But they hope to be making outfits for the new Pope in the future.
we're ready to make the new Pope and check the out.
Now, you don't have to be a member of the clergy to shop at Gammarelli's. Many people just go to buy socks or ties or even fabric. Meanwhile, today the Cardinals continued their...
I don't know if I have enough business cards, bro.
as they prepare to
No, you don't. You know how many business cards I've given away in the last year? You don't need more. You don't need more. I think our last order was 200 or something like that.
Oh my god.
And I'm almost out of them. That's why I was going to make some more, play around. Yeah. Give them away. Once you start putting them out on your table and giving a few, decent stands and stuff like that, it shows your business cards will go away.
Yeah.
You're like, wow, that's all I got left. Same as the metal ones. The metal ones will go put deep.
Fuck yeah. Only if you purchase. Only if you purchase something.
Yeah, the metal ones if you purchase. The cheap ones if you just at the stand or whatever. I don't try to put the metal ones out in the fucking table anymore. Or look at this.
Stronger, longer. See if rope sparks are right for you. At Public Rec, we develop premium performance fabrics that are built to last and hard to live without. Our Daymaker pants, with their various sizing options, are designed to fit your life's moments. More comfortable than jeans, more stylish than sweats.
When I first started college, it was challenging because my husband was deployed. When things settled down, I transferred my past credits to University of Phoenix, and I was able to graduate 6 months sooner. Earn your degree faster with eligible transfer credits.
When you look at works well, is it so high it knocks you off your feet? It's time to stand up and save with instant.
Bullshit, Rain.
System designed to save you money, unlike ordinary storage bags that trap air in, spoiling your food. Seal complete bags, up to 6 times longer. Now that's saving.
Look, flat sealers create a big mess, but InstaSeal is upright, mess-free, and easy. The secret is Smart Seal technology. With just one touch, it auto-feeds the bag to seal, pauses to vacuum out the air, and continues to perfectly seal. Plus, InstaSeal has a most
Half hour till the race on CW channel.
crackers from turning to dust. Forget big, bulky sealers you have to put away. InstaSeal's compact design stays to help you seal and save every day. Got a great deal on chicken, meat, or fish? InstaSeal protects it from freezer burn. Now buy groceries in bulk. Make meals ahead of time. InstaSeal and save. It even works with all universal storage system bags. Buy on sale meats. InstaSeal and save. When you add it all up, InstaSeal will help you seal and save hundreds on your family's grocery bill. Call or go online now and get the complete InstaSeal system that keeps food fresh 6 times longer with enough storage bags to fill your entire fridge for the special TV discount price of just $79.99. It comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee. Plus, we'll ship your entire order free. You get it all. An incredible value for one low price. Order now.
To order code 1-800-491-8110 or go to buyinstaseal.com. So call 1-800-491-8110 or order online at buyinstaseal.com.
It's time to get your dream kitchen at Cabinets to Go.
Right now, save on every single cabinet in your design up to $175 off per cabinet. Come in today.
Ooh.
$154 per month.
Cabinets to Go. Wow, plus.
Let's simply save got time.
24/7 monitoring to help stop crime in real time.
Stop is a Simply Safe. Simply Safe time.
We put our heart into everything we do. We are farmers, bakers, florists, and makers who grow and create with a 1-800-Flowers, share with love.
Pro-Palestinian protesters shout at Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, all after Vice President J.D. Vance ripped the notion that she could be on the presidential ticket in 2028. Madeline Rivera has this.
I read Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez was holding a town hall in Queens, New York. Ocasio-Cortez was only a few minutes into the event. She was in the middle of talking about potential impact
Normally walking around. It's the almost time for tea.
When an attendee started protesting about the war in Gaza.
Yep, it's sleeping now. The road kills me. I want you to, avenge her, or avenge me, please. I die from this stuff. They never live it down.
Moose!
I come back from the dead and conquer. I know Jamie won, though. She'll probably laugh.
Her strongest quarter ever with more than 200,000 individual donors. But Vice President J.D. Vance suggests the Democratic Party has a bigger leadership problem.
She's the richest party in Georgia.
Thank you. You've ruined my sleep for this evening. I think to the extent the Democrats have a leader, Donald J. Trump is the leader of the Democratic Party. Against everything that he does.
For giving advice to migrants on how to avoid being deported.
Madeline Rivera live for us in D.C. Thank you. For more on AOC, let's bring in today's panel. With me here is Republican strategist King Frost and Democratic strategist Karen Rosenblatt. Thanks so much for joining us today. You know, Karen, for much of the Biden administration, the last half of it, you'd go to the White House, you'd go to the State Department, and there were pro-Palestinian protesters. Now you
should have put a cracked lens on that thing.
What?
Those lenses, they're so cute. You should have put like a cracked laser lens in there somewhere too or something. A snapped motherboard.
Yeah, really. A motherboard that's got smoke coming off of it.
Yeah, I've the funny thing about that magic smoke. You can't put it back. That's why we want a replacement. Not a replacement board.
Make their voices heard. I think they don't feel heard, which is why you're continuing to see these protests. And I think that that is something that you may continue to feel like they're going to be kind of banging out there and trying to feel like they need to be doing more to kind of get the attention of people.
Hey, there are plenty of progressive voices who are pushing Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez. It seems that there are plenty of Republican voices also pushing that. Would you welcome an Ocasio-Cortez on the ticket in 2028?
Nope.
I think that would be an incredible ticket. As a Republican, I would love to see the more progressive the party gets, the better it is for Republicans. And I first came up with the Tea Party. I was young when that was happening, and I remember getting involved around that time. And the reason the Tea Party, I would say, there's different forces right now. The Democratic Party.
Infinity race pregame going on.
They wanted smaller government. That's something most people resonate with. Whereas even the Democratic Party can't get on board and figure out what the messaging is and how they deal with these progressives. Arguably, Vice President Harris lost the presidency because she packed so far hard left to win over the vote.
So the weather's about 20 degrees cooler than normal when they're there. That's going to be a cold, slippery time.
With the first 100-day plus mark, and Doge has been talking about all that it's doing. This is from Elon Musk and Axios. He said, quote, in the grand scheme of things, I think we've been effective. Not as effective as I'd like, but we've made progress. Taryn, do you think that this is sort of the end of Doge?
I don't, and I think he goes on to say, I think in that article, something about how he thought that they did it right 70% of the time, which, I have a high schooler. If he got 70% on the test, that's about a C+. And that's a disgrace. We don't want to see C+. We don't want that.
30-year anniversary for Texas Speedway.
We don't want them to get it right 70% of the time, especially when you're talking about efficiency. I mean, my frustration there over and over again has been, if we're talking about getting it right and getting it right for government, if we really want small government, we want this to be right for government. We don't want to be endangering lives. We don't want them to be looking at a hepatitis outbreak, sending these people home, firing them, and then being like, oops, it was too late for us to warn those people. That's really scary. That's where that getting it right, the 70%, and that D+ disgrace. Those are people's lives at stake. Oh, I'm sorry we fired these people who were watching our nuclear weapons. These are things that are scary, and these are things that are heartbreaking. I heard stories of people who were like, my tumor they were studying.
Wow, what a fancy trophy.
Because the NIH can no longer study it because they were fired, they were set up, these grants were put away. And these are the things that matter, and that D+ is the disgrace, and that's where Doge, if it's not going to go away, it hasn't done it the right way. And we did in the 90s achieve this kind of smaller government, and we can do it to balance the budget, but we need to do it in a way that was less chaos, less, of this, what has been really upsetting to so many people because it wasn't a kind of efficiency.
Okay, does Congress need to get involved?
Race is being sponsored by a frozen custard company, like a local guy, 40 years in the business.
And highlights so much weight and mismanagement in the government. So if you want to give Doge a D+, I would argue we need to have a higher grade. The federal government gets an F, and they've been getting an F continuously because our debt continues to spiral off control. We are arguably one of the most inefficient businesses. If you want to say the federal government's a business, they would be out of business very quickly if they continue to run this way. So we need to have a different approach. That's why I'm glad to see Elon Musk coming in with Doge. And I'm hoping it's a mindset rather than a department. That Republicans coming in have the approach of we're going to be cutting government, making it more efficient. I would love to see us cut back on these departments and take them out of D.C. and get them closer to the people who are actually and the opposite.
I like this one. Where's...
And I just will tell you right to your face, I think it's a bummer that you have anything to do with the DNC. And here's the deal, James. What is your plan to deal with on-the-roll approval rating? Win elections. Win elections.
So this, of course, gets back to David Hogg wanting to primary pretty safe Democratic seats Is that a good idea?
So, from a strategic standpoint, I think that if David Hogg, with his money for his cat, wants to focus on blue seats and putting more liberal there, I'm okay with that, as long as he is working to make sure that the Republicans that are trying to get out in some of these states, that people are representative of the districts they're representing. So we can bring in more Democrats in battleground states who are going to be good fits, who are going to be able to win those states. I think that's a good thing. We want to win elections. James Carville's right about that. We've got to bring attention to the issues that we're having. And I think if we are spending money with the DNC to do that, to win elections in these red states, to get these people out and bring more Democrats and bring more Democrats to the House and Senate and have more place for Donald Trump, that's a good thing. Again, I go back to this. I look back at 2010. It's okay to have some infighting as long as we're concentrating on making sure that we're getting the message out about the damage that is being done to the American people. I don't feel better off. I don't see that my grocery prices are going down. I don't feel safer in my economy, and that's what Donald Trump was running. So let's make sure we're getting that message out. Let's make sure that we all are trying to do everything we can to do that in the right way.
Okay, really quickly here, you got the House, you got the Senate, you got Democratic infighting, you got the White House. Can you get close as Republicans?
You can't. There's absolutely no chance that we have to be running like this is the most critical election, no matter what. And for the Republican Party, we are now the party of the low consensus voters. So our party has to be getting the Trump voter back out in the midterm when President Trump gets on the ballot. It's going to be a challenge, but I know our team is completely up to the task. And I would say to David Hogg's point, if the polling numbers are low for the Democratic Party, it's because the policies he's trying to push.
All right, Katie Cross, Karen Rosenkrantz, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
President Trump says Harvard's going to lose its tax-exempt status. Administration's campus crackdown next up. It's coming up.
I hear it all the time. People tell me they'd love to buy gold, but because it's gold, they think it must be copper. It is. Not with Roslyn Capital. With Roslyn, the entire process from start to finish is built on one concept. One. Keep it simple. Roslyn Capital, a trusted leader in helping people acquire precious metals. Gold bullion, Labor Liberty gold and silver proofs, and our premium coins.
Just grab them and grab you.
Call Roslyn Capital at 800-630-8900 to receive your free Roslyn Guide to Gold, Gold and Precious Metals IRA, and silver.
We had that one. We put it for the 106 MI Battalion.
Remember,
We put it a model underneath it, head up after. Yeah, Sergeant to Bill Fire won't be happy.
Many abused and neglected animals are hungry and need help right now. Many animals are starving, wondering if food will ever come, with the unbearable pain that comes with that, and they need our help.
There are animals that have no idea when
How
they're
do you drive this over? I guess I won't be leaving these.
and they are moments.
So I'm here to ask you, will you open your heart to help an animal who's hungry? Go online, call, or simply scan this code and donate just $19 a month. You'll help feed a hungry animal. That's just 63 cents a day to fill their empty bowl and show them the love in your heart.
There are empty bowls that are sitting there waiting to be filled. You can tell that these dogs are so weak from hunger. They've known no other life but a life of suffering.
No animal should have to go hungry.
The more seats of the
With your support
KKK.
today, you will help feed a hungry animal. You can fill their bowl, but you have to make your urgent life-saving gift today. Do it now, and we'll send you this welcome kit and this Animal Champion t-shirt to thank you for helping an animal today.
There's always an empty bowl on the ground that should have food in it. And it's very clear from the appearance of these dogs that that bowl hasn't had food in it for a long time.
We urgently need 3,000 new donors in the next 30 days. Please say you'll be one of them by signing up today. No animal should ever go hungry, and I know you agree. Please make this the moment that you say, I won't stand by while they suffer.
help fill their goal too. Go online, call, or scan this code right now.
I love the liquidators. We have great prices on flooring. But more importantly, we have great people in our stores. We are flooring experts that help you get the right floor, the right price for any room in your home. Flooring is all we do and will help you every step of the way, from selection to installation. We have over 200 stores nationwide. Right now, solid oak flooring for an incredible 89 cents a square foot. LumberLiquidators.com. Now,
Force Factor Ultra best-selling burglary supplement involves clinically studied ingredients to promote fat and true weight gain and support blood sugar for powerful, effective results. Rush to Walmart and buy Force Factor Ultra Burglary.
wearing regular shoes feels this cramped. A glide step wide fit hands-free Skechers slip-ins feel like this. The Skechers slip-ins just step in, no bending down, no touching my shoes. Try wide fit Skechers slip-ins.
President Trump is escalating his fight with Harvard University. Trump threatened to revoke the school's tax-exempt status. Harvard's president condemned the move, calling it destructive and highly illegal. Let's bring in Cornell University law professor and equal protection project founder William James. William, thank you for joining us this afternoon. Harvard says it's unlawful. Do you think it is?
No, the president can't just pull somebody's tax-exempt status. That would have to go through the IRS process. So to that extent, they're right. It can't just be pulled. But it can be challenged through the IRS process. Famous case of Bob Jones University, which lost its tax-exempt status. But that case took years of litigation and went all the way up to the Supreme Court. So while pulling tax-exempt status is kind of like dropping the nuclear bomb in this dispute, it's unlikely to happen anytime soon.
The universities have promised to address anti-Semitism, in particular on the highlights that we saw from the Ivy League schools like Harvard. Do you think they have done that in good faith? Do you think they've made progress?
The anti-Semitism problem on campuses, which is also an anti-Americanism problem, anti-Westernism problem, anti-capitalism problem. The anti-Semitism is a symptom of a much deeper problem in higher education. And that cultural clash is really what I think is driving a lot of this. Americans are looking at these campuses like Harvard and saying, why are we paying for this? Why are we funding this? And so that's a deeper problem. A lot of what the campuses have done, I think, is window dressing, because there's a core cultural problem on the campuses, which is that for a generation, conservatives have been purged, pro-Israel professors have been purged. At Harvard, for example, 3% of the faculty identify as conservative versus 37% of the American population. 80% identify as liberal versus 25%. So, places like Harvard always love to say, we need to look like America, but Harvard and other Ivy League schools don't look like America because they're liberal bubbles. And I think that's the tension that's underlying all this.
When and how did this all start? I mean, this is a sample of one, but 25 years ago on the college campus, there were liberals, there were conservatives. Professors almost invited you to disagree with them, and it was an exchange of ideas. When did that change?
Well, the far left in the United States identified the education system, not just higher education, but also
Every time to get racist, they're praying for the day.
So they put their efforts into it. And we see, you're right. If you
Hey, have some tea with me.
years ago,
Huh? Thank you.
conservative professors was 60 liberal, 40 conservative. So in balance, we always knew academia was a little to the left. Right now, it's almost 32. And so
Big
what's
bird.
happened is these activists, Bill Ayers and other
Right. Tasty cinnamon tree bark marshmallow tea.
and they took over the hiring committees, and they only hired their own for 10, 20, 30 years. So it's like the boiling frog. By the time you realize it's happening, it's too late.
The Department of Education is not renewing this contract that is meant to provide mental health funding because there are certain spots, according to the Department of Education, that you have to have hiring requirements as part of this. How pervasive is that?
And that's a good example of what seemingly would be a good thing to fund, which is mental health help for students, particularly related to school shootings and other problems like that. Purged academia. Use these funding
We got a Fatty A64. First cab back. There goes another fucking 25 grand. Another 25 grand donated for the cause of NASCAR. NASCAR probably donates the fuel. That was a pretty Texas anthem.
Engineering and rigorous testing to ensure our tools perform at the highest level and stand the test of time without testing the water. Now, it's time for you to put us to the test. Whatever you do it for us, Harbor Freight. Tacos and more at Logan'sville Place. Know before you go with 411 certified perfect. Briarwood Wine and Spirits is going to be your new favorite family-owned store. We feature allocated, popular, and local bourbons and whiskeys from New York to across the world. Our wine selection is top-notch and priced for the consumer. Briarwood Wine and Spirits in the future of trading is here on Robinhood. Purpose-built profit trading. The new ways to execute strategies. Analyze, buy, and sell. We trade stocks.
Hi, this is Jim Mark from 716cash.com. We've been buying properties all over Western for over 30 years. Have you inherited a property that you don't want? Do you owe back taxes? Do you have a property facing bank foreclosure? Are you worried about maintaining a vacant property? Or do you simply just have a house that you want to sell fast?
I think I don't have to smoke a fatty and do a dab after this glass of tea.
Today.
So you can drink it hot or cold. You gotta make it hot first. I think I taste the bark in it though. It's a familiar taste when I was doing woodwork. You know that sawdust in your mouth kind of taste?
Yeah.
It's funny how Mama made a smaller cup for herself.
That's right, Carla. Last weekend at Talladega, it was heartbreak for Jed Burton, who's within mere inches of getting his first win of the season. Overcome with frustration the majority of the week, the driver with number 27 told me the best thing he can do to get over it, move on, is to get back in the race car. The team still has a lot to be proud of coming into Texas with back-to-back top 10 finishes. Those 2 weekends earning over 40 points has put them sitting solidly in the 9th position in the playoff standing. Dylan.
Well, Ken Harrison Burton described to me what his AM Racing team is searching for as consistent upfront speed. They're getting there, 2 straight top 10s the last couple of weeks, but these mile-and-a-half racetracks coming up are always a great litmus test of who's really in the ballpark. Harrison was a winner here in 2020. Can see the lead from 5th, which is where he starts today. And speaking of cars near the front, Sheldon Creed, who starts behind him in 6th, told me yesterday, I've got to get qualified better. That's hurt us the last few weeks. Well, courtesy of a good run last week, he does start 6th today, his best starting spot since Phoenix in March. Doesn't matter how you get it, Kim. Track position is important, and Creed feels like that could be a difference maker today.
Well, Creed's teammate Sam Mayer is hoping to run it back this afternoon at Texas after winning this race last year in the 2nd closest finish in Xfinity Series history. And that's exactly what could energize this team after 4 straight finishes of 11th or worse. Crew chief Jason Trincheri lamented to me that the last handful of weeks have been super frustrating. But this team, they're confident they can find their footing and get back there. Sam is still looking for that first win of the 2025 season. We'll see what they can do here today.
Distinction 86, welcome to the Andy Explosive Test of 300 at Texas Motor Speedway.
What a beautiful day from our family to your family since 1986. Welcome to the Andy Frozen Festival.
We ready to go racing?
Speedway.
Oh, that was tough. That's a killer shot of that 8864 as they went into commercial. That was sweet. You got exhaust smoke burning out and everything.
You know how to fight for affordability, but durability goes right along with it. You see, we test, and then we test again. Now, it's time for you to put us to the test. Whatever you do it for us at our refrigerator.
It's just gonna be so
Five person worlds. One amazing thing about our universe will never be the same.
Oh, you gotta see this.
Epic universe, only a universe of a resort.
You know, sometimes my life can be a little crazy. That's why when you find stability, you gotta grab it, hold on to it. Like how Verizon just lets you lock in a low price for 3 years. Even if you're already a customer. Is that even real? That's not just for me. And they give you a free phone on any plan. Who's doing that? Nobody. Come on, what's better than probably nothing. Yeah, nothing.
And nothing. We're the pros that know how to make your business our business. Pros everywhere you need us. With every part you need. From brake pads to stock your shop in Orange County, California. Brake pads. To oil filters for your fleet in Orange County, Florida. It's why we built a nationwide network of parts and exceptional service, all driven by one mission, to keep businesses big and small and everything in between moving full speed ahead. Don't miss your chance to make great significant.
When migraine strikes, do you question the trade-offs to treating? Ubrelvy is another migraine pain relief within 2 hours. You can treat it anytime, anywhere. Tell your doctor of all medicines you take. Don't take if allergic or with strong citriate from inhibitors. Get help right away for allergic reactions like trouble breathing, which may occur hours to days after. Side effects include nausea and sleepiness. Migraine pain relief starts with you. Learn how happy can save on your well-being.
You are afraid for affordability, but durability goes right along with it. You see, we test, and then we test again. Now, it's time for you to put us to the test. Whatever you do, do it for us.
Good afternoon from Fort Worth, Texas. Welcome to CW Sports Coverage from the Andy's Frozen Classic 3 made fresh every hour with 54,000 free combos and lots of taste buds. Visit Andy's.
God damn it.
Great day here in Texas. One good it's going to be a great day all afternoon long because it's all about dessert. You know, we're skipping right to the end here. So, hey, let's talk about this racetrack. Texas is challenging and it is fast. It's incredibly fast. We're talking over 190 miles an hour into turn one. Super fast. Turn three corners also very structured. You don't want to find yourself all the way to the fast. A little bit more off the track about all day long. We can find it after the
One guy for teams for 30 days coffee ride. Look at that. Look at that, DJ.
Damn.
That must be that Mark for this company.
Well, I can tell you that if you're going to make passes, it's probably going to happen in turn one. You said it, turn 3 and 4 could be sketchy. How do you expect to make some passes?
Well, I told him his viewership was down, so he needed to run some more business cards. And then I told him maybe he should just make the sign so that ORTUR could read it when they come into the stream.
You're right, DJ.
Shut up!
In Nevin, Sandy Smith, average finish here at Texas 5.5. Brandon Jones, 2-third wins on mile and a half track. And you know what, guys, very excited to be here. Ryan C. He finished second here last year by 4 inches. He's hoping to improve on that, but he's back in 31st after making headway. This place owes him one. Does it not feel that way? I hope it happens for him here today. One more word from our pit reporters before we go green. We start things off with Dylan Welch. Hey, Dylan. Hey, Adam, and you talked to any of the full-time junior motorsports guys. There's an air of confidence that you can feel this weekend. The 7 of Justin Allgaier, no exception to that. Crew chief Jim Coleman told me this morning their intermediate track package is as good as it's ever been. Texas is his personal favorite mile-and-a-half track. Allgaier did win at both mile-and-a-halves on the schedule so far this year, but has yet to get a cowboy hat from Texas. He'll try to get one today from outside the front row, Ken.
Well, we've mentioned it a number of times, but in last year's race, Ryan Sieg missing out on his first career Xfinity Series win by just inches. Let's take a look back at that finish alongside Sam Mayer. When we say inches,
That's a close finish to get second place. .002.
And we mentioned the fact that there was no practice, no qualifying, but you don't get track time. NASCAR likes to give you an early opportunity to get down the road. Competition will watch the schedule today. Now we may have, especially the two teams, to see what the tires are doing. We do see if they kind of fall in the Xfinity Series partners and the one that we're in the field for that. We might see split decisions like we did from that big road that competition we've got. And the biggest thing for all these drivers, you heard this place is sketchy. Every movie driver has to learn their race part very quickly, and it happens in a hurry here as you head into turn 3 of the first lap. When you talk about drivers,
Boogity, boogity, boogity! Let's go racing, boys!
as if the green flag today, we talk about Carson Quantle, the driver that's been so impressive as a rookie, William Sawalich, another rookie. Andrew Light's been here in IndyCar. He's never hit NASCAR, and Corey Day is making
This will be interesting. No practice and no qualifying. So the order is by fucking last place race.
they share the front row. It's
Boogity, boogity, boogity! Let's go racing, boys!
Didn't even get a lap.
At least he saved it.
Yeah, and he barely got fat, so it couldn't be any real damage to the car either.
Ellis was caught in the middle, basically, into 3. That's just so tough. That corner is so tough. It's sketchy. You don't want to be 3 wide early. The track isn't clean up for that. Eckes just gets into his left rear, and he sort of does a good job holding on to it. Didn't hit anything. That's a big deal. You know, they reconfigured this place in 2017, and when they did, we kind of start bringing caution. We have an early one. It's for Ryan Ellis.
But you could be watching for that car to be towards the front at the end of the race now.
I made my own. The copy didn't work.
With free assembly and delivery of your new grill, along with all the sauces, rubs, and grilling.
so good. Clothes not tucked in or out.
In for the wedding photos, out for the dance.
Yeah.
No, like you're dancing, just like a person.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm dancing.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's how you always say that.
Perfecting your swing is hard.
If you didn't want to spend the time working the copy over, with me, you didn't want to go to the SVG converter, play with it that way.
No.
He makes serious cars. This one, definitely this one. And they all have great drivers once they've win. Like, you know, look at all these legends. The hardest drivers right now are Andy Carr and this guy. They're all part of a big happy family sleep group. Now you're having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like getting a bank man. You need protection back. Easy, bank man, not too fast. Please.
4-inch unpainted coaster. Category.
Let's just get it closer.
Coaster.
What's that car doing in the pit? Doesn't have the hood up on it. There wasn't one of the vehicles involved. Right there.
Or we can look at some investment options.
What's right? The right money was artisans.
54,000 treat combos of Andy's custard.
Design.
Made fresh every hour. 50,000 treat combos to wow your taste buds. Visit Andy's today. Ready one next car, American Express car. And by Subway. Get the feel of the day. A legendary 6-inch sub chips and ring. Only $6.99. Subway. Great memory.
That's-
This Harrison Burke. The winner here, same for Sam Mayer. And when you talk about success more recently, Anthony Alfredo coming off his best run for 2025. 6th last Saturday at Talladega Super Speedway. Now we get our race pick health report for the old double A. Brought to you by Fresh Food. And it's full-fat pasta. You've got pasta in his diet before a race. You gotta be able to shout it. I'm a big carbo guy, but it's not like there's any energy in the race car. You need that, especially a race like it's great, it's strenuous, that sort of thing helps. Option lap 1. We showed you the spin going to break for Ryan Ellis. He wasn't the only one getting turned around. 91.
He's top one.
As well. Right, there's things happen all over the racetrack. We circled the 91 there, Bilicki's up at the top. He's going to go around here. It's just, we talk about this racetrack. We turn just right ahead of him. You see the 26 D Thompson gets the wall out turn 4. And just this place gets a dust across it. It feels like at times. And it just, for whatever reason, if you get out of the groove, there's just zero grip. Bilicki is able to get away with it here. Picks up some grass. You don't want to go in there, as we saw last night, the truck race. That grass is wet from all the rain we had yesterday, and it is treacherous for those slips. We talked about this last week, though, at Talladega. We had rain Friday afternoon at Talladega. A couple of spins. You get in the grass when it's wet. It's not great anytime, but when you get in the grass and it's wet, you've had all that rain, it can really tear up the race car. Christian Eckles also made a pit stop there. Let's get a Team 16 report with them.
Yeah, you guys did see that come down on pit road. It makes just a little bit of room for improvement. So one of the big two is these other cars that come down pit road. There's an extra set of tires for these teams this weekend. So you never want to make a pit stop on schedule or on sequence. But if you do have just something to keep an eye on.
Next frame point, though, this is one of those places where you want that set of tires late in this race. There's a caution. What they were given extra set, not having practice yesterday, still allude to, that helps you if you have an issue early in the second. A lot of latitude when it comes to tires, and we don't usually say that about the NASCAR Xfinity Series, but because they carried the set they did use yesterday, that helps everybody out should things play out with a lot of cautions late in this race. The field is set for the Echo Park restart zone. Echo Park Automotive, where car buying is easier, better.
Can't get this race going.
Control takes the inside lane for this restart.
We're lap 7 and we haven't even completed a single fucking lap yet. Under green.
We just cannot get this thing rolling. Opening lap of the race, we have a spin. A couple of cars having a problem lap 1, and now the first restart of the day. Problems one more time. The 07 is Nick Lutz. Right, and this was a product. Somebody catching the crack there a little bit. Almost looked like Jeff Burke. That's been got the crack and threw mud up. And then Honeyman and Mike got into each other there. They were trying to avoid basically what are those mud? That's right. You don't want to be, like we said, you don't want to get down in that grass. This was a bad restart. We had a 0 and 7. Yeah, you're nuts, right? I mean, Leland not even junior there. Look at the other side of the big one. We get this look. He got that thought that he checked it up thinking maybe something happened. It's a weird angle through the front stretch here, through that dog leg basically, that you, if you're falling to the corner, you end up quickly getting back. You can't quite wrap the off the track. It's just that quick right there. Checked up for maybe thinking there's an issue that kind of got all over the windscreen, and that forces Honeyman to run the back, but not foreseeing that's going on. Here's what's tough for these two drivers. They were both inside for the top 20, so their practices should not bad early in this race. There you see, and there was some really good cars able to drive through and avoid that. You saw Corey Day in the 17, I saw the 8 of Sammy Smith. So some pretty good. Ryan Seeger's back there. There's 07 radio lights. So I blame the mud. We got a whole other issue. It did look like he had a lot of separation of the cars in front of him. So Nick basically talked about not being able to get here. By that time, you're probably trying to get in the third. Sometimes these cars have issues getting into that third gear. I've been through that before. Sometimes you get some junk, sort of the linkage there between the shifter, and that stops it from being able to get in gear. That's what people struggle with Honeyman right now. I mentioned Sammy Smith getting through. Obviously some front end damage there.
I think lumber going down for a nap. I think it might be that key. That's what Roe did after she had, so she went down.
Let's just get it closer.
What uneasy with the environment? Our universe will never be the same.
Oh, you've got to see this.
Epic universe, only at Universal Orlando Resort. There's only one fuel that can drive the performance you demand from your truck. New 94 octane, the highest octane on the market. Only at Sonoma. Just for me, gives you the strongest, highest, biggest looking. Mustache and me, down to keratin, in just 5 minutes. Still good as speed.
Your record label is taking off, but so is your sound engineer. You need to hire. Indeed you do.
real world, ready for whatever lies ahead, except for the following, which you are likely to find exceedingly difficult. Going to a 9-to-5 job, doing your taxes, putting on a duvet cover, taking off the duvet cover, realizing you're never going to go to the gym. This guy knows what we're talking about. In summary, life is hard, but saving money by bundling your home and auto with Progressive is easy. And deciding what's your dinner every night for the rest of your life.
Sadly, windshield chips. Sweet. SafeLight can come to you for free, and our mandatory tags can replace your windshield right in your home.
SafeLight, SafeLight.
Don't wait. Go to SafeLight.com and schedule now.
SafeLight, SafeLight replace.
Getting something? Hurry. I'll do it. But Arturo tires will offer tread light all season. Great looking, high attitude, affordable all season tires. Great handling and longer tread. Arturo puts performance within reach. For the single national prime moment. Let's do this.
In honor of Military Appreciation Month, support those who serve our country and community. If you have a military or first responder background, scan the QR code now. Savings for those who serve. A couple of early cautions in the Andes frozen custard-free. In fact, this is the first time ever we've had two cautions first 10 laps in an Xfinity race. Excellent. We all got numbers. We got them all. Here's 42. Great thing. Yeah, very good. Well, I thought it was the grass density, but I was wrong. It was a misshift, basically, unable to get into gear for the lights. But that grass didn't help. I don't think that helps when you see that mud pop up like that. It's just especially bad when you had the rain head yesterday and it's just muddy, and when you hit that, it's so easy to get there to make it tough. Here comes Allgaier and Hill. Front row to hit the Echo Park restarts up.
It says we're going to get a lap in.
Two-car challenge. His teammate lost all the side force there in the exit.
Why are they fucking fighting already? Jesus.
Just convert that tire to longevity. You got to give it a chance to come back. So look back here to Jesse Love. Actually gets in the left rear most, but they were lucky to get away with it. Really good effort for Hill to hang on. I mean, Love was really dancing, but when there's contact like that on the turn two, it's easy for him to get away from it. 54, black and yellow machine. Taylor Gray, the rookie. Raced here last year, finished in 11th. Got behind him today. It's been a good Junkus racing cars. Really quick at this place at times. He's been good this season. He's shown a lot of speed in certain racetracks. Remember Martinsville had this big back coming last he led there. I really think this could be a big day for him. Junkus racing unbelievable here in Texas. 17 minutes all time. 6 of the last 10. Right as I say that, he gets moved down the groove and starts get stuck on the outside, fall back, of course. And speaking of getting stuck on the outside, going in the wrong direction, Jesse Love handling it in the two. Sam Mayer had a look. You're on board here. This is our GovX on-board can with Mayer.
And I think Jesse really was loose looking on board from the outside there. Nick Sanchez. Not normally the orange and white pair. They're going to be Berman.
Thought Mayer was going to get there. Yeah. And as he goes back, Nick Sanchez says, I'll take advantage of the 48. Larson in the 88. No surprise he's driving to the front. Up to 12th after starting 20th. Driving around Anthony Alfredo. Until it's kind of, what is he at? Right. That race car looks outstanding. It doesn't. And we'll take this opportunity. Well wishes in the comments. So Brady's here this weekend. Where he's dealing with the injury. But we're hoping that everything comes together for you health-wise. We'll see you racing again in Charlotte. This for Ford. Look at Sanchez getting after the 48. He's flying early right now. Look at the way over. Absolutely moving all over the place. Getting by Jesse Love. Flying in that gold percent of Birmingham. Looking good. Maybe a large right up the run. And what I would say about Sanchez, we shouldn't be surprised.
Let's finally get it going. Let's go to a competition caution.
Texas, he was always outstanding at this venue. He got the spot, make it back. Let's start to figure things out. We hit lap 18 here. Remember, competition is scheduled for lap 20. That's still in play, even though we have those two yellow flags early.
When you saw Jesse trying to do that, get back on the edge, that's such a hard pack to make unless you have momentum on the bottom. If you end up side by side on the outside and the momentum, it just takes away all the tires and the inside bar. You saw things Sanchez moving around earlier. He's Jesse Love. It's really hard to control the board.
25 Harrison Burger. Might have been used to fear there a little bit. Stayed right out in front of the 54. Taylor.
And you see that down the next. You do not want to let someone get the inside there. You can stop it and just throw a block a little bit. You can control there and treat it free, and that gives you momentum to get back the shot on the floor.
Look at that Larson with the fifth. Little off to Brandon Jones. And that Melissa Started 21st, and he's worked his way up to the top 10. Now for fifth, left side of your screen, the two Jesse Love, 41, Sam Mayer, last year's Texas winner.
They not totally don't have practice and qualify. I feel like everyone's all over the place, figuring out their race card, using different lanes. Something to be said about that.
And this is a great opportunity to go on and go to work on your car and figure out what you have, because you know the competition caution is coming there to center. Josh Galecki, second time he's been out of shape today. 3 cautions in 20 laps, and I'm sure this will obviously serve as our competition caution.
Looks like he might have gotten away with going through the grass once again without tearing up the front of that race car.
Sideways is much better than nose first, because that splitter doesn't dig down into the wet grass.
All you're trying not to do is get that splitter to dig in. So going through 3 and 4 here. Lale Honeyman behind him. See if there's some contact. Ooh. Feel a little contact with larger
There goes the pizza.
Uh-oh.
The Rita's Pizza car this fun.
You know, when you're by yourself, it's a mid speed to that corner, about 175 to 180 miles an hour. It's a really fast corner. The car is just leaning on the right rear and trying to get back the throttle. These Xfinity cars don't have a lot of
Come on, I just want fucking...
They wiggle around all the time, and that means if someone gets your left rear like that, takes away that air from that spoiler, or packs the air in the left rear, it can just make it stem around.
I can't tell you how many times I've been guilty of saying, oh, contact. And you go back and see the replay and think, it was air. You didn't even hit him, you know?
They look the same at times. That's how on edge the cars are. Just takes a little air pack there, and you can set around.
Everyone's still on the lead lap, so no free pass here. And most people that I talk to about strategy today and how you handle the competition caution, if you've got track position, you keep it outside the top 10, top 12, maybe even back as far as 15. You'd make a pit stop, and some people weren't telling the truth, because here comes Jesse Love, Matt DiBenedetto, Harrison Burton, all have pretty good track position, and they're hitting progressive good red. Dylan?
And Jesse Love is the first one leading the cars down there on the left of the screen. He is plowing tight. Came on the radio on lap 1 and said that he was chattering the front tires, then doubled back on it at this yellow, just like we were way too tight. Harrison Burton
So, huh? Huh? Come on.
Hey, Nicole's mom. My mom said not to get her anything for Mother's Day. Don't get her just anything.
Aloha, Clayton.
That's all I got so far. That's it.
Did you know you can save GoodRx even if you have insurance?
You know, I thought my prescription was covered until it wasn't. GoodRx looked at that. I work for myself, so I buy my own insurance. And I still check GoodRx.
Aloha, Clayton. Long time no see. What?
So look at you trying to be all business-like.
Well, the last show, I'm like, how much did we charge for this? I can't remember. This way, when I bring the laptop, I just look at it and say, yeah, $5 each. You already got it, right? Yeah. See? Yeah. Fuck you.
And got great savings and coverage. Sounds like it's good, doesn't it?
Fuck you. You muted me.
Especially when you get as many things on your fucking store.
Yeah. I got business cards going.
With that risky business. Look, you have to 8 already in here.
Yep. Because I got business cards going. That's why. Everybody likes the business cards.
Because of the color, they just pop so easily, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, shit. Should have took a nap, bro.
What the woman's doing. He's like, I think I'm taking a nap. I'm like, the race gets started.
It's going okay so far, Clayton. Nothing but rain, so I was supposed to do a bunch of yard work today, but
Stuck indoors, rainy day blues.
yep, might as well get some work done. Waiting for ORTUR to come off holiday.
Restart to begin the second half of our opening stage. Leaders coming to the Echo Park Automotive Restart Zone.
Yeah, them Chinese people sitting on holidays, Memorial Day. They have it at the beginning of the month. We have it at the end. I think Danvers is like in the middle of the month or something like that.
Shit, can't even see. That's fucked up. Look at the laser cam on fucking YouTube. But yet there's 8 people in here.
Canada doesn't use Memorial Day. They use Remembrance Day. It's November 11th each year. I know we're in the middle of the month. Look at that rookie go. Number 48, gold car. He's fucking moving, dude. He was way in the back.
This program has been so good. Scott Wilson and everyone's done a nice job developing the 48 months. They're holding with all time. Right here, Texas Motor Speedway. Tyler Reddick a few years ago. So this is a team. When you think about magical moments in their history, and it's been a short history right here in Texas. They got to celebrate. As we look at Larson, and I didn't get there quick, but top 5, so few green flag lines explain how strong that 88 is. I think he's figured out he's also been the first one to make that outside lane and wanted to start to work and make passes like he just did there. That's right. That's the move to move to. He just got there earlier. Now running the center 5 and 3-4. Didn't expect to see that, but he is doing that. It's working for him. He said he has to learn. Hoping it would take a little longer. I wanted some drama to unfold. By the way, check the bumper right now. Allgaier, he's got the purple stopwatch, Xfinity fastest lap fire race leader. Right on your screen is teammate Connor Sillage, the rookie who misses today with injury, but you can see he's listening to team radio. He's going through. And the move Kyle Larson just made at 1 and 2 was absolutely awesome. He went down in there, dime in the corner, cut underneath Shelby, got inside of him, but they were cleared down to 2.
He just told us we've only got about half of the laps that we've run so far in green flag.
A lot lately. What you been printing?
Biggest movers for Day. Outstanding for the Megan is always with start plus 23%, C plus 19, down plus 20, driver 19. So from 20th to 3rd, from 17th position, right here, driver 19. Making his second start of the year. Had a good early push today. Same for William Suarez, rookie for Joe Gibbs Racing. Battle for second here. Sanchez has it, and once again, outside lane. No problems. 88 P2 Larson. Just moving. One corner set. Just goes to the top. He's making that outside lane work so well. The way their spotters are touching their drivers. What he's doing now, he's running that lane. It's working for him. The tough part here in Texas is you ride on board the same air as you go into turn 1. It is really hard to identify where that line is. You see the markings on the racetrack. It's hard to see the black right there. It doesn't mean there's grip. If you go a little bit too high above that block, you suddenly don't have grip, or even just within that block area. Oh, it gets real tight. It's interesting when you watch Bayer, because if you watch Matthew's race with 1, he was really not a part of the equation. You didn't talk about him a lot in the first half, almost the first 3 quarters of the race, but then came up strong, wins it, and Brandon Jones has got good speed left and right. I've got the funniest story about Sam Barrett last year when he won that race. He got there to practice. He was about 35th or something. He came up to me and said, "Hey, man, you followed me. Do you think my car looks loose? I have no idea what's going on." I said,
the restart, they have come to the front. He's in the top 10, in position for stage points. 9th right now, a team that needs it is getting more here on those pressure tires. It's how the motivation is high. One redemption. What happened last year? They had the absolute upgrade. They're your first win the pace of losing my beer just like he did. You know, when he looks back at that race, he didn't lose it right at the line. He lost it with about half to go by going not doing the correct line down the 1 and 2 and holding off there very correctly. I'm sure he put that in his notebook and just every day. And this is the first time he's driven in his career. I've never seen this place after last year because no practice, no qualifying. He's 11. Kind of like his mentor, Kyle Larson, flexing his muscles in the event. Now, this is really impressive because this place is so tough. I mean, the reason we've had all the issues we've had to start this race is just how treacherous, sketchy, and Larson described this racetrack. It's just an incredibly difficult racetrack to feel the car, and you're going so fast, Dylan, but I'm sure you heard more from him. But that's every time they show this year has had a chance to go out and get it done. William Byron's going to drive 17 in Charlotte in a few weeks. The next time Xfinity is on track. And Hendrick Motorsports won in Charlotte last year with Chase Elliott behind the wheel. Ryan Singh, I didn't think he could get the Brandon Jones. Now he's there. 6 to go in the stage, 39, looking to pick up some more stage points. Maybe a little 2-for-1 opportunity here. He's got Jones and Creed right in front of him. Oh, yeah, a lot of momentum there out. Turn 4, Jones got checked out behind 7 Creed. That's such a frustrating place to be for Brandon Jones in there because he has to run, and that's something you've lost. It's not just because you got checked up right on the exit. You get out of the throttle to play. Be very in the throttle if you've got clean air, and he loses that position right as he moves in front. Mental note here. Comes down at like 22 and driving the field. It's not Darlington, it's not Miami, but late in this race, you don't have a bunch of cars off of the guys. They're going to come down and get some tires and everybody shoot out the same way. Yeah, historically, we've seen about a second fall off over a run of these tires. So that's a significant amount and enough to make a big difference. If you have 10 or 15 laps of your tires for someone on new tires, you will be faster with those new tires. You know, for years we didn't know if they had a value, but it's definitely showing that this place is more than those tires matter. Check this out. Laps led, Texas Motor Speedway. Kyle Busch has won here 10 times as well. Sargent was always good here. But Justin Allgaier, who's been dominant from the start of the day, he's gone over 500 laps led in his career at Texas Motor Speedway. Still, though, is looking to lead the last lap. He's over 27 entering this afternoon. I had to look at that twice, by the way. The couple times I raced here against him, I felt like he was always leading. He was always had a large lead. He's had a ton of laps here, but I couldn't believe he had one lap. What happened? You know he wants the cowboy hat badly. No doubt. He's won the last 4 stages. He's swept the last 2 years, trying to make it 5 in a row. And he's got 2 laps to get it done. As we look back at the packs, other drivers on tires, making some moves. Carson Waffle into one. You know, up in Berlin, Matt Benedetto's been good today. Started inside the top 10 after that great run last week in Talladega. It was 13. Jesse Love also made a pit stop early. 16 in the running order. Harrison Burton in that same category, 25. And Sammy Smith has that front end damage or pushed in right beneath the hood there. And that can hurt you arrow-wise. So I'm surprised to see him being as fast as he is. It's good to see for Sammy Smith. I'm sure the team was really worried after seeing that front end damage. Really hurt the speed. It's been a good track for him. Very impressive that he's doing this today with a compromise. Great strong see it right there. Final stage number 1. Justin Allgaier just absolutely delivers at this place when you talk about getting it done early. It's a 7-stage win in Texas. And he's now got 1 for the thumb. 5 in a row for the veteran driver, our reigning champ out of Illinois. Larson goes from 20th to 2nd. Sanchez impressive. Hill is 4th after starting on the pole, and Sam Mayer, last year's winner, in stage 1 in the 5th position. Pit stops coming when
like a hole in the head.
The champ, who's got things under control.
Jeffrey's talking to you.
Oh, Jeffrey! Are you missing your kids? No. Fuck no.
Like a little bit of
What the fuck? Fuck no.
Don't take breast cream prescribed. Breast cream may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur. Ask your doctor about breast cream. Sadly, windshield chips turn into windshield cracks. Go to SafeLight.com and schedule a fix in minutes. SafeLight can come to you for free. Don't wait. Go to SafeLight.com and schedule now.
You love our legendary subs, so you'll love our legendary new Doritos Footlong Nachos. Doritos and Subway, two legends come together to
Legends. Movie legends. Am I right?
Yes, thank you. Doritos Footlong Nachos. Just
Oh
$5
shit.
only at Subway.
It's cutting it. Why is it cutting it? Blue. Oh, that's why.
They estimate 1 in 10 men who may have Peyronie's disease or a urology specialist who treats people.
5.
Including non-surgical options. Find somebody today. Go get somebody.
Oh well. I forgot. And you wonder why they don't want to. God damn. Jamie?
You need to shut the fuck up.
There's a new way to travel, and it's one of the oldest forms of transportation. Travel by train. Yes, consider traveling around the United States on Amtrak. Traveling by train is a lot less of a headache than
Fucking
taking a
A.
plane. And you'd be surprised how
Well.
many places you can go on an Amtrak. And there's no passports or IDs needed. Find out how to get where you're going as soon as tomorrow by train. Call the Amtrak Travel Hotline right now. We'll book your trip and email your tickets within minutes. Skip the drive to the airport and skip the line. Call right now to book your Amtrak reservation. We service most of the United
Why'd you put the squares on cutting that line?
Because I forgot to change the fucking speed. The speed and the temp. I forgot. So.
It's easier than ever to watch Channel 4.
Well, it's cutting clean, I'll tell you that.
Yeah?
Amazon Fire and Roku that you'll never miss or your forewarned weather forecast. The WRPG Plus app. We're for Buffalo. Speedway is serving up more than just speed. Fans are getting a full-on Cinco de Mayo flavor with Fiesta. Levi's Menu is bringing bold energy to match the thrill of race day. From tamale chili pie to churro fries. It's a menu built for race weekend with flavors just as big and bold as Texas. You need to get in on that. What's that? I mean, all of it. Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm in. And Little Andy's. That's for dessert. That as well. I like that grill. Does it know it sometimes has pork in it? Shaped like a pig? I'm not going to get in. You're not going to get in there? Okay. All right. I hate this. Christian Eck is being pushed to the garage, Dylan.
I just spoke with the team, and they think it's the engine. They're still trying to diagnose exactly what the problem is, but there was some fluid on the camera that we saw in commercial here, as you see the look inside on the Celsius onboard. Christian had reported that it sounded like it was blowing up, and then he was having trouble breathing because of whatever was getting into the cockpit. When he came down pit road, they opened the hood and the deck lid, and a bunch of smoke poured out of it. So they're going to get in behind the garage and see if they can figure out what's wrong.
Think about the mile and a half last year. So disappointing. I mean, he's 13th at Las Vegas. Yep. It was up early in Miami, and now this today, no stage points, and he's going to fall even further below that guy. They just can't catch a break. The constantly getting involved in altercations and damage to those race cars. It's been really tough for the course of the season for the first 15 teams. All-guy Rinsby opening stage. Very, very good opening stint of the race for him, and now he's on the pit lane. Let's go to Progressive Pit Road. Start with Kim.
Yeah, let's start at the top. Kyle Larson at 88. He said he was bound
All day I lost 4 in the pit.
Oh. Oh.
It goes the race lead.
The Soldiers are race leaders just at all times. When we come back, we saddle up for stage 2. It's round 12 for the Xfinity Series. We're looking for CW. Perfecting your swing is hard. But replacing your windshield doesn't have to be. Go to SafeLight.com and schedule a replacement today. Ironically and likely, your mom thought
She called me and said, the Charlotte Watch, they're coming to Kingsville, Indiana.
This is the place that respects all Americans.
Can you go find them?
News Nation. News for all Americans. To find News Nation on your screen, go to newsnationnow.com.
What does it take to be the #1 news station? Plus, get our team of local journalists will bring you Kevin's news and reports with the #1 champions. At News 4, we're proud to deliver that. You for Buffalo. Water in your basement? To fix it right, you need the Loctite 2-part system. Unlike inside-only systems, Loctite protects from the inside and the outside. Only experienced local pros and do it right with Loctite. Do it right.
The Paddock Chevrolet Memorial Day sales event is happening all month long, and we're celebrating by extending our popular 12-month pull-ahead program. Bring us your current lease and drive home in a new Chevy today. With so many completely refreshed models, there's no reason to wait any longer. Select any maker model, and with hundreds of new vehicles to choose from, now's the time to let it help you take home the Chevy that's right for you. Visit PaddockChevrolet.com or stop into our showroom today. Pull ahead your lease up to 12 months early at Paddock Chevrolet.
Are you ready for ultimate entertainment experience? Spectrum is bringing together the streaming apps you love. Plus, live TV for sports, entertainment, and news. All in one place, across your devices. So no matter when or where you are, it's all here. Spectrum.
Welcome back to Texas. You're watching the Andy's Frozen Tester 300 on CW. And I just feel we need to participate in the festivities. You know, of course. Andy's is on board. Let's do the deal. What I think I have a strawberry shortcake. Here, what dive into? You know, I couldn't. I know you just got something in the Lemon Bar or Stone Cold frozen thing. Concrete. Yeah, that's what I got right here. Full pressure one. Yeah, I would hope so. I've never been handed one of these in a kid's back in the race. So this job's way better. I was at the Kill on the pre-race show. I don't know what for here. Because I used to be Kill mate. Hey, let's go back. We mentioned going to break. The issues with the ADA. How Larson, Walker Pit Road, lost the pennant position. In addition, going to be penalized for an uncontrolled pop. Right, so there's already a pretty, there was a slow stop as well. But this is the big issue that you'll see here. That right front there for jet work, but both those drivers coming from the rear of the restart line. Benedetto also had an uncontrolled tire. 51 of Jeremy Thomas over the wall too soon on most of the penalties on those pit stops at the end of stage one. And Justin Allgaier lost three players in the front. And just to clean up the demo, he came out of the box into an ejected coverage. So front row here is going to be Sheldon Creed, Brandon Jones. To the outside lane, Creed. Here we are once again, beginning stage two as drivers work and work to control the corner when you can. That's how you make passes. Kyle Larson's trying to make up that issue he had off turn 4. The penalty cars following each other through here. The Benedetto, 99, 88, Kyle Larson. Texas native. The Woodlands, Texas home. Oh, look at that move. Near contact. Wow, that was close. Daniel Kine. I don't know if Dale knew he was down there or was trying to come down and Dale Kine got beneath him. He's in the 70. Allgaier loses the positions on pit road already up to second as he drives below that double zero with Sheldon Creed. So he has two things. He's really good at clean air, and he's not
He did. Why?
He's been able to fly through these cars, making
Wow.
Like I said, almost a perfect full wrap.
Hell yeah. That's fucking kick ass, dude. Damn.
Well, they just did go back to the garage and spoke with the team, and they said it was a push rod issue in the motor. And they're going to try to fix and get back out there. You see Atkins out of the car. So I think that's changed before they go into it. But it was a push rod issue. This is a team that needs points, even at this point in the year. So if they do go back out and play last, it's going to be valuable.
Felt like today was a day he could take advantage because his history in the truck series is pretty good. Here in Texas, really good intermediate driver in the Craftsman Truck Series, but unfortunately hanging for now at the garage. We check in the battle for the lead. They started off the front row. Austin Hill leading Justin Allgaier.
Just got to it quickly, but getting there is one thing. He did another. It's just looking so strong the way they car to the center. Again,
It wasn't the late night shooter or the German troops. That's not what got me here. It was them. The love they showed me. It's hard to give it back and pass it on. Because it's the city you don't see on the highway road that make all the difference. Perfecting your swing is hard. So I'm replacing your windshield. Doesn't have to be. Go to SafeLife.com. We can come to you. Sick. Our human control text can replace your windshield where you are, even if that's right in your driveway. Have a good day. SafeLife makes it easy. Go to SafeLife.com and schedule a replacement today. SafeLife. Today, you're meeting for coffee. Take it out. And then before you know it, you're meeting the family. At Credit One Bank, we believe having credit and rewards for the little moments today can lead to even bigger ones tomorrow. Earn up to 10x points on travel and 5x points on dining. The Credit One Bank Ronder American Express card. Credit One Bank. Gold.
I've always known how to fix things. I was psoriatic arthritis. My body felt broken.
Mornings were a nightmare. But it's not going to control me anymore. So I can't wait to say, I'm back. I'm back.
I'm back. Only Vincella's targets and blocks IL-17A plus F to calm inflammation. Vincella's can deliver transformative relief from joint pain and stiffness. It's fast and lasting. I'm back to it move smooth.
I'm back to reaching for new heights.
Less fatigue for sub-zero swollen joints and 100% clear skin for most.
I'm back to what inspires me.
Serious side effects like suicidal thoughts and behavior, infections and low ability to fight them, liver problems, and inflammatory bowel disease. Tell your doctor if these have or worsen, or fevers, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or you've had a vaccine or plan to. Before starting, get checked for infections, tuberculosis, and liver problems. Give yourself a chance to say, I'm back. Ask your doctor about Vincella's.
Did you know Toyota has 3 NASCAR car series? We got Team 2311 owned by this guy. And every time they compete with Denny Hamlin. But Denny Hamlin races for another team, Joe Gibbs Racing. Yeah, Super Bowl winning head coach Joe Gibbs. And they both share the track with Legacy Motors, co-owned by 7-time Cup champ Jimmy Johnson. 3 epic teams, 4 legendary owners, all going after one cup. Now you're up to speed.
NASCAR fans, the time is now to turn your love of racing into free tickets, merchandise, VIP experiences, and much, much more. Rack up fan rewards points by watching races at home, playing fantasy, completing challenges, and visiting tracks. Then redeem your points for epic prizes. Earn price. What are you waiting for? Sign up for the free NASCAR Fan Rewards Links program today at NASCAR.com/fanrewards.
Just past the halfway point, stage 2, NASCAR Xfinity Series precinct in Texas. Aerial coverage provided by the Lucas Oil Helicopter. And I'm glad the drivers still love playing along with us, even though we were side by side. Didn't change spots for the lead while we were gone. Austin Hill still in front of Preston Allgaier. They won a bunch of amazing calls. I'm not sure the man waiting for that, of course. One of the interesting things here we've seen is that just out there in a hurry to the back of Austin Hill, but since we've got those sort of fizzled out, what I'm seeing as you look at the line they're running down here, 1-2, how high Austin Hill is up the racetrack. And that number comes in, it gets harder and harder to pass. It feels like before you go lower, you just get tight. And so you're going to have to find some ways to gain the on down to 3 and 4. And that's a tough thing. They held the times, but now they're both more
Since the restart, plus 15 for Larson. De Benedetto had the penalty, plus 11. Not as good for Jet Burton, who's up 9 positions since the restart. Jesse Love coming back. He's 6 right now after a difficult start to the day. Top 5, Austin Hill, Allgaier, Reed, Sanchez, and Mayer. 41 laps down stage 2. Sadly, windshield chips turn into windshield cracks. At least you can go to SafeLight.com and schedule a fix in minutes. Sweet. SafeLight can come to you for free. And our highly trained techs can replace your windshield right at your home.
SafeLight, SafeLight.
Don't wait. Go to SafeLight.com and schedule now.
SafeLight repair, SafeLight repair. Let's just get a customer call.
Five immersive worlds. One amazing thing about our universe will never be the same.
Whoa, you've got to see this.
Epic Universe, only at Universal Orlando Resort.
Want the effect of Viagra but faster? Meet Rose Sparks. They contain sildenafil and tadalafil, but sparks dissolve under the tongue. Dissolvables work faster than those pills. See if sparks are right for you at road.com/sparks.
Motorsports isn't complicated. It's made up of races where you go as fast as you can, as best as you can, as sideways as you can, and whatever this is. Our team, Toyota Gazoo Racing. We made some seriously fast cars. Like this one, and this one, definitely this one. And they all have great drivers, ones that win, like in a lot. Look at all these legends. The hottest drivers right now are him, her, and this guy. They're all part of the big happy family speed team. Now you're up to speed. You win.
There's only one hero that can drive the performance you demand from your car. New 94 Octane, the highest octane on the market. Only at Sonoma.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like getting bait man when you need the protection of that.
Easy, baseball man, not too fast, baby.
Great man. Please.
So don't settle for just any insurance because State Farm.
10 laps to go, stage 2. NASCAR Xfinity Series Racing in Texas. 60 Andy's Frozen Custard 300 on C. Adam Alexander, Welch on pit lane.
A new ticket item, business cards.
Practice Chamber of Commerce weather today. 70 sunshine. Stage 2 has been all
Yeah.
give credit to the pit crew who got it back advantage to begin the second stage. And when you talk about stage points being on the line, good racing here back part of the top 10.
And Taylor Gray look at the inside of Brian C. here for that final stage, point 10. He would need that. Definitely need some points this time.
How y'all doing? It's Popo again.
See, had that period there, middle of stage 1, early stage 2, you felt like the 39 was coming alive, but now maybe in need of another adjustment, although he gives up the same thing. Says, I might take that right back. Joe gets racing, and I said earlier, this has been a great track for them over the years. Riley Hurts quietly in 6th, Brandon Jones 9th, Taylor Gray here in 10th, and just behind them, William Sawalek, who started way back in the 18, having as good a day as we've seen in a while.
That's right, let's get a Toyota driver update.
What the fuck? I knew it was coming. I knew it.
But he also didn't want him to underdrive it because this place would be even sketchier if you underdrive. He just needs to charge the corners here is what he told the driver. Right now, Dylan, that's a little free. For what it's worth.
And
Oh, but what? Stop asking others for their settings.
Sure what that could be right now. Sometimes if you have vibrations that can push the pads back, that sort of thing, but to be locking the rears, you're only using about 150 to 200 pounds of brake, maybe 250 down to turn one, which I didn't put that in a scale. That's like 15 to 25% max brake.
It sure does. I screwed up.
Each lap into turn one, so you should.
There's what he's talking about. Right there, for whatever reason, I put on there, right there, millimeters per second. It's millimeters per minute. Oh, this brings. It's an 8-cylinder iron on 7 most of the time. You have any videos or plan to have videos about proper finishing steps such as paint, fill? What order do you do things for filling, sealing steps, and time maybe? Well, I use, as far as products go, I use Rust-Oleum spray paint on just about everything. Rust-Oleum paint and Rust-Oleum lacquer. And I used to use the triple stick a lot, but I found that it takes too long to cure for me. And sometimes it didn't even, if I didn't let it cure long enough between each of the coatings, it would stay really soft for too long. But it's funny, John, that you bring that up because I'm going to talk about that after we do the material test. Because one of the plaques that I have available this week are the walnut. The walnut is, well, here's one of the test pieces I did. I boogered up the piece when I was mitered or joining the edges and getting everything, and so I made this a test piece. And the walnut is nice and pretty, but it doesn't show the engraving very, very well unless you do something really big and bold. But what I found is good on this walnut is use it for a color fill. So I got a piece that I did the color fill in. I'll show you here in a few minutes. And we'll talk about the steps that I use to do that. I'm just trying to get through the questions, and then we'll jump over to the material testing. Every time I get a new batch of birch plywood in, I do a field test because they're not consistent. Yeah, I've not had too much problem by staying with the same manufacturer, the Filer. I've not had a huge variance in that at all. So I feel pretty good about my same settings with the birch. But I'm here now. I'm bringing in all these new materials: the Osage orange, the purple art. What else did I do with the plastic? I can't even remember that. But now with the maple, the walnut, and I was extremely impressed. Yeah, right here. This is the basswood. I could not believe, and again, I screwed up. I got millimeters a second, millimeters a minute. I'll need to put that in the description. I screwed that up in the website. But this is basswood. And you guys say, oh, I use basswood. I use basswood. But the majority of you probably use the 2 and 3 millimeter basswood plywood. And I think that's the garbage, you know. That is a solid inch of basswood. Solid. It's softwood, but it's solid wood. No grains there. But the contrast that I got from that was incredible. It looked really, really good. When you put a finish on it, it looks good as some of the maple finish. Let's see here. Okay, good. No, Ed's got a question. How do you export the test grid so it can be used on a different computer? I don't follow you. I mean, I understand what you're saying, but Does the other computer not have LightBurn on it? Don't know. And we got comments here. I'm not sure if you can unless it bundle function. The Dragons highlight your test, then you go to file and save. You can save the test file, and I'll show you all that in the tool. And that might be what you can do. You know, like they're saying, save it, and then you email that file. But if you're emailing that file to a computer that has LightBurn, and then plus, what you're getting ready to see and learn here, you may discover that what you're asking is something you don't even need to do. Because you can save these files and just have them, you can just pull them up. You don't have to recreate it at the same time. So we're gonna jump over and take a look. So I don't have to repeat it on the second. Yeah. So you have different. Okay, now I think I'm beginning to follow you. You have different computers that control different lasers. Is that what you got going on, Ed?
Comprehensive child development, along with family support services to families in need and pregnant women. We provide a rich, positive environment that fosters age-appropriate academic and developmental growth, Monday through Friday, celebrating
Raising set for another 2-hour tumble.
CAM of Western.
Yeah, I didn't like the basswood plywood. I don't use it at all anymore. It's
Hobo wood.
It's like almost like balsa wood. And it's a waste of money as far as I'm concerned. But I was extremely happy with these. You know, the plaques, I milled them down to 12 mil.
Take advantage of money saving rebates on high efficiency appliances through National Fuel.
Even if you have two identical lasers, you can still get different results, even with the same. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Different, depending on the material, different grain consistencies, different hardnesses and densities of the wood, and how dry is one versus the other, how green is the other. Yeah, you can have variables that affect your results. All right, I'm going to mark the spot here, and we're going to jump over here to LightBurn and look at this material for it. Spots marked with highlight list. And actually, I'm going to do this. I'm going to show you the process here on that test piece I did. Download. And
is it import or import?
I say this a lot too.
IMPORT. Import. Like you're trying to import a file? Yeah.
So I'll be right back. You go over it, you can see Sandra.
IMPORT.
Please sand clean, and it cleans everything up, makes it nice and crisp. And I do the same. I will sand my material. But what I'm looking for when I do my test pieces, my test grids, I'm looking for what gives me the best result and requires the least amount of sanding. I want to show you these grids before and after sanding, and the 10 watt and the 30 watt, and show you some up close images here that's better than me trying to hold them up to the camera and show you what's going on. So let me get these pulled up here. This one is 10 watt, it's grid.
Okay.
Yep, that's one of them. And 10 watt. That's wood, yeah, that's the other. Alright, so we pop and switch. So what we have here, and I've got the up here, it says Rolly 10 watt basswood. And I've got, I used the default settings in the test before I did anything. And I knew that this one, and I didn't even do, I didn't use default. I went with a minimum speed of 700 millimeters and a max of 18,000. And then this is the same pilot settings, 10 watt basswood, but instead of doing 10 watt. I'm sorry, instead of starting from 10 to 100, I went 20 to 100, and I went from 1,000 to 6,500 instead of this OS at 18. So I use this piece right here to determine what my optimal settings was going to be, because all of this up here is a lot of wasted information. There's so little variance in this that the information I gleaned from this is totally useless. It did me no good whatsoever. And on the 10 watt setting, or 10% power on the 10 watt, there was hardly any output whatsoever if you got really, really slow. So I said, all right, so that one's got a pretty good variable on 20 watt, and I'm only going to go up to 6,500, so that's going to do 20 watt. And then went ahead and stayed up to a maximum of 100 watt. So this 20 to 100, 1,000 to 65 is right in, just this 4 rows right here, 4 by 9, got turned into a 10 by 10. And now you can see it fades away to nothing, and it burns it to a crisp down here. So I've got a complete range of what that laser would do in a 10 watt, anywhere from 1,000 to 6,500. And then let's see here. I did the same thing with 30 watt. But before I do that, let me show you these same two. There's 10 and there's
Breast feed increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor at worsening related chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems
all right.
vision
So
changes,
there and there. So those are the same two tests, but after I sanded them. So now that I've cleaned them up, I can really see there. This was the one that went all the way up to 18,000 millimeters a minute. But this one was my optimum piece, 1,000 millimeters a minute to 6,500. So there, once I sanded it and cleaned it up, all those faded away. That little bit that's going on over here got all sanded off and cleaned up. So now you can see there's nothing all the way to a crisp. And I got cleaned up and it looks good. And I can see what gives me a deep, dark pocket and any of the variations in between. That's all. Actually, that's 30, but same deal. Little. All right. Now what I'm going to do is open up the tool and make sure. Let's see here. Nope. All right. So now let's go into LightBurn and know about the tool in LightBurn and how you get those settings. First, you need to know your laser. What are your laser's capabilities? What's your maximum speed? There's no sense in putting in there, 18,000 millimeters a minute, and your laser will only do 12,000. But you need to know what your laser's capabilities are and your minimum maximum speeds, or your max speed. That way you're not, because I think it probably generates the test, but if you're given 10 rows and you tell it to go from 1,000 millimeters a minute to 18,000, but your laser caps out at 12, then those last 6 will probably output, but it'll be all exact same stuff, because you got it at max speed. And so you just wasted a whole bunch of time and material trying to figure out, know what your laser's capabilities are. Then, to find the tool, you go into the laser tools in LightBurn. And the material test right here. It's laser tools menu and material test. And you open that, it's going to give you this menu here. And it's going to give you X and Y. And your Y is on the left here, X is on the right. How many counts do you want as far as in your test grid? It's actually, so if in this test grid, and generally I do, not always, but generally in order to get a full
spectrum, I'll do a 10 by 10 test grid, 10 squares across and 10 squares up. And that's what that's asking there. 10 count and 10 count. Then this one is your speed. Now you can change the parameters. And I don't mess with this because when I'm doing this, I'm looking for my best speed and power settings for when I'm engraving. Typically, I do not use the material test for finding my cutting speeds and powers. I'll talk about that in a second because that's what I've done over here. And this is testing to find speeds and powers for cutting. But you can use this same material test for finding cutting.
Exactly the same thing here. We talked about it throughout the day. You lose your sight as you're following other cars.
Yes, it will still generate a test, just run, yeah.
Really tough. Everyone starts to go lower and lower, trying to get.
And counts means rows and columns, correct. How many rows and how many columns? And your X and Y. So back over here. So that's your counts, rows and columns, speed and power. And then here's your maximum speed, your minimum and your maximum, and then your height and width. Height and width is how big do you want your pieces to be engraved. This one I did 5 by 5. And here, much smaller piece, and I did the squares at probably 3 inches. These are the, because I want, because the grains of your wood, especially if you're doing hardwood, the grains in the hardwoods can really affect how well it burns and engraves. So don't try to do too small of a test grid when you're doing tests on hardwoods. You will not get a consistent result. So stay with a little bit larger on the hardwoods. But that's a 5 mil 10 by 10, and that one's 3 mil 10 by 10. And you can see the difference in the sizes of that.
It's like you just follow the cars in front of you, think they know where to go. They have clearer sight than you.
But from what I've learned with my laser, 600 millimeters a minute, I don't do anything as slow as 600 millimeters a minute. So I typically bump that up to at least 700 or even possibly 1,000 for my minimum speed. And then set my max speed. And the more you do of these, the more tests you do, you're going to start to discover and learn your laser's capabilities, even when it's a species you're not familiar with. You just kind of start to see, okay, well, my laser is really not going to do much of have an effect using the 10 watt. Anything above 12,000 millimeters. So you can do, so if your laser is fast enough, as you do it, you can go faster. But you just start to learn, okay, 10 watt setting, I probably don't need to go any more than 12,000. That just comes with experience, and the more you do of these, the more testing you'll do, the less you'll find that it's necessary, or you'll find that you get a more optimum test result with fewer tests the more you do. So you set your minimum speed and your maximum speed, and you don't have to do a square. You could do 3 by 10. You could make it rectangular if you want. But that's going to affect the size of your material test. And then this right here, Y center and X center. That is telling you where the center of your test material is going to be located on your work area. So right now, if I preview this, I hit preview, and I can see an outcome in there. I can see all my traversal moves. I'm going to turn those off. And then I'm going to make this full screen. I'm going to zoom out. And now, there is the center, or the green outline. I hope you can see it on your screen. But that's putting that test pattern in the very center of my work area. Show of hands, how many people work from the center of your work area? And this is only something that I've learned in the past few months. And I found that it allowed, by learning how to do what I'm about to show you, it allowed me to get those nice 4 test patterns arranged nice and neatly on one piece of material without ever having to move the material. The material is sitting on the work bed, and I'm able to put the test patterns where I want them and keep them nice and neat and organized. Let's see here. I see question marks. What did I say on there? They were Larry's. But you mentioned 1,000 millimeters a minute as your minimum speed. I'm assuming you were talking about engraving. Yes, engraving. And that's all I'm talking about. Engraving is all I'm talking about. Pretty much for this. Because cutting, you kind of get a little bit familiar with your laser. You know what your laser is going to do. But when you got new thicknesses and a brand new material, then you may be required to do some test cuts and figure out what's going to do to get your test. And you can use this material pattern to do, and I've seen lots of guys do it, where you'll see a grid like this, and the top or the lower quadrant down here is all cut out, and none of these are cut out, but you can see where it engraved. But I don't bother. I simply just know it's okay. I'm doing 10 watt. Typically, I can cut out at around 420 to 500 millimeters a minute at 100% power, depending on the material, 3 to 5 passes depends on that. So today we're talking about engraving, not about any of the cut setting, just engraving. Because that's where people, I get it a lot of times. And you see it in the students. When I use 4 racks to get a really dark engraving, or I use this technique to get a dark engraving, you don't have to do all of that. All that time and prep work, and that's time spent that you put in engraving. It's like, well, I got a really dark result, and it didn't take too long before. Well, once you take the time that it took you to create the solution, make the solution, mix it up, and then get it up, put it on there, and did you get a good even coating on there? You know, because if you don't, that could result in a darker area here than over here. So I'm looking for the ability to get a deep, dark engraving without using anything on the material at all. And what can I do that's going to give me a consistent dark outcome using just the speed and power of the laser? And that's why I do all of these tests when I do them. I'm looking for the optimum speed and power. I have been arguing for ages to have it work from origin rather than center. The argument is too many don't frame their material tests. Now, and I can see their point, because I'm going to show you here the problem with doing what I'm about to do, and where this is a problem. If you were to use it from origin, that could be an issue too. Origin would not work. And I'll show you that. All right, so back over here to LightBurn. So there's the test pattern in the center of the workbench. Well, this is my Y center and my X center. And if you look right down here, that tells you the output size of the material things. But I want you to watch. Up here's the title. Let's go back to the previous thing. Preview. Right here, it's showing you your line intervals, number of passes, and speed and power setting. If I go up here and put in the title, let's make it capitalized. There we go. Now I go back and look at the preview. It'll put the title up there too. So you can put in there your the laser you're using, and if you're using one of the rollies and you have a switchable laser from 10 watt to 30 watt, put in there the rolly 10 watt, and then, what is the material? You can label it there, like you've seen what I did in those photographs. And that's where you put that in the title up there. But when you do that, it changes the size of your output. So I went from 82, there's, with the title, I'm at 82.5 by 100. Take the title out of there. Well, it did. Maybe it's for a preview. Pretty sure it does. There's that preview without it. But it didn't change the output size there. But here is the, with this information from the output, let's just cancel that and bring it up again. Window or click from it. Laser tools, material test. Yeah. I think that changed. There's, let's look at it now from the very first time. There's 82.1 by 92. And test, review, 82 and 92. 82 and 99. Yeah, that's what I thought. When you put the title on there, it changes your output size. Now, when I took that title off, for whatever reason, it didn't change it back. But when you know what your output size is going to be, and you don't want it to be in the middle of your material, I see here it's 82 by 99. And I'm going to come over here to my center point for my output, and for the Y, I'll put. In fact, let's do this. I'm gonna try and show you. If I'm gonna try to get as close to orange as possible, and why that's not good. So what I'm gonna do is, if that's the center point, I'm gonna divide it in half both ways, and then that should put the output there at the origin. So here goes that 4-letter word. So output size is 82 from the X. Half of 82 is 41. So let's say 41 and 99.3. We'll just say 50. In preview. I got a warning. One or more shapes are crossing the edge of the machine workspace and will not be sent. I don't want to continue. So where is that at? Let's just tell that 52 on the Y in preview. Still got a problem. Let's make that 45 in preview. And there. That's got it moved down there to the bottom. But it was not liking those parameters I put in there, and this is part of what I want to show you. I turn on the traversal moves here, how close it is, and that's probably, that's why I was getting the warning, because those coordinates I was putting in there, it should have allowed me to put it down there because I was putting it at the halfway point on the X and the Y, but if I was to have that positioned all the way over that traversal move and moving at 1800 millimeters a minute, that overscanning would have been out of bounds. And it would have caused an error and it not output that once it would have ran so far, and then once the overscanning ran into your boundary, it would have stopped. It would no longer output your text. So origin would work as long as it took into, but because depending on what the speeds are going to be, your overscanning and your percentage is going to change. So it's just saying it's absolutely its origin. I can see why they say, yeah, we're not going to do that. Too many variables change what it needs to be. Put it in the center screen and they can't screw it up. But if they move it, then if they're smart enough to move it and know how it works, they can figure out where it needs to be placed. So go back here, there's the preview. So by changing your center on your Y and X, you can move it from the center screen down to the bottom corner. Now, if I did this test And I've got that one right here in that bottom corner of my test material. And my test material is large enough to put, like I did there, they four tests on that piece. I know what my output size is, and I know where the center of it is at. When I'm ready to do the next one, and this is where it's simple, four-letter words, man, it's so easy. But I struggle with it. I've already done my output for one test. Now, without moving my material, I just want to move my next test over. I've not changed the size of anything. I've just changed my parameters, the speed and the power. So the output size is going to be the same. And I just need to move it over.
I think it's just a product of where certain people started at the beginning of the race.
Then I'm going to take, and what is my, it's 100 mil. And I'm just going to come right here. If my output size is 100 mil, only, let's see. Output is, no, I'm sorry, over here. And you see, the fact that they've got the X is on the right and not on the left, because usually you got X on the right and Y on the left, but for whatever reason, they've got it in the test pattern inverted there. So the output size is 82, this was 45, and I add 82 to it, 47,
strong start to the year.
I'm not even going to hurt my head right because I'll hurt my head. 82 plus 45, 127 mil. Then I changed my Y to 127 mil in preview. And look at the full screen. Look there. So there's my first output. So over here, it just moved that second one right over to the side of it. So I can change the parameters of my test material. And when you set up your test parameters in all your values, and then you hit the start button here on your test grid, you hit start, that screen doesn't go away. That will stay there. And none of that shows it bye-bye. It's going to stay right there on top of your, while you're running your test grid. Then when you see what your results are, you're like, okay, I'm going to tweak this, tweak that. Then all you got to do is go right back into that screen and make the changes you want to, then move it over the exact width of your X parameters, which in this case is 82. Move it over 82 millimeters, and it's going to just move it over and do the next one right beside of it in the next length of space. I've been arguing for ages to have it work more than they're arguing with Tokyo to be talked about it. And then it says, are you going to cover running tests out of focus for combo of depth and darkness? What I'm planning to do, my videos are really long in the piece. And I'm trying to get, because there are a lot of things that you can do with this, and I'm gonna go over the material settings and the text settings and the border settings, and then there is where I will sometimes set up my material settings to run for cross hatch and line after field. So instead of just a simple engrave, move over, engrave, move over, I might do a cross hatch where I'm on the X and then on the Y and then do a line after field and then do the next split. And those tests can take some time, but that's where I really see a difference. But I wanted to get people who aren't familiar with the text comfortable with using the test and understand how those settings work before I start overcomplicating it. And that's why I wasn't even talking about cuts. I was going to talk just about engraving in this video. If you run a save test file, it does not save title. Oh, it doesn't save the title? That's weird because But if this thing, for games and giggles, I'm going to, we'll do this as live 05/03/2025. So there's my title, and I want to save this text. Right there's your disk for saving. Save current values as a preset. So if I save that and save the preset name, 5/05 -03 dash. You save it. That saves it in the presets. And now if I look over here at my downloads, here's all my different presets that I've saved at different times. So let's, in fact, we'll close this. Go bye-bye. Go back into laser tools, material test. Go and grab my presets and pull up the live. And sure enough, the title is not there. The presets are there, but the title's not there. Well, that's kind of screwy. Well, actually, I can see it not saving the title because there because when I'm doing the title, I'm telling it which laser and what power and what species. And I might want to save the parameters like, okay, well, like I was saying earlier, you get familiar with your laser and you know that this is generally the best. It's like I can engrave at speeds much less than 1,000. But I found that even at speeds under 600, at 10% up to 100%, that whole line just gets burnt up. And typically now when I do a test, I don't do anything less than 600. I don't do 500. I don't do any. In fact, the ones I've done here, I think everything is at 1,000 at its lowest possible speed. And you begin to learn, okay, look, if I'm using my 10-watt settings, typically I start to lose any output or seeing any engraving at speeds over 12,000. So now I know that, all right, I'm going to go from 1,000 to 12,000. But the species are always going to change. So I can set up and have a preset saved, so I don't have to set that up every time. I don't have to go in and change it from its default to 1,000 and 12,000 because the presets got it up. So you can save the presets, but it won't save your title. But that just gives you a chance to edit it on what you're testing and what settings and what material. So I can see it not saving the title. But that is something that's going to change where the parameters may not change. I may want to have a parameter that's just my personal default, and then I can edit the title. But let's look at the rest of these settings in the material test. You've got down here, and these are relatively new for LightBurn. This one is especially. The edit border setting. This will allow you to actually cut out the individual test once it's complete. So if you didn't want to have a big piece like this, it's got 4 separate pieces on it, then you can set that border setting to where once it completes the test, it'll go in and cut out each individual, or cut out that test once it's finished. And I use that when I want to have these that I was starting cutting the hole in and putting the ring on, and organizing it. Looking for any questions or comments before I go. Nope, all right, good. Marking the spot. All right, now back over here. So, material setting. We open that up, you get the same cut settings editor that you see all the time. And this one, you're not going to use much until you start really wanting to do advanced things with your test. Because your test is going to be running the variables of your speed and power. So you're not going to set speed and power here because that's what the test is doing. But you can change your line interval or your lines per inch, either one. And for those who aren't aware, if we've got some really elementary or newbies in here, these are linked together. They're one and the same. So if I wanted to do, right now I'm doing a 0.08 or 317.5 lines per inch. This is just the metric way of saying the same thing as this one in the period. So if I want to go from 318 lines per inch to 254 lines per inch, see, it changes the line interval up there. That's doing 1/10 of a millimeter for each line, so, or 250 lines per inch. That's how many times that laser is going to engrave per inch. It's going to put 254 lines in every inch. Knowing what your spot size is on your laser, most of them say they're 0.08. And another video, your spot size is not round. It's going to be ovoid at best. So if you are doing your scan on the X at a 0.08, and you do a scan on the Y on a 0.08, they're not going to be the same. Because your spot size is a little bit different. If your spot size is large or wider than it is tall, and when you start scanning on that Y, it's going to actually be overlapping itself. If you follow what I'm saying. Because it's not a circle. It's not. But you're not using this cut settings for anything except to, if you want to do the crosshatch I was talking about earlier, you could do crosshatch. You can turn that on. Now you're going to do X and Y. And if you want to increase your overscanning, or turn your overscanning off, that anything below this line up here, anything other than your speed and power, you can control it. You can make it a line. Get a line. Say okay. And then when you go look at your preview, that's what you get. You just get a line. You don't get a complete field. So you don't, if you're in that, that's how you generate the cut text. Well, I'm going to talk about that for you. If you don't want to do an engraving test, you want to find out what your cutting ability is, do the same thing. You set up your variables and your speed and your power, and you change that to a line instead of engraved, and it's going to cut those out if you got it right. So, but if you're needing to do multiple passes, if you're doing the cut test, well, you increase your passes right here as well. So if you want to do 4 passes at your variable speeds, you leave it in line mode, increase the number of passes, and it's going to do a cut test for you. Put it back to fill mode, and now you're going to be getting an engraving. So you can change the total number of passes, change it to crosshatch or if you wanted to see the difference between an X engraving and Y axis engraving, then you would change your scan angle right here from 0 to 90. Right here it's showing you the scanning X. Change that from 90 and now it's moving up and down on your Y. So that's what the cut settings are for. It's to set up basic information, your lines per inch, your scan angle, number of passes, crosshatch or not. And that's all done through your material, edit materials settings. before I move on to the next one. I'm just looking for questions and comments. This, I might invest. Missed a couple racks.
Yeah. Go fucking figure.
What Floridians guys follow each other right into the ground. That damn Florida.
Boom.
This was the first week where the car drove really good. Maybe because it
Well, these guys pit stop running to them back, huh? Newbie.
Sheldon Creed stealing my stats. DNFs in 3 of the last 4 races for the driver that won a truck race here in Texas in 2020. All guard lead green flag pit stop when we return.
If you're planning on all getting together, why stay in hotel rooms and not be together?
Business cards. $10 for 20.
Get an Airbnb.
Reasonable?
Get together.
Those are good cards.
Huh?
Nice boat, please. Those are good cards.
Yeah. 20 of them for $10.
Hey, Steve, nice boots. Where'd you get those?
I bet you could probably get, yeah, $5 to $10 easy for flyers, yeah.
That's buying 20. That's 50 cents a card.
Oil filters for your fleet in Orange County, Florida. It's why we built a nationwide network of parts and exceptional service, all driven by the mission. Teaching businesses big, small, and everything in between. Full speed ahead.
Sarah Ben Brandon Foley, Dragonsengraving Auto Body, LLC. We actually sold the twins name.
Billy! 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 Got what Billy is. Where's Billy? Oh, there he is.
Why, hello, Billy. Hey, what do y'all know? Old Billy's back. Doggone. Sure did miss you, Billy boy.
We sure done missed you, Billy. I miss myself, DJ.
On the stage, he's in control right now, and he has the Xfinity fastest lap. See it on the board there. Under 30 seconds. He's got that purple stopwatch in our bumper. Now we start thinking about pit stops, and I say we're 5-10 laps away from seeing these guys come in what would be a scheduled stop.
Yeah, the way this stage works out,
What else?
Look at our bumper. Like this is, you know, lap since they last made a pit stop. Those are drivers, Daniel Dye, that would be candidates to run it long. Put themselves in a position of energy, timed out, and they'd have an opportunity to take advantage. And as we start talking about pit stops, you can't lose sight of the fact that Kyle Larson is right in the hip pocket of Justin Allgaier for the race lead. I feel like I'm back at Bristol again. Yes, these two going at it once again. Maybe rolled reverse slightly this time instead of the dominant one. Larson at 88 going in for Connor Village as he worked through the field twice now. Straight winner by Carson Crawford did 2 laps down. The teammate of that first position today won the junior motor.
These are the metal ones.
It's be tough, Justin, to navigate. You want ones that are staying in the same line there. You see those two staying to the bottom, but now I think 3 cars ahead of them as well. You don't want them to get side by side. That would really slow you up. 22 cars on the lead lap. The last of those, Anthony Alfredo. Taking caution right now. Basically, in your window, stay on the lead lap. It'll be a challenge. This is not what Justin wants to see in front of him. You don't want to go much higher than where he is right there. That compromised his momentum here last year, talking about Allgaier. He was in the race lead. There he goes around. Alfredo putting him a lap down. Next car he'll see, the 44 of Winter Tool, also on the lead lap, scored at 21st. He actually got away from Kyle Larson a little bit through that traffic. It's amazing to me to just watch him lap by lap, quiet down where they can run. The one thing that does, it just makes it seems like it makes it harder and harder for that second place car to try and get by the leader to get a run, create momentum. It helps getting through these lappers, but as we see the track just start to widen out, it gives the leader so much control. You can't really run the bottom as effectively as you could early in the race. And then outside will have the momentum. It seems like you've just got to find a way to generate the momentum or force them out of the top. 59 to go. No more lappers. Fifth down. Advantage for Allgaier. 3/10 of a second over Kyle Larson. Corey Day, which is where he is in regard to the pit stop situation. Wow. Riley Hurt was pitting, and he was on the bottom, underneath Jeb, and caught Riley really quickly. A little bit surprised Riley Hurt is pitting here because he was on the better end of it when you talk about fuel and tires, but they cut down a summit schedule with 59 to go.
Yeah, Riley Hurt just a little loose after what's the duration of the grip to last for him. You see those 4 fresh Goodyear tires, slight adjustment, still no fuel, and he is done with this.
He was 10 when he came in. Now the battle right here, screen. We go full screen race for the lead. Here's Larson driving the inside of Allgaier.
Ooh.
Really? Bring both away to there.
You know, I did this exact same thing with about 10 to go or 15 to go in 2023 underneath Justin, and I didn't get the lead either. How's that it?
Damn.
Thinking about this, if you're Allgaier, we know the mental concentration that comes with making a green flag pit stop. Okay? So how do you deal with this situation and get your mind around that? Because we know it's going to be coming soon. Well, the big there just to get away from there, maybe have a chance now to build more of a gap with him.
And you see the 18 of Williams Wallace. Pretty good rebound for him after having an uncontrolled tire earlier in the race. The crew on the right side will put 4 fresh Goodyear tires on that machine. Williams is competing just a little tight on exit as they continue fuel service on his car.
He was 7th when he came down pit road was William Wallace. Best career finish to date is 9th, so he's working on a career day. First
That was dangerous going to the corner. Wow, that was timing. I don't know how high he was there. It had to feel really sketchy. Going around Chris right on the outside into the green a little bit. Taking another look at it here down in turn 3. Yeah, he didn't want to be up there. No, your right side, that high up, that is too high. He somehow got away with it. Great job on Justin. Hold on to that thing. Made that pit stop. They show 22nd down, 2 laps down. So Wallach, 1 lap down. Obviously, once everything cycles through, they'll gain some of that position back. 53 to go. A little longer here. The guys up front are that we saw the last time we were here 1 year ago. This is why you fight so hard for the lead in there. What you're seeing with just like Kyle Larson on that run. He got the inside of that gate. He closed that gap so quickly. Justin did an amazing job to carry the speed on the outside into 3 and 4 and hold them off.
Hi, Bill.
Position so easily, and now it's dead end to be. Continue to be in the lead. Have the clear and have a second lead right now as we rumble towards the possible green flag stops for these drivers. That's why you fight so hard to keep it. It's our longest green flag.
I'm doing good. Came in because I got bored.
The importance of track position. I go to Austin Hill. Won that battle off the road into stage 1, and he ends up winning stage 2. So it is big, enormous here at Texas Motor Speedway. For a green flag pit stops, back to Ken.
So much is that,
Yeah.
no TV to watch today. Nothing exciting.
Started this run 3, and then it started to build back height on it throughout the course of this run. They changed 4 tires and then 25 is inside the top 10 most of the day.
Scheduled green flag pit stops for a couple of Ford drivers. Ryan Sieg was 6th, Harrison Burton was 8th, and here comes Harrison's cousin.
Dad,
Jeff
Bill's
making
talking
pit stop.
to you.
It's new one.
There you go. All starting to
Yeah.
all the leaders.
Yeah.
Its position and make a scheduled green flag pit stop here. Nick Sanchez coming as well. Here they are again.
Coming in after the races and eating.
How much rice can you make?
We have the whole thing.
I want a big, big bowl.
You want a big, big bowl.
And butter.
Butter.
Lots of butter.
Lots of butter. God.
I want a big bowl.
You want it?
Like this. Lots of butter.
My father's insane.
Uh-huh. Lots and lots.
That's going to net him the top spot once everything cycles through. There are some drivers, though, that are yet to come in. In fact, the top 9, if you look at the
There it is. Oh. Oh.
Stupid.
Oh.
Through that, lost the race lead and now trouble.
Ooh. Ooh.
Caution number 8. Wow.
Out of the car.
Cycle back to 12. And you think about how dominant he's been. Dominant multiple times. Something like this happens. But 99 laps. Won a stage. Was in control. And his record in Texas will go to over 28. 28 start here today. For his first Texas win.
It's down 3-4. Chris Wright is way off the pace. They come off a 4, slides up, and Justin is going at such a high rate of speed. Can't react in that point in the corner. Nathan gets in the back of him and causes this wreck here. We saw it earlier when Justin went around the outside of Chris Wright, who was way off the pace a couple laps prior when he was racing with Kyle Larson. But really,
Here we go. Line up for Larson now then, huh? Larson just took the lead from him. He took the tunnel circulate. All those other cars were waiting too. There were 6 cars there that were waiting to fucking see if the caution come out or not while they were trying to hold up before they did their green flag pitch.
Yeah.
We got that free lap.
I feel like in that position, where Chris was, he was sort of on the bottom and then sort of moved up, sort of lost the car. The pace started going. We look here once again for the aerial. The team saying, hey, you got to hold one lane. We ventured on the top, down the bottom, and now moves up. And that just makes it so unpredictable for Justin to try and choose where to go when the car's that much slower and you're going that much faster than them, and there will be lanes. When lap cars are sort of told by NASCAR, you're told by NASCAR, if you're a lap car, hey, the best thing you can do is just hold it. It doesn't matter what lane you're running, just hold it. Just run a line. Allow the faster cars to have to get around you, but do it in a predictable way. When they're unpredictable, that's what makes it really tough. And those racer drivers get angry when a car's unpredictable.
Yeah.
They're way slower than you're going. It makes it hard for you to react because you're going so fast. You can't just suddenly turn the car back.
I don't want to make it a case smaller cars should have won every race this year or anything, but think about
that'd be quite a shame.
But you think about their performance. Yeah, they're in the game.
7 of the lead still to make the pit.
To see it in this way for him is so disappointing. And now, I look at our leaderboard, 6 or 7 drivers inside the top 10 that are yet to make a pit stop, that are on the lead lap. I should say 7 drivers that are on the lead lap that are yet to make a pit stop. Where they come under yellow, and this is really going to shake things up because a lot of those drivers that have gone a lap down that have made a pit stop are going to do the way we're going to have a big shuffle before we eventually go back in.
And for Larson and Sanchez, who have hit it, they've got 7 their tires in a couple of flag laps. So, they most likely will stay out here. And if you look at, some of those drivers that have their tires, it's not going to be a massive tire many, but it will sort of shake things up for running.
William Sawallick made a green flag pit stop with a lap down. He gets the free pass here. 13th is where he is running order. Pit road's going to open this time, so we'll get a restart here. Inside of 40 laps to go. A long way from over. And even though he's going to get it, even though he's going to pit the guy that leads this race, for now, Sam Mayer, the guy who got the checkered flag here a season ago. Here comes Mayer and others, Kim.
And Sam saying the car's pretty good despite that damage you stated earlier. You see it at the top there. He said it did build a number 4-2 to pressure adjustment. Middle there, tight is the word on pit road for all of these drivers. Taylor Gray reporting newbie career. He's just too tight on landing, and that car running just a little bit hot. And Daniel Guy there at the very bottom. That driver coming into this race with 2 straight top 10, looking for a third pit wall. We're telling the team no reason we can't finish top 10 here today. We have the speed. Again, just give a little bit freedom so he has better turn action.
The green flag. In the midst of a cycle of green flag pit stops, you know there's going to be a big shuffle. We'll reset everything once we come out. Just been incredible today. But unfortunately, this afternoon over to the majority. He gets involved in pretty right. More than one down. Sadly, windshield chip. Into windshield cracks. Make sure you go to SafeLife.com and schedule a fix for minutes. Sweet. SafeLife covers you for free. Don't wait. Go to SafeLife.com and schedule now. Did you finish?
Honey.
We are the pros that know racing services inside me. From professional grade parts to everything you need. Keep your time.
Yeah, I'm working on it, boss.
Those are tough quick.
I'm working on it, boss.
You have to 10 viewers.
I'm working on it, boss.
That's shaking, man. That's shaking.
A super thick, flexible patch with maximum OTC strength lidocaine that contracts to the body to relieve pain right where it hurts. And it means it really stinks. Salon Boss. It's good medicine.
Just get it closer.
Five versus worlds. One of these is our universe.
Oh, you got it, Robin.
Coming up next, next battle with over $12 million on the line. This is where legends are made. Dragonsengraving. It's coming up next.
Oh.
This, Gabby Thomas getting warmed up and ready to go. And Parker, you told me, you're pretty fast right now. I don't think you can. But you did tell me if just on the track thing, you would have been 100 meters. Anything short. That would have been my favorite. Not a long distance. I used to run maybe 4 times. Yeah, I think I saw you at the NFL. No, that thing is, I was working out with a former NFL quarterback, and I wanted to get there. So we worked on it, and I did it. Now I'm probably about 2 seconds short. Yeah. Especially if I ate that. Are you okay to have a sample? I would. Okay. Yeah. I didn't. I don't know if that's a party foul or if that's a separate. I just find it interesting for food in the taste. Counterproductive. Carla, what's up?
Yeah, Adam, we know the adversity that Williams Wallace has faced in his rookie season. And earlier this week, I said, have you ever been through a season like this? He said, it's honestly the most adversity I've ever faced. He also reminded me that he's never run a full season of anything prior to this year. And if he did, it was actually short track. So coming to the Xfinity Series and running the variety of tracks has been an adjustment for him. And then, of course, add the mechanical issues the team has had over the last couple of weeks. It's been a tough go for Wallace, but a better showing today. Him.
Yeah, let's check in with the 48 of Nick Sanchez, currently running in the second position. What a day for him. And it's been a combination of them being very happy with their speed lately. And actually, speed trumps everything in his opinion. If they have speed, the wins will come. He also has a great record here in the Truck Series. And on top of that, this is a brand new car. They were very confident about today, looking to put the pressure on Kyle Larson. Billy.
Again, another team that felt really good about what they had to start today was the 8-car of Sammy Smith with Motorsports cars all have been so strong today. But if we get a look at the front of this race car, you'll see the damage that they've had to encounter or overcome from the last one collision. They net gained in that cycle of pit stops, stayed out long there. It's got them inside the top 10 now, Kim.
Stay down for Justin Allgaier after leading 99 laps today. You got tangled up with a lap car trying to pass. Just walk me through what exactly happened.
Well, we almost got wiped out right before the game, like top of the same car. And going to the middle of the same boy there. He went up and then turned around and then went back up and then I tried to go to the bottom and he lifted and went back down. Just frustrating day. I hate it for all of the guys, everybody in the field, just for Chevrolet. Obviously had a really fast car. Having a great battle with Kyle there. And we lost a little bit of time in that pit stop, but I still thought that, if the race plays out the way that it should, we were going to have a great shot at it. And I'm frustrated today. I'm frustrated myself. Just, I'll go back and watch the film and figure out what I can do different.
Top 5 cars that made a green flag pit stop. Top 5 prior to the choose, so they stay out here. Mayer was 6 prior to the choose. He was the first off pit road. 6 take the wave around. We got 18 off of the flag. Restart the line. 7 of the game.
Great start by Larson. Sanchez didn't quite think go as well, but he's going to try and squeeze the 21 of Austin Hill.
Sanchez has been racing with the best all day. He continues to deliver. Had nothing for Larson, who jumps away on the restart. In second place, very, very good. Austin Hill, Nick Sanchez.
They're doing a great job. Andy's prosecution car.
Talk about Mayer. I mentioned Brian Sanders is working on a top 5 finish for the second consecutive season.
It was fighting a really tight race car, but look, the clear expansion as we go off board with Sam there. This racetrack, I felt like this was just shooting fire. I saw last year with Living Starts, and what we've seen out this year, the mile and a half. Really good job by Andy up here at the top.
In all of the drivers, that's the lead I could say because they're fighting for a playoff position.
And I appreciate that what we heard from Kim about speed, sort of things that as long as you have speed, I have to agree that when you've got speed, the other stuff you can put together or get put together for the next few races. But the speed they show today has been great. He's done an excellent job on racing for a car that's really loose.
The Spencer's advantage. He's got a second, a 1.5-second lead over Sanchez. Jones probably in the top 5. The top 6. Daniel Dye back there in the 6th position.
Austin Hill really getting on it. Was good when he was in clean air, struggled a little bit when they fell in the dirty air. You know, he probably thinks he might have something plenty of that.
such game addiction. You're trying to make it this. When you're not in a position, you're trying to look for just tiny differences in where you place your race car compared to Nick Finch's to get out of the dirty air, to get downforce in front of your car. You'll see it also, maybe down the 3 here will just poke his left hand right out, just a little bit low to 48. That's just trying to get some air to it. There you see it. 48 inches a little higher, the 21 a little lower. Just keeping a little bit of air on that front of the nose helps you turn, helps you potentially get that run, especially if you're not supposed to feel like you may be able to just looking for the tiniest little advantage. That's what Austin does so well. He'll talk about it when they get their DVD on Monday. He'll talk about just the littlest things he did different to try to crack the air to make that race car turn. And the more that you can learn in this situation, in this style of track, the payoff can be enormous. Because the next time we race mile and a half Charlotte Motor Speedway, and twice in the playoffs, we're racing at mile and a half tracks. So we have to get it here so that when more is on the line, you can really step up and take advantage. And he's one of those drivers, no doubt, September, October, we'll be talking a lot about it. No doubt about that. And the thing you just saw him do there, you almost can turn, go back to 40 lane there below his bumper on the engine and slid up through the center of the car, just trying to see if he can get any sort of different guys to the bottom of 3 and 4 here. Seems to have a run, trying to get up the side of maybe side there with the exit. Doesn't quite get there, but that's the sort of thing you just got to do something different. You want to get back on that. The thing I would bring up, track position we said is enormous. Every position you can get on track is huge. But if we get a caution late, we know how good that 21 team has been on pit road. Everything you can do to help yourself on track could be a setup. Should we get that late race launch when everyone comes down pit road, we get him in a position to win the race. They're not faster by a little bit. That kicker, by the way, they're tied by 6.